Welcome to One Day Immersion in Media, Entertainment, and Technology in participation with Fordham University's Gabelli School of Business. I'm Dolly Wolf, founder of ODI, and I want to thank you for your support and participation. Our theme this year is Breakthrough, the Brilliance of Resilience, and we'll be talking about resilience throughout the day. I'm so proud and honored to have the executive support of ODI's Board of Directors and this year's Programming Committee. We have been working very hard all year to bring you another great day of insight and engagement. And without the unwavering support of our sponsors, ODI is not possible. So thank you to Spectrum Networks, the Cable Center, Discovery, Warner Media, Stars, and Dean Donna Rapaccioli from the Gabelli School of Business. As we get started, some of the board members and programming committee and Dean Rapaccioli would like to send you a quick greeting. So please enjoy the show.
My name is Evan Shapiro. Welcome to 2020 One Day Immersion. Really glad to have you here, and I'm really glad to be here myself because One Day Immersion means to me being in a community of people who are all looking for a bright future and being surrounded by people who really mean something to me. So welcome to the ODI family. Welcome to ODI 2020, and let's have some fun.
Hey everyone, welcome to One Day Immersion 2020. I'm Craig Parks. For about 23 years, I've been making content that powers and defines brands across digital, TV, and audio. Now, when I was starting my career in TV production, I had a mentor tell me that the only way to understand how to be a producer was to learn what everyone on set did. So in every shoot, he forced me to stand alongside every key department head and ask them questions about their jobs. Now, this made me deeply uncomfortable, but here's what I learned by stepping outside my comfort zone. It created a breakthrough moment for me, ultimately my career. It was an uncomfortable moment, but from that experience, I learned so much more about what goes on in production. Now, since then, I've come to realize that often it's the most tough times that end up paying the most dividends. By incorporating resilience into your ethos, you'll be ready to tackle the inevitable tough times and, more importantly, learn from them and become a better person. So, welcome to this year's One Day Immersion. We're so excited for you to join and contribute to our community of current and future media leaders.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lerona Nolik, a proud member of ODI Board and the chair of the Programming Committee. Welcome to 2020 ODI. I started my career in advertising, and now I work in tech, and I've never seen a year like this. Resilience is a skill that can be built, practiced, and cultivated, and we hope that this day helps you do that and helps you add it to your toolkit. Thank you for joining us, and enjoy the day.
Hi, I'm Michael Smith, the Chief Marketing Officer for NPR. I've been involved with ODI since it started in 2012, and I've been in the business for over 30 years. And what the brilliance of resilience means to me is that in my career, I've seen 3 recessions, 2 wars, the change from broadcast to cable, from cable to OTT, constant disruption. But with all that change, the business has just gotten more interesting, more exciting, more complex, and just more fulfilling. And so I wish you a great ODI 2020 conference, and welcome to the industry.
Hi, I'm Rachel Zuckerman, and I am in media PR. I've done work at NBC News, MSNBC, and CBS News throughout my career, and I want to welcome you to 2020 ODI. This year's theme of breaking through the brilliance of resilience to me is all about creativity and keeping your eye on your final goal and figuring out how you're going to get there even when the path isn't totally clear. So thank you very much for being here and enjoy.
Hello. Welcome to One Day Immersion. My name is Bożena Mierzejewska, and I'm professor of communications and media management at the Gabelli School of Business, Fordham University in New York City. Resilience to me means keeping open mind and a positive mindset no matter what. No matter what. I wish you a wonderful day today, and once again, welcome to Fordham University and to One Day Immersion. See you soon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Rapaccioli, and I have the honor of serving as the Dean of the Gabelli School of Business. And it truly is my pleasure to welcome you to today's event. This is is a very special year for the Gabelli School. It's our centennial, 100 years of purpose-driven business education. If you step back and think about 100 years ago, you might wonder what could be similar. But in fact, there were many similarities. In 1920, we were just finishing with the pandemic. Many people wore masks. There was civil unrest. Women were really lobbying for the right to vote. And I'm very pleased that in 1920, women did gain the right to vote. What followed a period of great challenge was a period of great innovation. Many of the industries that we rely on today began in the 20s and after. Things like the refrigerator, modern radio, the beginning of television, all of these innovations followed this period of great challenge. So today, I want to remind you that yes, this has been a difficult time and we've faced many, many challenges, but a period of great innovation continues and will continue. One of the key things that I want you to remember is the importance of resilience, of yes, stepping back to reflect on missteps and challenges that you might have faced, but keeping going and going forward. So today's conference is about resilience, and I really think that you'll take away many, many lessons. I was thinking about a few entrepreneurs that stood out. And if you think about, many of you, I'm sure, have heard of the company Warby Parker, and its founder, Neil Blumenthal, really knew the importance of a successful launch. He did a lot of advertising, and he got many, many orders. But what happened initially is he didn't have the inventory to fill those orders. So he had to really step back and think about his supply chain. But look now at what a successful company Warby Parker is, and a true example of the buy one, give one model, really helping society and advancing business. Another example that comes to mind is Anthony Costanella. He's the founder of Squarespace. Also, someone that was very young when he began his entrepreneurial career. In fact, both Warby Parker and Squarespace were founded by people that were still in school. Warby Parker, the MBA level, but with Squarespace in his dorm room. And if you read his story, you'll find out that he faced significant challenges because his server failed. It crashed. And he was very concerned that he was going to lose all his clients. But he got in the car, drove to New York with a second server in the back seat. And when he arrived, he used his strength and ingenuity, and the second server worked, and Squarespace is an amazing company today. So I share these stories because I want you to realize that everyone faces challenges, and the way that we respond to the challenges is really one thing that is in our control. And I encourage you to be resilient, to use today's session as a way for you to build that resilience and learn new things. Enjoy the day.
Hey everybody, my name is Evan Shapiro. I'm a producer and television executive for a long time. And I wanted to welcome you all here. It's my job to pull you all into the event and welcome you here to this very unusual one-day immersion. We typically do this in person. We can see all of your faces, but now we're doing it digitally, and we had a pivot as a part of this crazy year. You're going to hear a tremendous amount today about the word resilience and about the idea of resilience. So I thought I would start by defining it for us all. Resilience is defined in two different ways. One, the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties or toughness. And then the second one is the ability of something to spring back into shape, elasticity. I also thought it would be interesting to look at the words of somebody who has demonstrated resilience in their life. And I can't think of anybody more resilient in American history than Rosa Parks, probably, I think, the greatest badass in American history. She fought back not with guns or her fists, but with her ideas and her resilience. And what she said about resilience, or at least the idea of it, is knowing what must be done does away with fear. Fear is one of the great motivators during this time. It's also one of the great motivators at a time of great anxiety or ambiguity for all of us, especially in normal times when graduating for college and looking for an internship or a job. The fear of the unknown can hold us back. And now, since we're all experiencing such odd and peculiar times, fear is one of the most overriding aspects of our culture, unfortunately. Overcoming that fear will be something that we'll all have to deal with as we turn the corner and bounce back as a culture. Dean Repcelli mentioned the era of the Great Depression. She also mentioned a lot of entrepreneurs from that time and from current days. And I thought it would be useful to take a look at something maybe a little less high-minded or a little less kind of grandiose than the forming of a major internet company. So I decided to look at my grandparents. My grandparents grew up during the Great Depression. My grandfather was one of 9 children. 3 of his siblings died before they were 20. He had to drop out of high school to help his family survive. After my grandparents were married, they had a son. That son died at 2 years old. My grandparents then went on to start their own business. They had 2 more children, one of whom is my mom. They were married for 60 years. They had 4 grandchildren. They owned their own home outright with no mortgage. They ran their business successfully for 50 years. It was a service station, a gas station in Northeast Philadelphia. They were the first in their neighborhood to hire a Black person to work for them. They were the first service station in their neighborhood to service the cars of Black people and to pump their gas. When people in their neighborhood had hard times, they didn't charge them for gas. My grandfather fixed their cars for free. My grandmother lent them money. When my grandfather died, I was lucky enough to be the one to speak from our family at his funeral. I expected only a few dozen people to show up. He was not a very famous person. He was a gas station owner. But when I went to the funeral home, the line to get into the funeral extended around the block. Afterward, people I had never met before and had never heard of came up to me and shook my hand and told me stories about my grandparents that I had never heard, about their kindness, about how they helped this person or another without ever expecting to get anything back in return. My grandparents survived the Great Depression. They recovered from losing siblings. They had to figure out how to bounce back after losing their own child. They went on to live long, substantial lives. Neither finished college, and my grandfather didn't finish high school. But they taught themselves what was necessary to open, run, and sustain a business. They weren't wealthy by any stretch, but they made sure what they had, they shared. Regardless of what came at Lil and Jules, those are my grandparents, they bounced back. No matter how hard the circumstances they faced, they knew what to do, and that drove back their fear. We are all of us together going through an enormously crazy set of wholly unpredictable crises, a bunch of them all at the same time. Our community of college students and grad students, of young executives coming up in the industry, you are facing challenges that no one could have prepared you for. Nobody. All of us were taken by surprise by the circumstances of 2020. However, the measure of your success in your career and in your life will not be how you handle the good times, how well you win, how you deal with success. In the end, where you go in life will be determined by how you deal with crises, how you handle failure, how you face the hard times and learn to bounce back. You will learn more in a crisis than you will ever learn from smooth sailing. You will learn more about yourself in failure than you can ever learn in success. The program we've assembled today is meant to give you the tools to deal with the tumult that surrounds you. You're entering the toughest climate for internships and jobs in 3 generations. Today is meant to give you an advantage in that environment. These times are a challenge. As old as I am, and I am very old, I know this much to be true. These are not the last challenges you will face. They may be the most complicated and most otherworldly that you will ever face, because they are very unusual. But I think what the last decade or so has taught us is that that may not be true either. And I can promise you this, the challenges and the crises you face, that we all face, are not the last. Every single speaker you will see here today has faced challenges. Every single successful executive or artist you hear from has had disappointment, has had to deal with failure. Businesses go under, jobs go to someone else and not you. Companies downsize, economies crumble. As you listen to everyone on the agenda today, please feel free to admire their accomplishments, but also take the time to listen to how during their careers, they faced down their own fears, they dealt with the challenges that faced them, and they learned to bounce back. The common thread among the people who succeed that I have found is that they know themselves well. They remain true to a core set of values, regardless of the job, regardless of the company, regardless of the economy, and regardless of the climate that surrounds them. Knowing yourself is like a compass. It is a North Star. It guides you through even the deepest of fog and the cloudiest of climate. Your speakers today have charted personal courses that you would be good to follow. Not their careers, because those are particular to the person themselves, but the relationships they nurtured, the values they held dear regardless of what happened to them, the self-awareness that they demonstrate, the luck that they talk about, and the good fortune that they've gotten to get to where they are. The challenges that all of us, and specifically the people on our panels today, face, and the resilience that they demonstrated and found to move forward and onward, is something that you should pay close attention to. I teach here at Fordham. I'm very fortunate to do that, and also at New York University. I'm sorry to mention a competing school. I meet a lot of students and young executives in the business who let their concerns, their anxieties, their fears paralyze them from making moves. Instead of letting the anxiety about the world hold you down, however, you chose to be here today. By choosing to be here today, you have given yourself a leg up over the millions and millions of other students like yourself looking for internships and jobs right now, facing the rough waters of getting an internship or a gig in the media and entertainment business at this really nutty time. Now, for the rest of the day, make sure you double down on that decision to be here. Listen, take notes, ask questions. You'll be guided on how to ask questions through social media of all our panelists. Get names, look at them on LinkedIn and follow up with them on LinkedIn. Send them a note. Don't let the fear of being rejected for asking for a Zoom coffee or some advice stop you from doing that. Follow up through the ODI team. Reach out to us and ask for connections of the people that you see speak today. Come back to our ongoing digital mentor series. Mark the examples set by the speakers you see today, how they know themselves, how they judge what is frivolous and unnecessary to pay attention to, and what is actually important, how they looked within themselves to know what to do when faced with a challenge. Most will talk about the opportunity and most will talk more about opportunity and culture than titles or paychecks. Note how many talk about leaning into challenges, taking them on as exciting opportunities rather than running away from them. Use today's event and ODI itself, not just as a resource, but as a bedrock. We created this organization, ODI, to help you find your way in our industry, but we also created it as a way for our industry to pull you into our DNA. We are vampires to a certain extent, to make sure that you become a part of who we all are. It's not just you who faces tough times right now. Look at the movie theater business. Look at live entertainment. Look at music concerts. Look at comedy shows. Look at film and television production. Our entire media industry are dealing with historic change and an upset realignment and great tumult. ODI's mission to enlist you all, the next generation of diverse and unique leaders into our community, is to make us all better, because you see things and experience things and feel things and know things that we cannot, because we're old and decrepit, but also because we can't see the world from your seat through the lens of emerging from college into this crazy time, from the pure digital natives that you are. We did this we created this organization as a way to give our industry the ability to evolve, to help us all bounce back and be resilient, regardless of what we face, by bringing new blood into our community on an ongoing basis. Knowing yourself helps you to know helps you to know what to do. It helps you to know how to get rid of the fear that might be in your way. You know what to do. You showed up today. Now make sure you follow through on that and participate in this conversation today. It's only vibrant if it's a two-way street. You all need the lessons and advice you'll hear from us today, but we need you just as much, if not more, than you need us. You aren't students, you are our resilience. So to those joining us from Arizona State University, Baruch College, Brown University, Carnegie Mellon, City College, College of William and Mary, Colorado College, CZU Prague, go Prague, DePaul University, Fordham University, Franklin Marshall College, Hunter College, LLC International University in Lithuania, what's up Lithuania, Loyola Marymount University, NYU, go Purple, Northern Virginia Community College, Pace University, what's up Pace, Queens College, San Francisco State University, St. John's University, SUNY New Paltz, Syracuse University, the New School, Tilburg University, UC Santa Barbara, University of San Francisco, University of Texas at Dallas, Virginia Commonwealth University, hey guys, Wake Forest University, and Washington University in St. Louis School of Law. We've got some law students, paper chase in the building. I want to thank you all for joining us. And I want to thank you for being a part of our community. You are the lifeblood of this conversation. We're going to be talking at you all day, but we need to hear from you to make sure that we're saying things that make sense and to ask the important questions in unusual times. I want to thank our sponsors that Dolly mentioned. I especially want to thank Fordham University for being our partner this year. I want to thank Dean Rapicelli, and I want to very especially thank Professor Bozena Mirzajuska, who made this day possible for us through Fordham University. And I want to thank you all for being here, for showing up, for giving all of us the ability to see what the future looks like through your eyes, for being the power that will drive the next chapters of the media and entertainment ecosystem, for being our toughness, for being our elasticity, for being our resilience. Thank you very much. Have a great day, and I hope to meet you in person someday soon. Thanks a lot.
Hi, everyone. This is Tara Riley. I am a part of the Spectrum Networks team, and I work with Allison Hellman, who hopefully will be joining us soon, and Samantha Greenberg, who is on the call as well. I specifically work in the Human Resources Department, and I know all three of us are so excited to be talking with all of you today, sharing some of our experiences and hopefully answering any questions that you may have. Allison is going to be, oh, there she is going to be getting into talking about Spectrum Networks. Can you hear us, Allison?
I can, thanks.
You're welcome. I just started and kind of said our name, so take it away.
Perfect. Sorry, I'm on my husband's computer is the way I could figure it out. But we're so excited, and I'm so sorry that took me a bit. So today we're hoping to do a few things. We want to tell you a little bit about what we do, some things that have changed for us over the last 8 months, both at work and our perspectives, all three of us, and some advice. And of course, we want to leave a lot of room for you to ask questions. So what we do, so we all work in media. We work for Spectrum, which is a internet and video cable provider, and we work for a bunch of networks and digital properties. So there's local news networks in 30 plus states across the country. And we have an app that launched about 4 months ago that we've all worked really hard on. That is available to 28 million people, which is local news and really important information for people to live their daily lives. And now more than ever, local news is so important, as I'm sure you guys all know. So specifically, we'll all talk about what we do, but I head up some teams that sort of go across the organization and bring the organization together. So research, strategy, marketing, digital content. And Tara works in HR, but Tara is one of the most amazing people that I work with. She has an incredible sense of culture, which is really important in big organizations. She's a great listener and she's a great problem solver, and I feel so great and lucky that you all are going to be able to hear from her. And Sammy has worked with me for, I think, 3 years now in different roles. And that is because Sammy is so brilliant and so positive and able to learn and add in any role she's in. So I think it'll be interesting to listen to her perspective as well. I think the first thing we could maybe talk about is that things have changed, obviously, over the last 8 months. I'm sitting in a house right now, not at work. I have brushed my hair for the first time possibly in months, so that's exciting for today. And it's been hard, but there's a lot of really good things, I think, too, if you can embrace the good things about the change. And also, I mean, it's hard in a lot of moments, but there are some silver linings if you could try to focus on that. We launched an app that we've been working on for years, literally years, in the middle of the pandemic. And that was really scary for me. It was sort of the buck stopped with me, and I couldn't work all night, all day. I have 2 kids at home, my husband, and we don't have anyone at home. And really overwhelming thought. And it all worked because we have a really great team that had deep relationships already. So it didn't matter that we were, talking on the phone all the time. But in a lot of ways, I wonder if the launch worked out so well because we were home and not all at work. So it's sort of interesting. The one thing that we all may have in common is that things are not what we imagined they to be. I'm imagining sitting in your shoes thinking about this is not how you imagine sort of looking for jobs and graduating and how overwhelming that might be. And I didn't imagine being here either. But I think in a lot of ways, you guys will have some advantages. You could have more conversations, you could learn more in a different way. And I guess the very direct advice is try to embrace that difference and try to work with that. The other thing I just wanted to talk about is in times like this, something that makes me feel really good is I do a job that fulfills me deeply. So piece of advice I think is, I've talked to so many of my friends who feel so overwhelmed and are so annoyed that they have to work and be home and teach their kids and all that stuff. But I don't feel that way. And I know I never will, because I feel like I do a job that's good for people. And I am helping people and doing good things for our country. So that gives me a perspective. So I guess one thing to note, and I don't think I thought about it as much until the pandemic, of how much that really is fulfilling. And the one other thing I was thinking that is important is saying yes. And I think all 3 of us are kind of yes people, but I wouldn't be sitting in this chair right now. I wouldn't have this job if I didn't say yes to a lot of things. With ODI, saying yes to Evan and anything he'd ever asked me to do. And the reason I know my boss is when I was, I think, 24, he had a bunch of random projects and he was the president of Madison Square Garden that he thought I might do. One of them was a project for an 8th grade class to talk about what he did as a job. But I said yes to everything and worked so hard and loved it. And without saying yes to that, I would never be here now because I would have never known him in the way that I know my boss. So just something to think about a little bit there. So I know that Tara and Sammy will give way better advice and more interesting advice. I'm going to switch it over to Tara and we can talk back and forth.
Thanks, Allison, and thank you for that intro. I think the feeling is mutual in terms of working with the both of you. My name is Tara Riley, and I am a senior leader on the Spectrum Networks Human Resources team, and I actually have worked at media companies for part of my career. But I am in a field where I'm able to apply my skills to various fields. And so as I'm talking to you today and building off of what, Allison started this morning with us, is I think that, and in taking a look at the theme and in terms of resilience, I think that it really is important as you start to build your careers and move through your careers to continue to be open-minded and really find a way to talk about what it is that's important to you and the skills that you bring to the table and how you feel you can adapt them to the different environments that you may want to pursue. I think going through the last 8 months, there were a couple things that we really learned in Spectrum Networks on a personal and a professional front. I'll back up a little bit and say, over the past 4 years, Allison's boss, our leader, has really put a focus on what the culture is of Spectrum Networks. And that really has to do with our people and our work environments and our behaviors and our mindsets. And as you're interviewing for organizations and networking and talking to people about the avenues you want to go, yes, it's absolutely important to be, I agree with Allison 100%, to be in a role that you're fulfilled in and that you enjoy. But I think part of the reason that you feel that way, or that Allison can say she feels that way, or Sammy as well, is because there's alignment in the values that she holds and what she finds important as she does her daily work. And so I think that, we realized as an HR team, we really needed to focus on our people as we moved into the pandemic and went to a remote working type situation in many cases. And our employees really adapted to that and they were resilient. And I think it's because it worked both ways. We were also open-minded to potentially putting people in different roles. And the employees that were communicative, that said yes, that were really open to kind of stretching beyond maybe their normal box, the ones that stood out and were able to try new things and were able to really stay engaged with what it is in terms of the work and the very important work that we're doing for our local communities here in local news. So that was really key. So, one, just to the personal aspect of really, understanding what people were going through, but from a professional perspective, I guess I would say that one of the things we've learned is that employees, you can tap into other skill sets. And I think, when I read about other companies and some other organizations, and as they're putting structures together, I'm starting to see that people are really, and senior leaders are not keeping people in a specific box anymore. They really are tapping into employees of all levels with all skill sets to really be innovative and find the best ideas, because the best ideas can come from anywhere. So I know we're a little short on time. I actually could keep talking to you about probably a million other things, but I want to give Sammy a chance because she has such important things to say and advice to give as well. So let me turn it over, and then if questions come back my way, I'm happy to continue to share with you all.
Thanks, Tara. I appreciate that. It's hard to follow the intros you guys gave me, so I hope my advice is actually helpful. My name is Sammy. I've been at Spectrum Networks actually for almost 4 years now, which is kind of crazy. I have been in various roles, so anything from working on our research team to our digital team to now a group that didn't even exist when I first started at Spectrum Networks. I was thinking about the theme and the word resilience, and what came to mind personally for me is open-mindedness. And I feel like some people are more inclined naturally to be open-minded and to be flexible. It's definitely something I had to work on myself, because I thought I had such a clear picture of where I would be 5 years out of school. I studied poli-sci, never ever would have guessed that I'd be working in local news. But throughout my journey, it's just become more and more clear that this job really does make sense for me, and it really does allow me to utilize the skills that I'm strongest at. But I definitely wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't put myself in uncomfortable positions. So in the research team, we obviously used a lot of math and calculating and Excel. And I think that I was hoping deep down somewhere I would have an Excel gene, and I'd be an Excel whiz, but that never happened. And so I took with me from that group our view on data and how we use data to inform decision making. And I joined the digital team with a unique skill set. And so I would help our digital experts and our digital journalists figure out how to cover certain events and what percentage of the focus should be on this versus this, and to really kind of support them in looking at data while making those decisions. So, Allie, what you said about being yes people really resonated. I think that although it's been uncomfortable in moments, saying yes to almost every question you're asked exposes you to different people. It exposes you to different work ethics. And I think that by doing that, you make yourself and your team and your work product better. So at the end of the day, you might be the one asking the most questions, but you're really benefiting everyone by asking those questions and being uncomfortable and open-minded. So one other thing I just wanted to say quickly, and I know we want to take some questions, is that personally, I've found that COVID and working from home has allowed me to kind of tackle my laundry list of things that I've always wanted to do, that I thought personally would help me, professionally would help me. So I recently took an online course at a business school, and it ended up complementing really well what I do at work. And to be quite honest, that wasn't even necessarily why I did it. I just wanted to challenge myself in a new way. And with this time, I didn't really, know what to do. And so I started doing it, and it ended up making so much sense for my job. So I would encourage you to start checking off, the things on that laundry list. Really push yourself to use the spare time you have with this new structure intentionally, and just keep, putting yourself in positions that challenge you and allow you to grow.
Sammy, I don't know if this is appropriate, but can I ask you a question? It's something you said in the beginning. Do you find that the experiences that you were the professional experiences that you were potentially most fearful of or nervous about, did they end up being the most rewarding in some cases?
100%.
Yeah. I find that too.
Yeah, I think I've had, even if it, was a presentation I had to give to a scary audience, practicing really allows you to be in that moment and work through whatever you're uncomfortable with or feel fearful of. And I really do think that I've developed some skills because of those positions and projects.
Yeah, that's great. Alana, do we have any questions coming in?
Yeah, so thank you guys so much for that session. That was really special to me. One first question is, what advice do you guys give to students looking to apply to companies with values like Spectrum? Tara, you mentioned that they're so adamant on kind of putting employees first and seeing them as like the whole person. So, given this current environment, do you have any advice for students? And also, what does Spectrum kind of look for in prospective employees?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that we all kind of mentioned some words, throughout the conversation that are important to us. I think that a lot of our senior leaders, you will hear them say, it's not what you do, but how you do it. And I think that while Obviously, we need to perform well and do well in our roles. I think that the behaviors we exhibit at work are important. And one word that we didn't tap into as much as we would have liked to was the word collaboration. And I think that that's one thing I can personally say from where I sit, that Allison has really created, given her oversight and given what just launched and the team that Sammy is a part of, they really are nailing collaboration. And what that has fostered is an environment that the employees that are on those specific teams are engaged, they're excited, they are curious, they're resilient, they're open-minded. They have a lot of those characteristics that we look for. So hopefully that answers. Allison, Sammy, please, if you want to expand upon that or not.
Right. I think that's right. No, I think that's right. I think when I'm interviewing people, and I do a lot of informational interviews, and I always will, there are sort of a checklist a little that goes on in my head. So it might be worth revealing.
Yeah.
I look to see, are they curious? Do they ask good questions? If you go to an interview and someone says, do you have any questions for me? The answer is no. That's a bad answer. I sort of am done when someone says no, because how could you have no questions? And what does that say? I hope that I work with people that are curious and question things. So that's something to think there. And I look for could this person collaborate? And to what Tara said, being smart gets you in the door. Not that interesting to me. What's interesting is how you behave and how you work with people. Smart people come and go. And it's the magic sauce of working together that's important. So I try to assess for that too.
Samantha, do you want to add anything, or should I ask the next question?
Tara and Allie are much better able to speak to that, but I second everything you said.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So going off of the opening message from Evan Shapiro, where he defined resilience in kind of two different ways, how would you guys define resilience in your own careers? And have you ever experienced something where you kind of had to overcome a crisis or a challenge?
I feel like all of us, if the answer was obviously yes. You want to go first, Tara? Do you have something in mind, or Sammy?
Yeah, Sammy, I'm happy to go.
Yeah, take it away.
Okay.
I think that what I'll share is there was a point in my career that I experienced a personal crisis, and what I had to do is pause on my career for a little bit to kind of regroup, to have some self-care. And I had to be open-minded when I went back to the corporate world. I almost had to take a sidestep or maybe backwards a little bit in terms of level to really kind of regroup and get back on a path. But what I'll say about that is I was open-minded. I selected a role in an organization where I felt there was growth. And it could not have worked out better in terms of the doors that were opened for me. And I think part of that was because of hard work and the characteristics that Allison and Sammy and I laid out today. So I guess my advice about that is that there are going to be times that there is going to be a roadblock, and it is going to be frustrating and hard, but you just keep pushing. You keep your head down, you keep working, you keep pushing. And if you have to take a moment for you take a moment, but then you get back on that train.
And I think for me, something that's happened over the past year or two is I started questioning, and I feel like this has happened with my friends, and some folks I work with, am I where I'm supposed to be at this point in my life? And I think that the answer is yes. I think that how I came to that answer is by staying true to myself. So really knowing what's important for me to have in my life, to have in my work environment, and, the people I work with, their attitude, the amount that they care about the goals that we're rowing towards is really important to me. And that was enough to not, have the typical, should I be in business school? Should I be even in this industry? And those crazy thoughts start happening, and you feel this sense of urgency that really comes from, I don't know where to make a change or make a decision. So I would just try through your experiences to figure out what's really important to you on a day-to-day basis, because it goes from being school every day to being work every day. So knowing that has been really helpful for me.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for your great answers. I don't know if we're ending now. I guess I can ask the one more question. I don't know if we're done or not, but how is the local news industry adapting to the shift away from cable television? If anyone has like a really quick.
I'll take that one. Yeah, no, it's a great question. So what's interesting is even though in terms of just video for cable, even though those numbers are declining across the board, they happen to not be declining at Spectrum at Charter where we work. It's actually growing, which is mind-boggling, really. But the news audience is not getting smaller right now. There's a set of people that watch, and they watch a ton of local news. But of course, we've been thinking about that, and that's part of the app, right? So we launched the first ever internet-only product to Charter subscribers, and that was to reach different audiences. And the app has video, and it has podcasts, and it has text, and that's thinking through the future and how does news look in the future.
Right.
Hopefully that answers the question. It's a good question.
Yeah, definitely. I think those are all the questions we have. So thank you guys so much for taking your time and speaking to all of us. I know this was a very valuable session, and we appreciate everything you guys had to say.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks. Bye, everyone. Best of luck.
Hi, my name is Heidi. I'm here in Steamboat Springs. I have been teaching yoga and meditation since 2015, and I am here today to share the practices that have worked best for me. This morning, we're going to be starting with a breath practice that's going to help you with focus. This is going to help quiet your mind and keep it from wandering throughout this morning and throughout your day. So to start with, you're going to want to find a comfortable seat. If you're sitting in a chair, you're going to want to have both feet flat on the ground. If you're able to sit down on the floor, I like to prop up my hips with a folded blanket so that my hips are higher than my knees. So just come to whatever position is most comfortable for you, a comfortable seated position, and then close your eyes. And you're going to open your mouth as wide as possible, and then place the tongue at the roof of your mouth with your mouth wide open. Starting with that, you're just going to want to then breathe normally through the nose. Again, mouth is wide open, the tongue is pressed up against the roof of the mouth, and you're breathing naturally through the nose. The eyes are closed. You can focus your gaze in between the eyebrows at the third eye point. Just breathing like this. I'm going to start a timer, and you're going to be here for 3 minutes. Now close the mouth and take a deep inhale through the nose. Suspend the breath in. Squeeze every muscle in your body. And relax, exhaling, noticing the effects of this meditation. You can gently blink the eyes open. Thank you so much for participating with me today. I hope this helps you to focus throughout this morning and throughout the rest of the day. I'll see you this afternoon for your afternoon break. Cool? All right. Awesome. You think that turned out okay?
Yeah, and the wind in the river, the background was relaxing too, so that was kind of nice.
Yeah, nice. Awesome. Cool.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. We have a really good discussion planned for you today, and we have some really great panelists with us as well. My name is Sandy Nunez. I'm the moderator. I am a coordinating producer with ESPN, and it is my pleasure to host and moderate this session today. It's going to be fun, but we have a lot to pack in, so we're just going to get going. And just to make sure that we're all here in the right location. I just want to make sure you know that this panel is about race and media and the challenges that go with that. So let's start off by introducing our panel. We have Emery Walton here. He's the Vice President, Content Distribution, A&E. Emery, you want to give us a quick bit of info about yourself?
Sure. So as Andy shared, I'm a VP at A&E Networks. I oversee content distribution, which is a negotiation for the carriage of A&E's portfolio of networks. I've been working there for 20 years. I'm a UCLA undergrad alum, and I also have an MBA from Loyola Marymount University.
Terrific. We also have Tamika Lachey Blockett. Hi, Tamika, AKA Mika. She is the Vice President, Content Director at UM Studios. Can you give us a little bit about yourself, please?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. Yes, my name is Tamika Blockett. Graduated from Bowie State University, small HBCU in Bowie, Maryland. Currently Vice President of UM Studios, where I oversee Hershey's and USPS. A little bit about my background. I started at PBS in Alexandria, Maryland, and Alexandria, Virginia, I'm sorry. Shout out to DMV area, and where I continued on to BET Networks, had a chance to work with Nickelodeon, and then BET, back to BET, and now at UM, where I worked with Coca-Cola, and now on to Hershey's. Thank you.
Wow, terrific. Well, thank you for joining us also. Next up, we have Uzo Ameto. He is a content and technology professional. He has done rounds in YouTube and Google, so he knows a lot. So you want to tell us about what you've been up to?
Yeah, absolutely. As you stated, I've pretty much been in content and technology my entire career, starting off previously on the journalism side, working at Inc. Magazine, ESPN, CBS Sports and News. And then after that, I ended up going to business school at Columbia. And that's when I ended up at YouTube and Google, where I spent the last 7 years primarily working on content and content partnerships.
Terrific. Thank you. So we have a few questions. I have a few questions for these panelists, but before we go on, I just wanted to let you know in the audience here, if you have questions, please go ahead and pop them into the chat. We are going to take questions after we hear a little bit from the panelists. So just pop it on in. And by the way, there are some door prizes for those questions. So you definitely want to partake. There's some good stuff. There's some career coaching sessions, which will be very, very, I wish I could get those. So I'm going to talk to Dolly and see if I can get some coaching lessons too. So let's start off. So the first question I'm going to get to is, I mean, race and media, wow, of all times to be talking about this, we're really in a very opportune time right now. Uzo, can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you have faced in working in the content, whether it's the climate or, portrayals or job availability, whatever it is that you're touching, what are some of the challenges that you have faced?
Yeah, I would say the two things that come to mind are underrepresentation and ownership. I think throughout my career, the thing that I've seen as a Black person working in media is that we are often underrepresented in many facets of the media ecosystem. So whether it's the decision makers, the green lighters, being the opportunities to be financed creators, that has really just been something where we're not in enough of those rooms or getting enough opportunities to be on screen or behind it. And then the other piece that is, really related to that is ownership. I think we unfortunately don't often have ownership in a lot of what we're doing. And so I think that's a big issue, which is on kind of a vicious cycle where if we're not owning the things that we're creating and being a part of, or at least having some stake in ownership, then underrepresentation is always going to be a problem.
Very good. Thank you. I mean, you're spot on that. Mika, I mean, do you see it getting better? I'd like to hear about some of the challenges, but are we making some progress here?
It's a lot of progress to be made, but I will say, I think, especially with the movement, the Black Lives Movement, it's really called attention to people, brands, businesses having a stake in the equity game and ensuring that you have more representation of Black and Brown people, from being behind the scenes, whether it's in production to makeup, to the people that's providing the food for the catering for the staff, to also in front of the camera, right? We always talk about in front of the camera, but it's very important for the behind the camera, but yes, in front of the camera as well. And then the people that are sitting in the rooms creating those the narratives and the stories of who are the writers in the room, who are the marketing people, who are the investment people that's funding the project. So I think there's a lot more awareness. I do see a light at the end of the tunnel. Not to tout my company, but they are really trying to make progressive and real changes on what needs to be done. Let's have a real conversation on what needs to be done, what needs to be put in place so we can start making those changes. So, it's gonna take, more work to get there, but, with the excitement of having young people that's charged up, it's gonna take a lot of us to get to the end of the road. But I think
for sure,
because companies are willing to be inclusive, that I think that's a start. But and I just want to make one, I can go on to this topic forever, but I don't want to take away from the people such as Uzo, Emery, myself, you, that are currently doing the work, but we'll need the younger people to continue on to do it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is not anything that gets resolved overnight or quickly. Emery, what are some of the challenges you have faced?
Yeah, I think, very much in line with what Uzo Miko shared, it starts with representation. I think also that is once we're in these companies, it's having mobility, career mobility and advancement opportunities. And those don't always come as, I would say, as fairly and equitably, especially if you're Black or Latinx working in the industry. A lot of times we can be brought in and it's performative in terms of, hey, we have this, role and they want to, showcase, our faces and the traits to represent companies. However, if you look behind the scenes, as we said, there's very few of us. And then once we're in, it's very few of us in the C-suite level. And so I think those are the opportunities you're seeing, and now more awareness for those opportunities, but there still is more work that needs to be done there. And the ways I work to help bring people up behind me is through mentorship. And as Mika said, the new generation coming in, the younger workforce is, being sure that I'm there to either, to bring them up and hopefully allow them to surpass me as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why we are participating in this panel, right? Because we are
Yes.
trying to make sure that the younger generation knows we're here, we're fighting, and we need them to continue when we've moved on. Mika, can you talk a little bit about how you have impacted, in terms of racial equity or just awareness, how you have impacted in your industry?
I think I would like to think that I've done it along the way in different steps. I think now I have, with the role that I have, um, a better sense of, or more to be more impactful when it comes to bringing people in of different, that's Black and Brown people, having more a seat at the table, if you will. That's helped. I think, not I think, past 3 years, I've been on our Diversity and Inclusion Council, from our Aspiration Committee to leading our Inspiration Committee. And then most recently, we've created a new, I guess you can say, team that's called Arts and Culture, where we're going out and ensuring younger people know about jobs in the media. And so how will that happen? That will happen with being in arts and culture places and spaces that they're in. So it's like meeting them where they are, and they're not, and being more visible, with speakers that we have, or panels that we're doing, or different things that we're doing as a media agency to reach them, so they understand that,
Uzo, well, we're gonna, oh, Mika, you kind of froze there for a minute. Are you there still? All right. Uzo, let's go. Life in the virtual world.
they feel like media is a place for them, which it is. We have a studio. Oh, I think.
You kind of froze, and then your audio came back for a moment.
And
But
it came back. Oh, okay.
do you have a? I want to make sure we finish though. You were in the middle. Do you have a closing thought on that?
I'm not sure where it ended.
You can do a mid thought. Listen, do whatever you want. I don't care. It's Friday, everybody.
No, I think, sorry, I just got off track there. But yes, just wanted to say that's what I feel like. I know that I'm connecting through my job to reach younger people. But then also I've worked, I've volunteered through the years through different organizations such as NAMIC or ColorCom to reach younger people. So it's different avenues of how I've helped through the years, but I know, you can do it on any level, but I know right now the level that I sit at, I'm being able to be super effective. So I try to make sure I'm as impactful as I can be.
Terrific. Thank you. By the way, as president of NAMIC in Southern California, I'm following up with you later. Uzo, how about you? What have you done to really help make an impact or difference here?
Yeah, I would say one of the things that I've typically done is through mentorship or guiding folks that are early in their careers, even really starting before that with people in high school and coming out of high school that are looking to get into jobs in tech or media. And so that's been a really big part of what I've done, and really trying to help people at those early stages where those first decisions and first jobs that they decide to take can be a really big difference maker in terms of the routes that they go. And then I'd say the second piece that I'm more or less doing now, and the startup that I'm working on is, trying to address some of the underrepresentation stuff and ownership stuff by funding creators and filmmakers and the like, and trying to help them turn their passions into careers. I know that's a big proponent in terms of like advancing us in this industry. And so really trying to secure capital from other folks and moving that over to the creators and folks that can build their own careers and businesses out of that.
Terrific. Emery, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I worked with NAMIC for many years, and for those who don't know, NAMIC is the National Association of Multi-Ethnicity and Communications. And I actually volunteered with them when I was in college, which turned into an opportunity for me to end up on the career path I'm on now, through people who I met that mentored me and brought me through. So now I'm actually a national board member. was a former chapter president of the Southern California chapter. And I work closely with Sandy here in Los Angeles with the local chapter and events that we do. And it is focused on mentorship, career advancement, and then also representation on the screen. We have what we call the Vision Awards, where I participate every year as a judge, evaluating content and providing accolades for those who are doing it right in the diversity, inclusion, and cultural representation space. Within our own company, I also work in our Multicultural Advisory Council, where we are the standards and practice group for cultural and diversity inclusion into programming. So when a show is in development, we review it and look if there's an opportunity for it to feature or spotlight Black voices, brown voices, and so we bring that to the attention of those who that might be their blind spot, or they're not focused on that. And so we've been doing great work and have had a lot of accomplishments. We have brands like Lifetime, History, and A&E in our portfolio, and so all of those are definitely great opportunities for us to bring in everybody for representation.
Terrific. Sorry, I had to mute. My niece was making some toast there. So in any event, first of all, thank God for the three of you, really. And I mean that in all sincerity, because it's through your hard work that I think we will continue to make a difference. And also, just a quick note on NAMIC, it's never too, whether it's NAMIC or any other networking group, it's never too early to start. So, even at your age, for those of you that are listening in here, it's really important that you network as early as you can. And that helps me launch into the next question I have, and that is, what advice do you have to someone who's going to start their career in 2020? Emery, I'm going to start with you. I mean, you gave a little bit of that, but do you have anything to add on to that?
Yeah, well, continuing that, it is when you network is establishing those relationships, but you also want to do it in an authentic way. So, when you approach someone, if you were to reach out to Mika, Uzo, or I, or Sandy, after this, this panel, you want to make sure, you show up with that you have a plan and how can we be helpful? How can we help guide you? And you want to create a relationship and a friendship with someone. And that's how you really establish a good mentorship. And, I created what I called my advisory panel, my personal advisory panel. And it is, people that work in industry at various levels and different disciplines that, help give me guidance on what I should be, doing. I could bounce ideas off of them. And in terms of career trajectory, and for those starting your career, what my advice is that you go online, identify companies you want to work at, and identify the kind of jobs you want to do. And read the job postings and see what are the requirements that they're putting out there for the job. Because then that will help you figure out what job should you take. So I would start high. I want to end up as, the VP here, SVP here. And so to get to that, what are the requirements that they look for in terms of experience? And then look at the jobs that will provide that experience for you to go on that path. Now, I'm not saying there's a straight linear path, but it gives you a way to put guardrails and help release some anxiety of just feeling like you're out there without knowing, which direction to go in. So that's advice that I've given to people who work for me, and I've taken on myself. And I found it to be very helpful in navigating a career path early on from college.
That's excellent advice. Thank you for that. Mika, what would you say?
Excuse me, I had to take myself off mute. Emery, that's spot on. I think just as a build onto that, I think a build onto yours, and then I want to say something else to add on to mine. It's not who you know, it's who knows you. So I think making authentic connections, it's in the land of social media, you think that, you're putting yourself out there, you're you think you know all of these people, but it's really who do you have those authentic connections with, and that's going to speak for you behind when the doors are closed, right? So I think that's something to keep in mind. And I know, you guys are young, but definitely take that to heart, because when your boss is behind closed doors, what that means is, how do you want those people that have worked for you, that are higher for you, higher than you, to speak about your name when you're not in the room? I also want to touch on, I love the quote by Maya Angelou: you can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have. And so the reason why I wanted to spread that quote to you guys is because, I think what's helped me in my career is, if that saying goes, if you see something, say something. So meaning, if you come in, you're young, you come into a new department and you see something that can be done better, raise your hand, speak up. Maybe, sometimes people that's been there, they can't see the forest for the trees. So you may have a new exciting way of doing something. So of course, go to your boss or the person you report to respectfully, but just be always thinking about new creative things that you can share, or that you can add and contribute to the organization, because those are the people will keep that in mind and say, oh, that person's a thought leader, or that person is thinking about other things, to help the organization.
That's terrific. Uzo, what do you have to say?
I would certainly double down on everything they said. I guess where I would potentially add is just to say, try to own something. Like when you're young, you're coming out of school, you have you probably won't be making a ton of money, but what you do have is time. You have time. You have more time now than you will much later in your life. So I say, sure, take the opportunity to try and own something, whether it's a blog, a podcast, a YouTube channel, a website, whatever it is, where you can learn like the full cycle ecosystem of a media business, and you'll probably learn more in that than you ever will in most entry-level jobs. Like, I ran my own blog coming out of school, and it taught me so much about advertising and ad networks, and working with freelancers and editorial calendars and content management systems. And you don't really get that full hands-on experience when you're probably working on just one aspect of something like that, and whatever job you take at a big or even small company in some cases. So try to own something where you can have time to work on it part-time, after work, on the weekends, and try to build that up over time. And you also never know what that might turn into. But even if it doesn't turn into something big, it'll be a really big learning experience that'll go a long way on your resume, and being able to jump into new things in the jobs that you do.
That's brilliant. Really, really great advice. I would also say, I'd like to add on, if you guys don't mind. I think that you also have to be okay with failure. I mean, it's, we have really accomplished people on this panel, but I guarantee you that if we had more time, they would have a string of stories about things that went wrong. We probably have failed more than we have succeeded, but we've also been really determined to keep going. And that's how you do continue to rise. You have to be willing to fail and not be afraid of that, and not be deterred by hearing no, because you're going to hear no quite a bit. As long as you have a vision and you have something to offer, you have something to offer, and you're willing to own, I think that you'll succeed. So I want to say that because I think that sometimes when we have panels, people look at really big titles and they think, wow, that's possibly not attainable for me, but it's totally attainable. So keep in mind, everybody has their share of challenges. So, we actually have some time left here. We have 10 minutes, and I would love, any of you, the participants, would love to ask some questions, because we have some very accomplished professionals here. I think you should take advantage. So does anybody have a question that you might be able to send our way? I'd love it if you could pop it in the chat. Don't forget, there's some great door prizes. If you have a great question, you're going to get a great door prize. So I think it'd be really great if somebody could take advantage and ask a question here. So I'll be waiting for that to come through, hopefully here in the chat. In the meanwhile, Mika, I would like to kind of go back while we're waiting to go back, talk a little bit about the impact, because you did sort of, you froze there a little bit. You were talking about impact, and I just want to circle back to see if there was anything else you wanted to add to that, because we kind of cut you off. You're on mute.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure where I cut off, but however, I will say working in studios or highlighting working in studios, if it's an area that you want to get into, or marketing, you will have an impact on the narrative of the story. And how that works is, whether you're doing it, crafting something for a client, or crafting something for the brand that you work on, you will have a chance to speak to the creativity of how it comes to life, whether it's for a campaign or talking about helping with the talent or casting or influencers. And so what that means is you will have a chance to tap on or tap into who's going to be that cast. And so you have a chance to tap into the diversity of that. And what that means is, Black people and brown people come in different forms of, we come in different hues, and we have different hairstyles. For years, sometimes we've seen the typecasting, right? So you'll have a chance to help develop what that is. So, I just wanted to, I might not be able to, I can't think of where exactly I froze, but I do want to highlight, there's an energy and there's an awesomeness about being in this field of media and being able to create, to degrees. You can't, like the world is yours. So being able to have a seat at the table is great.
Terrific. No, I appreciate you adding on to that. Didn't mean to put you on the spot, but thank you very much for that. I think one of the questions actually that we've touched a little bit on it, but I would like to dig in maybe a little bit more, and I even have an anecdote possibly here. Have any of you had like real direct impact on specific project, influence on content, I should say? Like, for example, I know for me, there have been a couple instances when on SportsCenter, for example, I did not feel that we were highlighting particular athletes, and they were not high profile athletes themselves, so they were not the stars, but we were highlighting people, and I didn't feel in a very favorable way, and of course they were people of color. So I was really concerned about that, and I stepped in a few times and protested, and I'm happy to say that after I made my case on each one of those times, it did change. We pulled the content off the air, and SportsCenter, once it goes into one show, it has this habit of sort of like living for 24 hours. It'll keep going on to another show and another show, because those are all handled by different producers. So it was really wild to see how just having the right person in the room in those conversations, had I not been there. And by the way, it was of all the different instances, in some cases it was about female athletes specifically, and in some cases it was about people of color. So that you might be our way. I'd love it if you could pop it in the chat. Don't forget, there's some great door prizes. If you have a great question, you're going to get a. Hi, that was a little replay, I think, of what I said earlier. But anyway, it's that kind of morning, gang. What can I say? So let me just, actually, before I go on, I'm going to double check. Does anybody have a question that they're popping into the chat? I just want to double check here. Give it a second here. For the record, we have 5 more minutes on this.
Hi,
I can add.
I'm sorry, Anran, what do you have?
Yes, we have a question through the Instagram account.
Okay.
From the Instagram account, and asking about first of all, thank you so much for the great presentation about support the young people and mentorship. So the question is, what are the next steps the media industry can take to better represent people from different races? it's not from the young people perspective, but for the big company, like what can they do, or the whole industry, media industry can send people of different races. Thank you.
That's a great question. Emery?
Yeah, I'll start off with that. You know, within your organizations, and this is something that I'm seeing happening more and more in media organizations, is really looking at how the company operates and ensuring that there are requirements in terms of that employees actively participate in diversity and inclusion in their business practices. And so for us in production, we're doing writers where production companies we work with need to ensure that they have a certain level of diversity and inclusion behind the camera. We have an initiative with Lifetime that started it was called Broad Focus, and it was to ensure that we had women who were producing content. And specifically with that, it was Black women, Latina women. And so your company has to invest outside of itself into the communities and make sure that inside there's accountability for the managers, the senior executives is now part of people's review process as part of your performance in terms of making sure that you are contributing to improve the representation on air and within your company.
That's a great answer, and he is spot on that. Anran, did we have any other questions?
Let me check.
Okay.
Hi, I have a question.
Absolutely, go ahead.
We all know that the media has paid a lot of attention to the issue of discrimination against the Black community, and this attention has effectively brought about the attention of the people, the society, and the U.S. government to the Black community and the improvement of their treatment. But it seems that the media has not paid enough attention to the discrimination against Asian group. In the long run, will this unbalanced focus lead to another form of racial discrimination? How can media better solve this problem?
Well, that's a really good question, very thoughtful question. Who would like to take that? Just so you know, though, we have 2 minutes left. So who would like to take that question?
Yeah, I'll jump in and give just my quick opinion on that. And it's just simply that I think it's really about opportunities, right? So it's really taking a step back and saying, hey, who is our audience? Who is our constituency? How are we treating them? How are they reflected in the business opportunities and content opportunities that we create? And those media companies need to answer those questions truthfully and say, if we're not appropriately addressing these things, in this case with the Asian community, then we need to look for ways to better fund them, give them opportunities on our network, on our, whatever the medium or channel is, and try to make a difference there. And, sadly, it's going to be up to the Asian community and other underprivileged communities to hold their feet to the fire and make sure that they ask themselves those type of questions.
Yeah, I think tag on to that real quick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mika. No, I was just going to tag on and say real quick, it's also not just within the companies, and I think Ruza touched on this earlier, because you have time, create your own thing, because that's also going to be important in the long run. You need to create your own brand. You need to, because that's where you're going to have the most influence and you're going to have the most control. And think about, creating your own business and what's going to be like to have your own network. So I think, that's part of it as well, is that you can't just rely on what's institutionalized in the industry at this point, but you can work in it while you build your own thing.
That's great. It's so true. Ownership is everything. If you believe in it, you have to push for it. It's as simple as that. I think we are out of time. This was fantastic. I want to thank all three of you for participating in the panel, and thank you for all of you who tuned in. And I really appreciate that. And Anran, I think we're going to follow up on any prizes to be had, right?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm Jana Henthorn, President and CEO of the Cable Center. We've been longtime supporters of ODI, and we're excited to be part of the wonderful program again this year. You are in for a treat. I'm delighted to introduce Mike Fries, Chief Executive Officer and Vice Chairman of Liberty Global. Liberty Global is an international television and broadband company with operations in 6 European countries under the consumer brands Virgin Media, Telenet, and UPC. So now you know where to send your resumes. Mike is going to talk about innovation and resilience, both from a corporate and personal perspective. So take some notes and let's hear from Mike. So Mike, thanks for sitting down with me today to talk about innovation.
Sure.
These are unprecedented times for sure.
Yeah.
But well, how are you doing? How is the Liberty team doing?
Well, we'll never forget 2020. I think a lot of people can say that, you know, whether it's the pandemic or the economic turmoil, social unrest, elections, I think we've all been tested, you know, personally and professionally, especially those who have lost loved ones, and we feel for all of them. There's some bright sides, I would say. I think we're feeling a little closer to our families. You know, I have a daughter who just graduated college, is teaching now in Denver. I have a daughter who's a sophomore in college. So, you know, I think families have become closer in many, many ways. And you're reaching out to people that you don't always get to see. So there's been some bright sides. At work, at Liberty, we've been focused on 3 things, just laser focused on, number 1, the safety and well-being of our people. Number 2, just the capacity and robust nature of our networks. And then 3, making sure that we're delivering high quality services to our customers. And, you know, we've always been an essential service. I don't think anybody would doubt that. But I think today, we're more essential than ever, right? Whether it's to families or governments or businesses or schools, they all need robust and reliable connectivity, which we're providing. I feel like we've delivered on those fronts. I think most cable companies can say that. First of all, 90% of our 28,000 people at one point were working from home. That's come back quite a bit. We're still voluntary in many instances, but we're probably closer to 30 or 40% of capacity now. Everybody's coming in. I'm in every day. I've been coming in since May or June. You know, we launched a response fund. We personally, the management team, raised $4 million to help people that are in tough places. We've increased network capacity. We're giving our customers more and more and more, you know, more speed, more entertainment. And really what we're trying to do now in many ways is bottle the magic. I think every cable company is trying to figure out, how do I take this good stuff and make it last? So our employee engagement has never been higher. We just got the scores back, highest engagement we've ever had. Go figure, you know, partially because I think we're doing a good job of communicating with people and you know, they feel good to be working with a company that's in a good position. We've got the lowest churn and the highest NPS we've ever seen. And our relationship with regulators and politicians is terrific. So we're really thinking about how do we kind of bottle this magic, and in 2021 and 2022, make sure that it's not just a one-off experience, that we're able to, you know, continue to do the great things that we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Your business is doing well and you're doing right by your people. And that's pretty important. Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about your roots back to the 50s with the Cable Cowboys and John Malone and that gang with their vision, their risk-taking, gritty, entrepreneurial. They really forged that entrepreneurial spirit we have in our industry. So what about Liberty? What do you consider to be Liberty's big innovations over the last 5 or 10 years? You and I talked about this a few years ago. So how has that evolved?
I look back over the last 30 years, first of all, and I try to acknowledge not just what the Cable Cowboys did before us, but what we've done. Just in my career, we have lived through some of the most incredible technological changes in modern history. So the birth of the internet. There really wasn't any internet when I started. And today you look at the global giants, Amazon, Apple, Google, Facebook, it's just incredible. Analog television. The cable industry started as a very simple one revenue stream business, analog television. Now, of course, it's all about global streaming and Netflix. You think about dial-up internet when it did get launched, and now we're at gigabit speeds, or copper phone lines. It was a copper phone line business. Now everyone's got a mobile computer in their hand.
Twisted pair, yeah.
Yeah, so the change has really been phenomenal. And throughout those my three decades, the cable industry has not just thrived, but completely reinvented itself. Primarily because we've invested in our networks and we've been willing to take risks and launch new services. So today in our business, television is, 25% of our revenue, something like that. We're not a cable company anymore. We're not a video company. We're a connectivity company. We're a connectivity champion. I attribute that to a few things. As you said, we stand on the shoulders of giants, risk takers. More importantly, though, what's been preserved from that group of folks is this long-term perspective. Like, we are here to stay. And when you have that perspective and that is sort of infused into your culture, you can do anything, whether it's innovation or agility or changing shape. In the last 5 to 10 years, I would say I'm most proud of a few things. Number one, our Horizon platform, which is our version of the Comcast X1, if you will, in the same software stack. Right. It was really something we kind of invented along with them, but we were earlier than them in some respects. But, we conceived of what the future of video experience would be, and we just implemented it. And we're on our 4th generation now. We're actually launching an all IP box, voice remotes. We're building the box with renewable. I mean, it's a really impressive, it's a tiny little thing. So we've come a long way in our video experience. So we're aggregating apps right and left. I'm proud of the broadband speeds. I mean, we're now looking at 10 gig, soon to maybe 100 gig in the next 10, 15 years. So I can remember when it was dial-up or 1 meg, and we were so proud of that. And then the one thing that makes Europe unique is fixed mobile convergence. So it's probably one of the biggest trends in Europe today. Cable companies and mobile companies are coming together in a very natural alliance that makes complete and utter sense in Europe, where you have national champions. And so in almost every market we will remain in Europe, we will be a fixed mobile champion, driving mobile and fixed connectivity. We now, when we complete the current deals, we'll have something like 80 million fixed and mobile customers, more mobile than fixed. Wow. So, in Europe, fixed mobile convergence is a big innovation, a big, strategic shift that's going to have another 20 years of benefits, we think.
That's great. That's great. Now, you talked about your team, your employees, and how your NPS scores have never been higher. Saying something, that's great. And you really have, you've got the secret sauce to remaining innovative. How does your culture support and grow innovation?
I think it starts with talent, right? I mean, you can't thrive in our industry, you can't thrive in any industry as moving as fast as ours without great talent. And I think we've done a good job of that. So, it's a couple of things. One, it's always having a great pipeline of talent. So we have graduate programs where we're pulling people out of college. You're not pulling them out, but when they graduate college. And also, I think being honest about where your talent gaps are. So the types of people we're hiring today are different than we were hiring 20 years ago, because we need different skills. We invest a ton in leadership development, and we have a program called Fast Forward, where we're finding the next generation of 25 to 35-year-olds, and they spend a ton of time with me and the leadership team, and they solve business challenges. And then the last thing we do, which I think is critical, is we provide a great mobility option for our people. So whether it's across divisions, across functions, or across geographies, when you're as big as we are, you can provide terrific opportunity for development when you can provide that mobility. Culture obviously matters. And in our case, we invest heavily in culture. Our purpose is built on innovation. Our purpose is, building tomorrow's connections today. Well, that's just, it's all about innovation, because it's about building something for tomorrow. And our values follow that same kind of logic. Agility is one of the most important values that we have, which means you're willing to change shape. You're comfortable with ambiguity. We're all about being limitless, which means that you take risks, you think big and act smart. And we operate, as one big kind of family. So I think our values are consistent with what we need to do. I look at employees are smart today. They know if you care about them. They know if you care about inclusion and diversity and their well-being. They know if you care about your community, whether you're investing in the people around you in the environment. And they know if you care about innovation, because they can tell if you encourage risk-taking, if it's okay to fail. And so it's all part of that, that virtuous circle you've got to build around talent and culture and purpose. And I think that if you have that right, you can achieve anything.
Yep, absolutely. Now, I know you're investing in innovation. So talk about that a little bit. How's that evolving?
Well, which part? I mean, we're investing in a ton of stuff. I can tell you how we do it at our company and how we get people excited about innovation. We do a couple of things. We have this platform called Spark, which is an internal innovation platform open to any employee, and it's an opportunity to both source and kind of define new products, new initiatives, new programs. Something like 50% of our employees have contributed to that. I think we've received 16,000 ideas, 2,000 of them have been implemented. So, you have to build the platform for innovation in your company. I would say a couple other things are important. We're going agile in our operating companies, meaning we are adopting the language, the ways of working, the old org charts kind of getting tossed into the trash can. And that's a really powerful tool for innovation. We've changed how we performance manage. It used to be a simple, I sit down with you, I look at your goals and how did you do? Now it's actually all about what's important to you, how I can grow you into even a stronger individual, more coaching than sort of criticism, if you will. Lastly, we have a ventures group, like a lot of our peers, where we've invested in hundreds of companies. We probably over $1 billion portfolio of ventures, technology, software. So all those things together give you an external and an internal engine for creativity and growth and innovation that I think is, been the difference maker for us in many ways.
Well, you mentioned agility, and I want you to know, Mike, that our next course that we're working on, we're developing, is called Leading with Agility. So we're on that too.
Great.
And we're talking to you about that. I know you're familiar with entrepreneurship, and
Sure.
Thank you for being a supporter of our Entrepreneurship Academy. And for people in the audience, entrepreneurship simply means being innovative or entrepreneurial in a big company. And as you know, Mike, our program is an 8-week learning, teaching process and tailored for our industry. And you and I both know that entrepreneurship is really a valued skill these days. In fact, I think it was named the #1 skill that employers are looking for in the UK. From your perspective, Mike, why is this skill so important, one? And two, what happens when companies don't invest and support entrepreneurship?
Well, I think first of all, it's not an innate skill necessarily in everybody. You're not born agile. You're not necessarily born an entrepreneur or an entrepreneur. And so we're looking for folks who are comfortable and capable and willing to learn how to be agile, how to be entrepreneurial, how to take risks and be comfortable with ambiguity. And so in many ways, there are perhaps some innate characteristics that make you more or less willing or able to do that. But I do think it's a skill that can be taught. And I think it has to be taught. And you can grow terrific entrepreneurs, if you will. But how do you do that? One, you identify them. Two, you invest in them. Three, you create the opportunities for them to exercise their muscles. And so those are really important things. We think the program you're putting in place is fantastic. We, as you know, right now we have 3 Europeans in your program as we speak. And all of them are thrilled to be part of this. And they're going to take those skills back to their individual areas and just, we think, rock it and do terrific work. I think if you don't invest in this stuff, if you don't take it seriously, and there are maybe some industries where you can just keep a tunnel vision. I don't know many, but you end up out of business, right? I mean, now in our industry, there's been a lot of long-term innovation, big seismic shifts in how we look and feel and operate and perform in the products and technologies. And those seismic shifts really are a function or a product of thousands or millions of little shifts, right? Somebody pushing back and saying it can't be done or it can be done. So you have to build that, into your employees' sort of DNA to be successful in the short term, but more importantly, over the long term.
Yeah, exactly. And I couldn't agree more. And that's why we developed this course, is to teach the process. It's a process. And the other thing about it is that I think people don't know is that it's a team sport. It's not somebody's. 70% of innovation comes from these small, innovative little changes by teams. I know that you're an innovative leader, and I know that John Malone thinks so too, because we have that on tape. But these are really unprecedented times. So talk to me, and you really mentioned this before, but talk a little bit more about leadership and innovation during COVID.
Well, listen, I think if you've gone through this experience in business, which everybody in business has, you can't help but come out of it smarter with a lot of learnings, right? But I'd say to me, the single biggest observation or the single biggest, issue that we will be fortunate to have experienced is this sort of catalytic moment, right? And this crisis has been a catalyst for us, for innovation. I mean, I'll give you an example. Everybody was going digital. Of course, now going digital means, how you evolve your customer care, your customer contact platforms and experiences. And we were all doing it. But I'll tell you something, when you shut down your retail shops, when your door-to-door salesman can't be on the streets, when your call center in India is closed, you better figure out how to go digital or you're out of business. So we rapidly migrated all of the programs that we had invested in digital, whether it's online sales or customer care and contact, and that forced us to do it. And it was in many ways, that's what creative destruction ends up in. Sometimes you find a challenge or adversity and you power through it and innovate around it and right through it. So in our case, that meant a lot and mattered a lot. I think it's also a catalyst for collaboration. I have seen unprecedented collaboration in my company among leaders, up and down through the matrix, because everybody's feeling the moment and realizing that the other stuff didn't matter as much as getting this right or fixing this issue, whether it's people or networks, the communication. So it's a catalyst for collaboration. It's also a catalyst for leadership. I mean, if you're a leader and you didn't learn something about yourself, you weren't awake. I mean, whether it's how to communicate, how to show empathy and feel that empathy, how to solve problems, how to make tough choices. So anyway, I think these kinds of moments in time can be really, really useful. John likes to say, if you live long enough, you see everything twice. I don't want to see this one again.
Yeah.
But that's for sure.
Right.
But it certainly in many ways has been a growing experience for many of us, and a lot of positive can come out of it.
And you've certainly, what if you had to say how much you've advanced technology-wise and process-wise? I heard someone say from another company say they've done 6 years worth of work in 6 months.
I think it's definitely forced everybody to be their best, and that doesn't mean just be your best self. It means ideate faster, collaborate better, execute more proficiently, because there was so much at stake. Secondly, I think the work from home element of this, while I'm a bit of a traditionalist, because I like to be in the office, for a lot of people, I'm really proud of how we've transitioned. I mean, people who have kids at home and all sorts of challenges. I mean, everybody just really, really did a great job. I'm so proud of our teams who kept the momentum and found new ways to communicate and collaborate through a extremely challenging moment. So I think, I think that it's it's something we'll all look back on, we'll never forget. And I hope, and that's what I meant by bottle the magic. I'm in the process of an organizational review right now, working with McKinsey to try to figure out what went well, what we want to do more of, and how we accelerate the transformation we're undergoing in our operating model and our ways of working. So nobody wants to, everybody wants to find a way to bottle that magic, just as we are, and I'm sure they will. So.
Hey, Mike, you've really had 30 years to learn and practice resilience on the job.
Yeah.
Would you share a few stories of resilience that include a learning moment for you, for our ODI students?
Sure. In my 30 years, been through a few hurricanes, as they say, the dot-com bubble, which many, I'm sure, are too young to remember, the financial crisis of 08, 09, and then, of course, this pandemic. So, listen, I'm a big believer in scar tissue. I think to succeed, you have to have fail. And quite frankly, we are really focused on folks who have been through something tumultuous or traumatic, not in their personal lives, but really in their business lives, who've looked into the abyss and said, wow, this is a big moment, and I've got to find a way through it. We went through that, as a lot of companies did, at the end of the dot-com bubble. And for young people who may not remember, when the internet developed and was born, a lot of companies were born around it that didn't have a lot of substance to them. We had substance in the cable industry, but we made some mistakes in Europe that we owned up to in terms of what we paid for businesses and how much leverage we used. And when the dot-com bubble burst and the spigot got turned off for all the capital we needed to grow, we had some difficult times, very difficult times, financial distress, personally and in our organization. And I was thrust into a leadership role in the mid 30s. I was, president and COO, and I had to find, my senior peers, many of them left or had to be fired. And I was the guy. I was kind of like Last Man Standing or Lone Survivor, if you've seen that show on ABC or Netflix now. And it was a very difficult period, but one that I'm really proud of because, I had to make tough choices. I had to encourage and create some enthusiasm. It was in the team, keep them focused and motivated and hold them together. And then more importantly, restructure the company, bring in, some really important and strategic partners and get the business on the right track. And today, here we are, we're thriving 20 years later as we've never thrived before. And so, a lot of valuable lessons for you there. You got to stay positive. You got to be kind of truthful to the team, always honest and open with the team. But most importantly, there's a solution for anything, really, when you find challenges in your life, personal or professional. There's always a solution. If you're optimistic about it, you'll find it. But the lessons you learn from those sort of near-death moments, if you will, are the ones that you carry through with you the rest of your life and define the decisions you make, the choices you make, and the way you lead. So don't be afraid of them, I guess, is the main thing, is try to get something powerful out of them.
Yeah. I grew up working for Glenn Jones.
Sure.
And Glenn used to say, I like what you said about making mistakes. And Glenn used to say, okay, you fail at something. We're going to pick you up, dust you off, give you a hot meal, and send you on your way. And we know that you'll never do that again.
Right.
I always remember that, but that just is so caring.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, he was great man, Glenn Jones.
Yeah, those early days,
yeah.
Great times. And you would just, I would think about jumping off a building for him. Probably wouldn't do it, but I'd think about it.
There you go.
Yeah. So let's talk about your perspective on innovation and resilience. How do you see those being related?
Oh, you can't have one without the other. I mean, they go hand in hand entirely throughout the innovation process. You have to be resilient. I mean, what do I mean? Let's think about how something happens through innovation, right? First, you have to have a great idea. And whenever you have a great idea, it's never just a light bulb that goes off and everybody sees it. You've got to sometimes challenge orthodoxies. You're going to get pushback. Someone's going to think it's a terrible idea. So you have to be resilient in the idea phase, right? That's almost the most important phase, because if the idea never gets to gets through the gauntlet, you never have any innovation. And then in the execution phase, of course, getting people to commit resources, there's an uncertain outcome. You've got to be willing to fall flat or fail. I mean, there's a lot of risk and resilience involved in executing on great ideas. So I don't think you can have one with the other. In my personal life, it's funny, as I get older, I'm heavily invested in endurance sports and kind of crazy extreme things sometimes. It's mountain bike races in Costa Rica or heli skiing. And, why do I do that? I do that because I can set a big goal. I train hard. I push myself, and I may not make it. I'm sort of like, I'm willing to take the risk that it may not happen. Now, usually I get through it. But the point is, you have to be willing to fight that good fight internally in a company, for example, with a great idea and through the execution phase. So I don't think you can have innovation without resilience, of any sort. I think, if it's innovation without resilience, it's just luck.
Yep, got it. And I know you're a Leadville 100 finisher too, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
Yeah.
So if you were going to give some advice to the students,
yeah,
besides being in extreme sports,
That's right.
what would you say in this kind of a messy world we're in right now? What would you say to them?
Yeah, I would say, look, I'm mentoring a lot of the class of 2020 because I have a daughter who was in the class of 2020. And I enjoy, I sit on a university board and a business school board. So I really enjoy, helping kids where I can, young people find their path. What I tell them is a few things generally. Number one, just get started. So I don't know anybody who has today the job they had out of college. You know what I mean? It is less than 1% of people, I think, who are trying to achieve and be successful in business and life have the same job they had out of college. So I always tell young people, just
let me ask you this. Let me ask you, what was your first job out of college?
I was in investment banking. I went into a program in New York. I worked in a media investment banking group. I'm back to business school. It wasn't my first job. It was a good job, and I learned a lot, and it helped me get that second job. But it wasn't my first job. And so I tell people, just get started. Figure out what you're good at. Figure out who you like to work with. Discover what your passions and interests. But just get started, and don't not get started because you're looking for that perfect placement. It doesn't really happen that way. Secondly, I always say find great mentors in your life. Your parents are great mentors. Your grandparents are great mentors. But the better mentors really are the ones who are not in your family. Finding people who've been there, who understand what you're going through, who have contacts. I mean, don't ever be shy about asking somebody for a contact, or advice on how to apply for a job or find a job. So I think it's important to find mentors who can teach you and help you along the way. And most people will love that. People in their careers who are through the worst of it and having great success, they love giving back. And I think you'd be surprised who would mentor you if you asked. And I guess the third thing I'd say to them is along the way, stay mindful of your personal well-being, of course, your health, but also of, what you're learning. Take stock, have I made the right choices? What's, personal check-ins. Because if you don't stay mindful, you're just going 100 miles an hour. Before you know it, something hasn't gone right. And I suppose whatever you do, be great at it, no matter what your job is. I don't care if you're, photocopying or whatever it is, be great at it. Because people recognize young people who put 150% effort in. Stress the details, be professional, become an expert in whatever you're doing, be an expert. Because those kinds of qualities, more so than, the literal job itself, are the qualities, one, that'll help you become successful, but two, that people will notice. They'll notice that, no matter what you're doing. And then maybe lastly, just as I said this earlier, just stay optimistic, about your personal life, even about the world. It seems crazy. It is crazy right now. But if you stay optimistic, then you make better choices, you take risks, you put yourself out there. So all of those things work really well together, I think. That whole sort of, all the things I just said, if you do them all, they kind of reinforce one another. So there's some thoughts.
Yeah, those are great. Those are great. I really appreciate you sharing your thoughts today, our insights with the students from One Day Immersion. Always inspiring to talk to you, Mr. Freeze. Thank you so much.
A pleasure. I really enjoyed it. Anytime.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey again, everybody. It's Evan, your MC, I guess. And I'm glad to be back. And I'm super glad to be introducing this panel / speaker / video. I've been fortunate enough to work with Elise Morales for about a year now, maybe even a little longer, on a podcast called Roast of Your Teenage Self. Elise Morales is a comedian. She's a writer. She's a performer. She's an actress. She plays AOC on My Cartoon President. She is a voice on Tuning Out the News. She is one of the contributors on the Betches podcast. And she is the creator, star, and host of the Roast of Your Teenage Self. Without further ado, I give you Elise Morales.
Oh, thank you so much, Evan. That was a very nice introduction. Yeah, so excited to be here. So excited to be talking to you guys. I am repping right now the Rubber Chickens, which was my college improv team. I am a graduate of the University of Delaware, which is probably the most excited place in the world right now. Prior to this week, I would tell people I went to University of Delaware and they would be like, oh, that's a school? And now I tell people I went to University of Delaware and they're like, oh, that's a school. So huge, huge week for the Blue Hens. So as Evan said, I am the creator and host of a podcast and live show when live shows happen again called the Roast of Your Teenage Self, which is pretty much what it sounds like. Comedians, performers come on, they show me pictures and tell me embarrassing stories about their youth. So I'm actually going to share my screen right now, and we're going to get right into our own little roast moment. Here we go. I'm going to present. Amazing. I don't know about you guys, but we're like 7 months into quarantine, and still in my life, the most terrifying thing is that like second when I'm sharing my screen, I'm always afraid. I don't know what I'm afraid of actually, but I'm very nervous about it. So, roast of your teenage self. It was created basically because I found a treasure trove of my old MySpace pictures. I don't know if those of you who are watching are old enough to remember the days of MySpace, but it was a pure and beautiful time. And so before I get into roasting my college self, which is what I am here to do today, I do want to introduce you to the young woman who made all of this possible, and that is 15-year-old Elise Morales. I'm sure at home you're all clapping enthusiastically for her. As we can see, I'm rocking sort of, this is a zipper. And this is, as we all know, what a boy wants to see is the upper left-hand corner of the boob. So that is what I am playing to here. Decided to go with no makeup look, which was a choice. Middle part, I think just because my hair fell that way. This photo was actually taken about 2 weeks before I was caught stealing a Real Curves gel enhancement water bra from my local Hex. Funny thing about stealing from Hex is that when you get caught, they take a picture of you with the thing that you stole, and then they show that picture to your dad when he comes to pick you up, and then that's a fun conversation that you get to have. But I do feel bad showing you guys this picture first, because this is actually not how teen Elise would have wanted to have herself be represented. If teen Elise could have put any photo in the yearbook, she would have put in this one. So makes me laugh every time I look at it. So now you guys get like maybe a little bit more of a picture of what we're dealing with, sort of a classic Hot Topic emo kid vibe. This is actually, for those of you who plan to have families in your future, this is actually what happens when you refuse to tell your child no. They end up looking like this. And I remember at the exact second that this photo was taken on like a giant digital camera that had like the little tiny thing where you could see, you know, the preview of the photo. My boyfriend at the time took the photo of me, and then I remember seeing it on the little display and being like, oh my God, I nailed it. Just like, this was the purest form of exactly not only what I wanted to look like, but what I wanted to give off to this world. So if you haven't guessed, teen Elise had a variety of interests, most of which were like punk rock and freaking cool. So this is actually a notebook that I found from my teenage years that I love to share on the show. So first of all, this looks really bad. This looks, I don't know if I wrote this in like a stream of consciousness, sort of like manic after school moment, but it's just sort of a random list of pop punk bands and people who were on the TV show Jackass, which surprisingly enough, if you can see right here, we have Steve-O, and Steve-O was actually a guest on the roast of your teenage self. So it really all comes full circle. Another band that is listed on here that I remember fondly is a band called MXPX. And I remember them because I decided, like, you know, I wanted to be cool. So I wanted to like have a favorite band that was a band not a lot of people had heard of. So I picked this one because I had downloaded one song from them off of LimeWire. And I went to school with this crazy notebook, and a boy who actually knew about punk music was like, MXPX. And I was like, yeah, they're my favorite band. And he was like, they're Christian. And I was like, no, they're not. They're like a cool punk rock band. And he was like, no, they're a Christian punk band. And then I went home and I listened to their CD, and they were in fact extremely Christian. So, research the bands. This next photo I wanted to show because what this notebook represents to me is how much a person can change. And what you're actually looking at and what is highlighted here is that apparently in middle school, when I had different interests, I had also used this notebook. And I had drawn on it. What you are looking at is a pencil drawing of Eminem. He looks like Leatherface, absolutely disturbing. Probably traced from like a Teen Beat magazine. And I just kind of erased it and thought like, okay, I'll just write a bunch of punk bands over it and no one will ever see the Eminem. But the Eminem is still there. So it's just so scary to look at, like the face of it. Ugh, okay. So now that I've given you some background on Teen Elise, it's time for me to talk to you guys about College Elise. Okay, her more evolved form. We've learned about Squirtle. It's time to talk about Wartortle. So without further ado, I would like to give a roast of my college self. And we are calling this presentation, hold on, How Joining My College Improv Team Changed the Entire Trajectory of My Life. Okay, drag me, but it's true. I am repping the Rubber Chickens right now. That is what we are called. I used to kind of cringe at the name because it's very like the Chuckleheads, but now I actually think, and if anyone who's listening is a college improviser, please hear this. Have as dumb a name as you possibly can. Don't name yourselves like the Vanguard or whatever, because what you're doing, it doesn't need that level of seriousness. Rubber Chickens is actually the perfect name for a college improv team. And this is actually the perfect sweatshirt, and it's why I've kept it, and I still wear it around all the time. And I kind of wonder like what people think when they see me wandering around New York in this sweatshirt. We'll never know. But anyway, here we go. So basically when I first got to college, I was an international relations and Spanish major. I had been a theater kid in high school, but I didn't want to go to theater school because I can't like sing or dance. So that's a hindrance actually for getting into theater school. So I just kind of left that dream behind. I said, you know what, I'm going into politics, baby. So I decided to go. I went to University of Delaware. I was going to be a poli-sci major, and I felt kind of aimless. Like I didn't know. I'm interested in politics. I do a lot of political comedy now, but I knew that it wasn't exactly the right thing for me. And I just felt very unfocused my freshman year. Like the only things I really cared about were like smoking weed and failing my math class, which actually, fun fact, as a poli-sci major at the University of Delaware, you only do have to take one math class, meaning Joe Biden, who has the same degree, probably doesn't know how to do math. That's not a dig on him. I don't think the other guy could really do math either. That's just some insider information as a blue hen that I'm giving to you. The man has not taken a math class in a very long time. Anyway, my sophomore year is when I joined the Rubber Chickens. Look at these sweethearts. Half of them are lawyers now. Half of them are lawyers. One of them did become my enemy. But for the most part, just a sweet bunch of kids. So the way that I ended up on my improv team, I didn't join until sophomore year. Freshman year, I was kind of all over the place. Sophomore year, I wanted to join my boyfriend's improv team, but that was considered a conflict of interest. So I joined their rival improv team, the Rubber Chickens, who also happened to be a much better team. And like, ultimately we'd break up, and like, thank God. And they were probably right to keep us from being on the same team together. But either way, that's how I ended up here. And almost immediately it opened me up to it clicked in a way that I was not anticipating. Like, I joined this club just thinking like, this will be a really fun, cool thing for me to join. I like the people who are on it. They get these sweatshirts. Like, I want a sweatshirt, that kind of thing. And then as soon as I got involved, I realized, no, this is actually what I'm going to dedicate my life to doing. And the cool thing about the group is that there was a really long history of people who had been on the team moving to New York or LA and doing comedy. So right before me, I had a friend who's still a close friend of mine named Ben Warheit. He's a writer on Late Night with Seth Meyers. I had watched him come to New York, go through the Upright Citizens Brigade, which was ultimately the path that I took when I got here. I had seen that. There was another Rubber Chickens alumni, Neil Casey, who's like a very famous comedian. He was like the villain in the Ghostbusters reboot movie. There was just a lot of people and a lot of paths that I could see for myself finally that I had never seen before, that were opened up for me because I joined this team. And we, like I said, we would go on trips to New York. We would see professional improv. We went on a trip to Chicago that was, it was actually really dramatic, and we all fought the entire time, but I did see some good improv there. And that's interesting. I really should go back to Chicago because I think it deserves a little more than what I gave it on that trip. I was mostly crying, but we performed in the Del Close Marathon. We performed in different like regional competitions, and I ended up meeting people who I remain friends with to this day because they were from the Maryland improv team and we were from the Delaware improv team. And I was like, we stayed in touch, and then we all got to New York at the same time to pursue comedy. And now like they're invited to my wedding. So it all really started for me with joining the Rubber Chickens. Also, if you're wondering where we're standing, what this place is a place on campus that's called the Trabant Student Center. And it was like a Pokemon seizure dream place. Like the entire thing looked like that, which I think is what the 90s thought like college should look like. But in actuality, it was just impossible to study there because it was covered in neon lights. So what did the Rubber Chickens do? We went to competitions. We performed in the Del Close Marathon. We went on trips. But more than any of that, our biggest contribution, I would say, to the campus is that we threw parties. We threw amazing parties. Oh my God, we threw such good parties. You guys, we all lived in a giant house together, a disgusting house, absolutely disgusting house that we called the Coop because we're the Rubber Chickens and we live in a house and it's called the Coop. This is a Halloween party. I'll get to that. My friend is Christopher Robin. I'm dressed as Nicki Minaj. I was really into Pink Friday at that time. I think we can agree that it's not a good costume, but it's not a disrespectful costume either. It's just bad, and I don't look like the person who I said I was going to be. Anyway, we threw huge parties. We lived in a disgusting house. A huge part of the experience was to also be living in the house. And as a result of all of these parties and as a result of living in the house, we were often faced with legal action. Okay, so here is, I found this on my phone. It's a Facebook event that I made for our court date. Don't know why 27 people attended. Not really sure about that, but me and my roommate were the host. And this was actually for this party. It was, again, a Halloween party. The cops did come. I was fairly, I'd been drinking at this point. So when the cops came, I was like extremely nice to them. I was just like, everybody, the cops are here. We all knew they were going to come, and now they're here. And so I just kind of like, I was like, welcome officers to the party. Hey, babe. And then I just kind of like made everybody leave. And then I remember one of the officers took me aside afterwards, and he was like, I want to let you know that you did have you had a commendable attitude during this whole thing. And I was like, hey, baby, I mean, what? And he was like, but I am still going to have to charge you with a disorderly premise, which is one step above a noise violation. So like noise violation, that's chump change. Disorderly premise, that's when you're having a big party. And so he did say, and I'll never forget it, he said, I am going to have to charge you with disorderly premise because this place was off the hook. So several months later, we do attend this court date. I see the officer again, and he said, I remember you. You were wearing a wig. And then I had to pay a fine. And ultimately it was okay. But what I will say to you who are listening to this, because I don't want to glorify my bad behavior, is that there were consequences other than the fine to this, in that I was a Twitter troll recently did attempt to dox me. And she got all of my information wrong, address, phone number, everything wrong. I feel very bad for the person whose information it was. But the one thing that she got right was that she found this disorderly, I'm sorry. She found this disorderly premise charge. So it was like Elise Morales, all this wrong information, charged with disorderly premise in Newark, Delaware in 2011. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's actually right. So anyway, my conclusion to all of this, which has gone off the rails, but I hope has been enjoyable for all of you. Here's me on my graduation day, being kissed by my very supportive parents who had just spent thousands of dollars for me to not learn Spanish and decide to become a comedian. But I look as happy as I am on that day because if I hadn't gone to the University of Delaware and majored in international relations and Spanish and whatever, and met the people that I met, I never would have ended up where I'm at now. And I think a lot of times, especially in such an intense industry like comedy or whatever you're pursuing, something that's really competitive, you get overcome with this idea of of losing time. Like that in some way, I lost time by not going to theater school, or I lost time by finishing my degree and not moving to New York the moment that I realized I wanted to do comedy. And you can get wrapped up in that, but your pace is your pace. And you need to go through your weird freshman year so that you can join the improv team sophomore year. You need to get your disorderly premise charge so that you can have your funny stories for stage later. You know, yeah, I'm not in international relations now, but I do a political podcast where I discuss the issues of the day and that stuff comes up. Hey, sometimes I'm traveling around and I use the Spanish that I kind of know. So everything happens for a reason. And I think that for this next segment, I'm going to show you, we're going to play an interview that I did with Al Madrigal, an awesome comedian who you know from The Daily Show. He's one of the co-founders of the All Things Comedy Network, which is where our podcast is run. And he really gets into this theme as well. So without further ado, I think we should cue up that video. With us today, we have such a funny comedian. You know him from The Daily Show, Conan, Kimmel, The Tonight Show, Showtime, NBC, CBS, all the networks. He's the co-founder of the All Things Comedy Network. But before all of that, he was a graduate of St. Ignatius College Preparatory High School. It's Al Madrigal.
Yeah, yes. It all started at St. Ignatius College Prep. I had all extracurricular activities, zero work being done. Neither of my parents went to college, so we didn't even know applying for college was a thing, even though I was going to St. Ignatius College Prep. Yeah, they marched us into an auditorium and we just filled out state applications all together. Like all of us just filled out our own state applications. And I got into Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo because I, manipulated a bunch of stuff. I was very good at
I did realize all my shortcomings and worked it. So in terms of, I think because I was such a bad student, and you hear this a lot from a lot of CEOs, like, I was such a bad student, I became an excellent communicator because I needed to compensate for the fact that I needed to get myself out of trouble. So I remember going up to a teacher's senior year and say, Dr. Parker, I'm in danger of failing your class. And he said, Mr. Madrigal, for students like you, we don't believe in F's, I believe in B's. Have a wonderful summer. And I was just passed through. I went back to speak at our high school. I'm like one of their notable alumni after being this 2.0 student, and went back to speak at a business lunch. And I would say, and there's a lot of people who say they couldn't get into today's St. Ignatius. I am very certain that I should not have gotten in back then. Like I had no business going to this school. I can't impress upon you enough how clueless I was. And there's one thing I would go back and tell everybody: rules don't exist. Even though I'll put like traffic rules, certain things like yes, but in terms of like business or especially what we're doing with all things comedy, it's like we are very disruptive. And so I've always been sort of disruptive. And so just because I had to be to make it work. So I don't really abide by too many established rules or norms. And I'm still 2 Spanish credits short of graduating at USF, but it's like I got a diploma. I got the diploma case, and I walked down the aisle, showed my parents, I threw a hat in the air, and I walked away because like that's what they wanted. And so I was really doing it for them, and didn't care about the degree myself. It really is just do it. I am sick of like all the research that goes into it and dancing around it, and you know, the procrastination that goes for it. Like if you want to get anything done in life, just start as soon as possible and work your ass off at it. You got to outwork everybody. LA is filled with talented people. It really is. There's so many fucking talented people in Los Angeles. But the only people that separate themselves are the ones that just wake up every single morning with the drive to get things actually done. I hate hearing from people, oh, I tried calling him and he didn't call me back. I tried doing this and then they didn't respond. You're like waiting for other people to jump in and help you along the way. No one's going to help you as much as you're going to help yourself in just getting something accomplished. So I picked little goals when I finally did start doing stand-up. I started doing stand-up late in life. I started at 28 in San Francisco. I went and sat in the back of the room at the Punchline and met a couple friends, and started seeing, I go, where do we want here? We want to work in the comedy clubs because we're doing these open mics and this is a waste of time. So within 3 weeks of doing stand-up, I started hanging out at the comedy clubs. And then I did another thing. It's like, I want to be a headliner eventually. These are the levels of it. And I want to be up here. And I just started 3 weeks ago. So I'm going to start dressing like the headliners. I did that. And I didn't even know that was a thing. And then I started hanging out at the comedy clubs. And I was hanging out at the comedy clubs way before I was ready to go up, because I knew by the time I wore them down that I would be ready to go up. So I just, and I guess the lesson there is, you know, I did not go through the system that they told me to go through. I didn't waste time in the open mics. I went straight for what I wanted to eventually happen. And then once I was there, I said, okay, this is the stand-up show that's on the air on Comedy Central. It's called Premium Blend. I want to be on Premium Blend. And then I got on Premium Blend, and then I wanted a half hour. And then I just went and got that. And I just set all of these little goals for myself. And I still do that to this day.
You write them down, or is it just like a mental list?
I write everything down. I keep a things to-do list every single day because I am so scatterbrained, and I know that about myself, that I march through a daily things to-do list. And then I actually have a writer's assistant whose job it is that he keeps the master things to-do list, and he keeps me on task. So I actually have somebody that helps me make sense of, like, my phone, I'm getting like, within 3 hours, I'll get 20 text messages, and then I'll get, it's just, there's nonstop distractions. So just stay focused, to be disruptive. Don't let anybody like tell you this is the way it's done, because there's other routes there for sure. And I think it's just all hustle. And, you don't want to be annoying. I've heard stories of, comedians pulling over showrunners in their car, acting the part and like doing like this stunts and stuff like that. Just work really hard, and there are no shortcuts, and just work, and good things will happen. And don't external blame for your lack of success. Just get rid of that as soon as possible. I don't care what you've got going on, go for it.
Absolutely, because you said like you started at 28, and there are people who, like, I know people in comedy who are like, oh my God, if I'm not famous by 28, I've already failed, which is just false.
Well, whatever you need to light a fire under your ass. But I did start late. Yeah, it's tricky. Look, you've got to have talent for it, whatever you're doing. I've seen a lot of people, but I've seen a shitload of comics. There's very true. So many comedians are not talented, but yet they're successful. So many, a great number of them. Most comics are not good at comedy. They're good at being perseverance, at persevering, and they're good at being relentless when it comes to content. But if you have talent and you're able to hustle at the same time, there's no stopping you. And if you have no talent and you force it down our throats, people are going to like that bullshit as well.
I feel like that's a perfect place for us to end this as well. So, Al, thank you so much. Once again, it's just been great talking to you.
Awesome. Yeah. Let's talk more.
With us today, we have such a funny comedian. You know him from The Daily Show, Conan, Kimmel, The Tonight Show, Showtime, NBC, CBS, all the networks. He's the co-founder of the All Things Comedy Network. But before all of that, he was a graduate of St. Ignatius College Preparatory High School. It's Al Madrigal.
Yeah. Yes. It all started at St. Ignatius College Prep. I had all extracurricular activities, zero work being done. Neither of my parents went to college, so we didn't even know applying for college was a thing, even though I was going to St. Ignatius College Prep. Yeah, they marched us into an auditorium and we just filled out state applications all together. Like all of us just filled out our own state applications. And I got into Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo because I, manipulated a bunch of stuff. I was very good at, I did realize all my shortcomings and worked it. So in terms of, I think because I was such a bad student, and you hear this a lot from a lot of CEOs, like, I was such a bad student, I became an excellent communicator because I needed to compensate for the fact that I needed to get myself out of trouble. So I remember going up to a teacher's senior year and say, Dr. Parker, I'm in danger of failing your class. And he said, Mr. Madrigal, for students like you, we don't believe in F's, I believe in B's. Have a wonderful summer. And I was just passed through. I went back to speak at our high school. I'm like one of their notable alumni after being this 2.0 student, and went back to speak at a business lunch. And I would say, and there's a lot of people who say they couldn't get into today's St. Ignatius. I am very certain that I should not have gotten in back then. Like I had no business going to this school. I can't impress upon you enough how clueless I was. And there's one thing I would go back and tell everybody, rules don't exist. Even though I upload like traffic rules, certain things like yes, but in terms of like business or especially what we're doing with all things comedy, it's like we are very disruptive, and so I've always been sort of disruptive, and so just because I had to be to make it work, so I don't really abide by too many established rules or norms, and I'm still 2 Spanish credits short of graduating at USF, but it's like I got a diploma. I got the diploma case, and I walked down the aisle, showed my parents, I threw a hat in the air, and I walked away because like that's what they wanted. And so I was really doing it for them, and didn't care about the degree myself. It really is just do it. I am sick of like all the research that goes into it and dancing around it, and you know, the procrastination that goes for it. Like if you want to get anything done in life, just start as soon as possible and work your ass off at it. You got to outwork everybody. LA is filled with talented people. It really is. There's so many fucking talented people in Los Angeles. But the only people that separate themselves are the ones that just wake up every single morning with the drive to get things actually done. I hate hearing from people, oh, I tried calling him and he didn't call me back. I tried doing this and then they didn't respond. You're like waiting for other people to jump in and help you along the way. No one's going to help you as much as you're going to help yourself in just getting something accomplished. So I picked little goals when I finally did start doing stand-up. I started doing stand-up late in life. I started at 28 in San Francisco. I went and sat in the back of the room at the Punchline and met a couple friends, and started seeing, I go, where do we want here? We want to work in the comedy clubs because we're doing these open mics and this is a waste of time. So within 3 weeks of doing stand-up, I started hanging out at the comedy clubs. And then I did another thing. It's like, I want to be a headliner eventually. These are the levels of it. And I want to be up here. And I just started 3 weeks ago. So I'm going to start dressing like the headliners. I did that. And I didn't even know that was a thing. And then I started hanging out at the comedy clubs. And I was hanging out at the comedy clubs way before I was ready to go up, because I knew by the time I wore them down that I would be ready to go up. So I just, and I guess the lesson there is, you know, I did not go through the system that they told me to go through. I didn't waste time in the open mics. I went straight for what I wanted to eventually happen. And then once I was there, I said, okay, this is the stand-up show that's on the air on Comedy Central. It's called Premium Blend. I want to be on Premium Blend. And then I got on Premium Blend, and then I wanted a half hour. And then I just went and got that. And I just set all of these little goals for myself. And I still do that to this day. So
you write them down, or is it just like a mental list?
I write everything down. I keep a things to do list every single day because I am so scatterbrained, and I know that about myself, that I march through a daily things to do list. And then I actually have a writer's assistant whose job it is that he keeps the master things to do list, and he keeps me on task. So I actually have somebody that helps me make sense of, like, you know, my phone, I'm getting like, you know, within 3 hours, I'll get 20 text messages, and then I'll get, it's just, there's nonstop distractions. So just stay focused, to be disruptive. Don't let anybody like tell you this is the way it's done, because there's other routes there for sure. And I think it's just all hustle. And, you know, you don't want to be annoying. I've heard stories of, you know, comedians pulling over showrunners in their car, you know, acting the part and like doing like these stunts and stuff like that. Just work really hard, and there are no shortcuts, and just work, and good things will happen. And don't external blame for your lack of success. Just get rid of that as soon as possible. Just, I don't care what you've got going on, go for it.
absolutely, because I mean, you said like you started at 28, and there are people who, like, I know people in comedy who are like, oh my God, if I'm not famous by 28, I've already failed, which is just false.
Well, I mean, whatever you need to light a fire under your ass. But
Well,
I did start late. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, look, you've got to have talent for it, whatever you're doing. I've seen a lot of people, but I've seen a shitload of comics. There's very true. So many comedians are not talented, but yet they're successful. So many, a great number of them. Most comics are not good at comedy. They're good at being perseverance, at persevering, and they're good at being relentless when it comes to content. But if you have talent and you're able to hustle at the same time, there's no stopping you. And if you have no talent and you force it down our throats, people are going to like that bullshit as well.
I feel like that's a perfect place for us to end this as well. So,
Yeah.
Al, thank you so much. Once again, it's just been great talking to you.
Awesome. Yeah. Let's talk more.
Hi, it's Heidi here again for your midday break. I'm here in Steamboat Springs, and in the background is Sleeping Giant. Depending on what angle you're viewing that mountain from, it looks like a giant that is taking a nap. Hopefully right now you're not needing to take a nap. I know you've been looking at a computer all morning, and so I'm going to be teaching you an exercise for the eyes to help with eye strain and also to relax and reset the brain. So again, find a comfortable seat. So if you're sitting in a chair, just be sure that your feet are placed firmly into the ground and you're sitting up straight. If you're able to sit down on the floor, ideally you can prop up your hips. Right now I'm sitting with a folded blanket under my hips to help prop up my hips so that they're higher than my knees. That helps me to keep my spine straight, and it gives me a comfortable position that allows me to sit for a long period of time. We'll be here for just a few minutes today. So go ahead and get comfortable. And now we're going to try to keep the head still as we move the eyes in different directions. So keeping the head still, first start by focusing on an object in front of you, focusing your eyes on an object in the room. Now look up into infinity. So you're not really looking at anything. Your eyes are just looking up, not focused on anything at all. Now bring the gaze to the tip of the nose. So looking at the tip of the nose, focusing there. Now focus the eyes to one side. So looking over to the right or the left. And then looking over in the opposite direction. Now roll the eyes around in one direction. And then in the other direction. Now look diagonally up and down to one direction. And do that a few times. And then switch directions, so looking diagonally to the opposite direction, up and down. Now look above you. And look below you. And now close your eyes and focus the eyes in between the brows at the third eye point. And now gently blink the eyes open, blinking as fast as you can, multiple times, keeping your mind focused. And now relax the eyes completely. And that is an exercise that you can do anytime you've been looking at screens for a long period of time. It's going to help with the strain on your eyes, and it's also going to help to relax and refocus the mind. Thank you so much for being with me this afternoon. I look forward to seeing you at the end of the day for some yoga, my favorite yoga pose that I'll be sharing with you at the end of your day today. Thanks so much. Enjoy your afternoon.
Hey everybody, it's me again. I'm glad to be back, and I'm really thrilled to be interviewing one of, I think, our most fascinating guests of the day. His name is Vladimir Duthiers. Say your name for me.
Dutier, but that's good.
Thank you very much. And Vlad is a correspondent for CBS News. He is an Emmy winner when he was at CNN. He's an anchor on CBSN, which is the digital news channel for CBS News. And he has a really incredible career trajectory that we're going to go through. So thanks so much, Vlad, for joining us. And I apologize for mispronouncing your last name.
No, it's okay, man. It's absolutely great.
So you
it's really great to be with everybody.
Yeah, thank you for doing this. It's going to be, and I think there are a lot of people in our audience who are students who are looking to get into the world of news, especially given how much news is being generated and consumed these days.
Yeah.
First of all, how was your day today? How crazy was today?
You know, I'm glad it's Friday. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
We tend to bulk news up on Friday too. So you have this really interesting career trajectory. You started in investment banking. So you're a second generation American. Both your parents came from Haiti.
First generation.
Oh, you were born in Haiti?
I was born here.
Okay.
My parents were born, yeah. So
and
born in this country.
And then you went to University of Rhode Island?
I did.
And graduated with a finance degree or with a?
I graduated with a degree in political science and journalism. Minored in journalism.
You get into and then you went into investment banking. How did that happen?
Right. So a lot of people, you know, it's fascinating to me, and I'm glad we're having this conversation because I suspect there may be people like me in who are watching this. I always wanted to be a reporter. I always wanted to be a journalist. That was the thing that I dreamed about, even as a little kid. My parents were big 60 Minutes watchers. And so we would watch 60 Minutes every Sunday. And I would see, you know, Ed Bradley, who has since passed on, but he was one of the 60 Minutes correspondents. And he'd be reporting from, you know, Myanmar, what was then Burma, or I'd watch Mike Wallace chasing somebody down, trying to get an interview. And I was like, well, I want to do what those guys do. And that's all I talked about. But my parents are immigrants and they believe that to be successful in America, you can be only one of three things. You can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, or you can be an engineer. And everything else that you do is a hobby. So if you want to be a writer, Vlad, what a great hobby. If you want to, you know, be a painter or anything else that isn't one of those three professions, that's a hobby. You don't do it to make money, certainly not in the United States of America, where the opportunities exist and abound if you follow those three professions. So when I started in school and I wanted to be a reporter, when I got out of school, I hadn't taken any internships. I didn't know any reporters. I didn't have any connections. And frankly, you know, it's sad but true that in this business, especially on the broadcast side, in the last 30 or 40 years, it really has become, you know, the barriers to entry are such that you have to know people, or you have to go to a school that funnels people into the news business. And I didn't have that at all, especially not at URI back then, although they now have a communication school. And so when I got out of school, I didn't know how to get a job in news, didn't know anybody in news, but my roommates from college and who I started living with when we moved here to New York City were all finance bros. They all wanted to, you know, be in the world of finance. And my roommate said to me, well, why don't you come and, you know, work with us at Lehman Brothers, and you can figure out how to be a writer, you know, later on, and you can make some money, you can pay the rent. So I remember saying to him, I don't know anything about business. I hadn't taken any business classes in college. And he said, that's the beautiful thing about our profession. You don't have to know anything. We'll train you up. And I started working at Lehman Brothers. And then a couple of years later, I went to work for a company called Alliance Capital, which is now called Alliance Bernstein. And by the time I was 24 years old, they had already had, I was asked to move to Europe to help, you know, develop the business outside of the United States. And part of the allure of being a reporter had always been working abroad and international travel. And here was this company that was allowing me to do that. And then I got promoted, and next, one thing led to another, and 20 years went by. And by this point, I was the managing director in the company. I had a big team. I'd lived in the UK, in Luxembourg, in France, in Asia, and I traveled to the Middle East. And by the time I had been there for 20 years, I'd already been to something like 30 or 40 countries on business. And so that was part of what I had wanted to do as a reporter, to travel to these cool places and meet people and talk to them. But as I got closer to my 40s, I started to realize that I really wasn't aligned with the people that I worked with were great, and I have nothing negative to say about my time in finance, but it just came to me, I started to realize that I wasn't passionate about what I was doing. It was a means to an end. It was a means.
Yeah, I want to stop you there because first of all, because you look young. So I think, the idea that you've traveled all this way, you're in your late 30s at this point, right?
Yeah.
You're successful in the banking world. You're making a nice living. You've got a great title. You've got a big office. You've got a big team, and you still weren't satisfied. You weren't, like kind of Hamilton. You'll never be satisfied. And you decided to make this major pivot and go back to school at 37 to Columbia Journalism School. It wasn't that scary? Like, wasn't that, you're literally like stepping off a cliff from financial security and kind of job security and a career trajectory into an unknown where you're starting all over again. How frightening was that?
Very. I'm not going to lie and say that I wasn't worried. And I think that I joked earlier about my parents sort of wanting me to do these 3 other things. But by the time I had been working for 20 years and I said, I want to completely switch gears and go do this, they were like, no, you do what you're doing. You're successful. And why would you mess with that? And I had a lot of friends who I worked with and who were, also on the street, who I would get 2 responses. One, I had a buddy who was like, man, I wish I could do that. But, I got the house and the kids and the wife and and others who were like, you're crazy. How do you even know that you're going to find any level of success in this new career? So I was definitely worried, and I definitely took a hit. I mean, I had some money set aside for sure. But I went from, earning a healthy income to earning barely anything. And in fact, when I first got hired at CNN, one of the guys who was looking over my resume said something like, in 5 years in journalism, you won't earn in 5 years in journalism what you earned last year working at Alliance Capital and Alliance Bernstein. And so that was certainly frightening, but I sort of bet on myself, and I bet on my my background and my experience. And I never, when I started graduate school and I became an intern at CNN, I was an unpaid intern at 38. All my other intern colleagues were in their 20s for the most part. I never made it a point to say to my bosses or the people that I worked for that because I had done all these things, that I deserved the opportunities that were afforded to me through the internship. My hope was that getting the internship opportunity and being in contact with people on a regular and consistent basis, they would see that there were things that I could bring to the table that they could exploit. That was my goal, for that people to see and to understand who I was and what I brought to the table and exploit that so that would allow me to have a career.
I think one of the big lessons, and there's so many good lessons to be taken from your career trajectory, but that one there, which is don't expect anything, don't feel like you're entitled to something, demonstrate what it is you think your value is, and by being yourself and by demonstrating that, those are the things that will guide you on your path towards who you're supposed to be. And the biggest one of those is I started with your Haitian background. So you're a 38-year-old intern on Christiane Amanpour's show at CNN, and you're a true intern. You're like, you're doing the shit work, the grunt work, the terrible hours, getting coffee and all that bullshit. And then an odd event happens and it kind of taps into exactly who you are and what your background is. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, and just a brief preface to that. I was an intern. I think the intern hours required were 10 hours a week at your job, and to get credit, right? And I was doing like 50 hours. I had class in my first year at Columbia. I had class. So I had Christian's show was on at 3 p.m. And so our in time was 6 a.m. So I'd come in at like before that so that I could make like copies of the rundown and, you know, all the, like you said, all the grunt work. And I would work until about 5 p.m. every day. And then I would go to class from 6 to 10 every day. And then I had a Saturday class that started at 9 a.m. and went to 5 p.m. So that was my day. And then when I got hired at CNN as a production assistant, my schedule flipped that my in time was now 2 p.m. So I started taking classes in the morning. I'd go to class at 8 o'clock in the morning from 8 to noon every day. And then I'd work from 2 p.m. to 11 every day. And so I never, you know, I figured if I was going to make people see that I was passionate and interested in working here, I couldn't just do the 10 hours. But you're right. Towards the end of my internship, I had a chance meeting with Anderson Cooper. And he had spoken to my class, my graduate class, very similar to this, where, you know, but it was in person, obviously. And, you know, he came in and he talked about how he became a journalist and the things that he did. And I asked a couple of questions. And afterwards, my professor said, you know, Vlad's going to be an intern at CNN. And he said, well, when you start your internship, come and say hi. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to go to his office and say hello to him. And, you know, he was gracious and come on in and wow, like we're, you know, I'll never forget, he was sort of like, we're almost the same age, but you're an intern. And I'm Anderson, you know, I'm Anderson Cooper. And it was sort of said in a joking manner. And he was like, how did that happen? Like, how did you, you know? And so I told him my story and I said, you know, and he asked where my parents were from. I said, you know, my mom is Haitian, my father's from France. And he was like, oh my God, I love Haiti. It's one of my favorite places to visit. And I have friends there and I've reported from there, but I also go there on vacation. And we talked a little bit about Haiti. And he said, well, when you finish your internship, you know, send me your resume. Maybe we can figure something out for you. And I said, okay. And I left. And that meeting in his office happened in like November or early December of 2009. And a month later, in January of 2010, the earthquake in Haiti happened. And I had, subsequent to that meeting, had been hired at CNN as a freelance PA, earning $17.50 an hour, I remember. And I was so proud. And I had left work and I got, much later, I was with my brother at a play and I got a call. And the call simply said, here, this is Anderson's executive producer. There's been an earthquake. You should probably have seen that. Anderson's on his way to Haiti. He's on the last flight out of JFK. And he says you speak French and Creole. He wants to know if you want to accompany him as his production assistant interpreter. We don't know how long we're going to be there. It may be 3 or 4 days, but so pack for like a week. And if you're interested, meet us at the airport. And I did, and we ended up being there for 42 days. It was the biggest story in the world, and I was there for it.
And you were down there for a month or more?
Yeah, a month and change.
And I mean, you know, you had studied journalism, you had interned at CNN, but does anything prepare you for an experience like that? Like how does that even feel to be?
It's you know, many journalists will point to cataclysmic events that happen in their careers that sort of allow them to develop a career. For some people, it's 9/11. For some people, it's the Vietnam War, or in the prior generation of CBS News correspondents, it's World War II or the Korean War. This was the biggest story in the world, and it was unlike anything else that seasoned, hardcore reporters had ever seen. Christian Amanpour, who had covered Bosnia, Anderson, who had covered Bosnia and the genocide in Rwanda. I remember Christian saying to me, you know, because I said, you know, in Haiti, death was everywhere. And I mean, you on the street, there were just bodies. You'd go to the cemetery in town in Port-au-Prince, and the entrance of the cemetery was stacked 6 feet high with bodies of men, women, and babies. We were, you know, the first news crew to discover where they were ultimately taking the bodies. We found them half an hour outside of town in these there were, at the time that we first got there, there were 4 1,000-foot pits, 1,000 feet deep, and they were filled to the brim with human bodies. And while we were there, a dump truck came and we were filming. The driver just rolled up to where we were and emptied the dump truck, and all you just saw were bodies, falling into the. And I asked Christiane, I said, wasn't it like this in Rwanda? And she said, I'll never forget. She said, no, because in Rwanda, there was a period of days and weeks where people were slaughtered. And it happened over an extended period of time. And ultimately, these are the numbers of people who were killed in the Rwandan genocide. But here in Haiti, you had 30 seconds of the ground shaking, and up to 500,000 people were wiped off the face of the earth. And many of them died where they lay. And so it was horrific, but it was also the opportunity to learn from the great ones like Anderson, like Christiane, and every other reporter from every network. I mean, Katie Couric was there. I mean, everybody was there. And we were all pretty much staying in the same area. So I was able to learn right there on the ground in these conditions.
I teach a lot of students, and one of the things I say to them is, the practical experience you're going to get. Obviously, nothing as dramatic as that, but the fires that you get thrown into, are going to teach you a lot more than perhaps the experiences you're going to have in the schoolroom.
Can I just say one thing, Evan? One of the things that every young reporter wants to cover stories of consequence, and every young reporter thinks that they bring a perspective that no one else has ever had, when it comes to covering a particular story. But even with my background, meaning my family that was Haitian, even with the language skills that I had, I also recognized that I was still just a production assistant. I wasn't a reporter, wasn't a producer, wasn't a correspondent. And so I would when Anderson needed help or when the producers needed help, I would provide it, but I didn't offer any guidance on what he should do, where he should go. If he asked me, I would say, I'd give him my thoughts, but it wasn't, and I don't think that they looked at me as anything more than a resource. And I say this with respect. It wasn't like, okay, Vlad's going to make I think that they thought he'll make our reporting better because he speaks the language, but he's not here. He doesn't know how to write. He doesn't know how to tell this story. He doesn't know how to shoot this story. So you sit back and you watch. And I remember even when on nights, and especially in the early days when we were really crashing pieces, I would say, hey, the cafeteria's open, like who wants dinner? And I'd take out my reporter's notebook, and I still have them, and I would write everybody's lunch order down or dinner orders. And I would go to the cafeteria and I'd order for our crew, for Anderson and for the producers and for the cameraman. And I had no qualms bringing a huge tray of food up to the hotel room so that these guys can continue working. I saw that as part of my responsibility for being there as a production assistant.
And it's interesting. So you spend a month in Haiti with Anderson and the crew there, and you're getting the kind of experience that most PAs at your level at that point, despite your age, don't get a chance that early in their career because of specifically your background. It's also important to note that it's because you manned up or personed up and went into Anderson's office that he even knew that about you.
Yeah, it's true.
If you hadn't had the bravery to go say hi to this superstar, he would never have known to bring you with him. Then you get back and he offers you a job as a PA on the show on an ongoing basis. And rather than sit there and say, hey, I went to Anderson, to cover the most important story of our time, you gladly and with great joy went back to the grunt work, right?
Yeah, he said to me, I feel bad for you because when you get back to New York, most of my producers who've been with me, some seasoned producers have been on my show, have never been with me in the field. And you're a PA, and there's going to be production assistants and APs who are going to be really pissed at you because they're going to think, why? He doesn't even know how to write a lead. Why would he get to go with Anderson? And there will be other people who will be upset. And when you get back, you're going to have to do that grunt work, logging tape and, finding video and all that stuff. And I said, okay. My sense was that, I was experienced in a lot of things. I had done a lot of things in my life, and I had lived in a bunch of different places, and I was in the military, and I'd done all these things, but I hadn't done anything in news. I didn't know how to write a lead. I didn't know how to write a package for news. And the people that I was working with, were in their 20s, but in some of the cases had been in news for 5 or 6, or sometimes in many cases, 10 years or more. So they may have been younger than me, but they were hella experienced in news. And I just absorbed everything from them. And that's the way I sort of looked at it, that I was here to learn. And if I could be successful at doing what I was asked to do, that would lead to the next thing. And it did.
How did you get that next posting? So your big next posting was in Nigeria. That was at CNN, correct?
Right.
And how did that come about?
So after a couple of years, I was a PA, then I got promoted to AP. And I remember too, when I got promoted to AP, the executive producer, his name is Charlie Moore. He's still the EP of Anderson Cooper 360. They posted this job, and I'll never forget, speaking of like manning up, the job said you need 3 to 5 years experience in journalism to be promoted or to get this AP job. And I didn't apply because I thought, well, I don't have 3 years experience. And so the job was posted and everybody like applied for it, even at CNN. And I finally get a call, and it's my boss, and he goes, come into my office. And I go in, and he goes, we're promoting you to associate producer. And I said, holy, that's amazing. And he's like, why the F did you not apply for this job? And I'm like, well, because it said 3 to 5 years experience, and I didn't have that. He goes, dude, everybody, like in this business, people, all they do is talk about how much better they are than they really are. In other words, like interns applied for this job. And here you are, we keep saying, the seniors, let's just wait for Vlad. And you never came in. And I said, this is one, and this may not be, I don't know if this is, I'll just tell you my truth, my experience. In my entire career, I had never asked for a promotion. When I started in finance, I was like an entry level. Then I became, like the equivalent of a production assistant. Then I was an assistant vice president. Then I was a vice president. And then I became a managing director. And in each of those instances, I never went to my boss and said, I demand to be promoted. My promotions came, I'd like to believe, because I exhibited the qualities that were required to be promoted. I still had that same attitude when I joined the news business. A lot of people have said to me that that is not the right attitude to have, because in this business, a lot of people, if tomorrow, Nora O'Donnell decided to retire and not be the anchor of the CBS Evening News, there'd be an intern who'd say, you know what, I'm perfect for that job because of this and because of that. And I still have a little bit of that left in me. So I got all these promotions, and then finally, there was an opportunity to be a reporter, and Anderson, who has remained a mentor even now at CBS, may have had a conversation with an executive, and they said, let's have Vlad come in. At least we want to meet him. So I flew to Atlanta. I met with a bunch of executives. I told them what I wanted and what I wanted to do. And they originally wanted me to be a business reporter. I know you and I talked about this. They said, well, here's where your experience may be beneficial to CNN. We have an opening for a business correspondent in London, and you, having lived in London, having lived abroad, and having had the 20 years experience in business, we think you'd be great for that. And I remember saying to them, thank you very much for that opportunity. I don't want to do that job. And they were blown away, because I remember the president of the network said, you do realize this is an on-air job that you're turning down. And I was like, yeah, I realized that. I didn't want to be a business reporter. I didn't want to be a beat reporter. I wanted to be a general assignment correspondent. I wanted to cover everything. And so they said, they were shocked. And they said, all right, well, we don't really have anything. So, and I said, great, I'll go back to working as a producer on Anderson. And when something pops up, then he said, you know what, let us talk, and we'll come back and see us tomorrow. So I went back to my hotel, and the next day they said, okay, we still think that the best job for a first-time reporter is business correspondent in London. But if you really don't want that, we do have an opportunity for a correspondent to cover West Africa, to be based in Lagos, Nigeria. And let me tell you, or remind you, or just if you don't know, that is probably the most difficult posting in all of CNN. And you won't have a producer. You'll be on your own with a camera person, but no producer. And you're responsible for, a multitude of countries in West Africa, not just Nigeria. So business correspondent in London, surrounded by producers, writers, people who can help you develop into the kind of reporter you want to be, or West Africa correspondent when you're on your own and it's sink or swim. And if you sink, we're pulling you and you'll never work in this business again. So,
Went there and you won an Emmy.
I went there and I won a Peabody.
Sorry.
I won a Peabody for the work that we did covering the schoolgirls who were kidnapped in April 2024.
And you probably learned more in the years that you spent there than
is the best. A lot of people who are on air in this business come up through local news. And I sort of always joke that being a foreign correspondent in Nigeria is sort of like the local news of being a foreign correspondent, because everybody wants to be a foreign correspondent in London or in Paris or in Hong Kong or in Turkey, but no one wants to go to West Africa. I mean, if people want to go to Africa, generally they want Kenya or they want Senegal or South Africa because it's a difficult place to live. But absolutely, in the 2.5 years that I was based in Nigeria, I covered stories in just those 2.5 years that some reporters never get to cover. I covered 2 plane crashes, major plane crashes, where if there's a plane crash, God forbid, in the United States, you won't get within 2 miles of the crash site. But in Africa, in Nigeria, the plane crashed in a densely populated neighborhood. Our live shot was in the middle of flaming fuselage, wreckage, and bodies, essentially. I covered people want to cover Hollywood. They want to, cover the Met Gala or the Academy Awards. I covered the African Academy Awards. It's no different than covering the Oscars. I know for some people it may seem that it's different, but they do it exactly the same way we do it in Hollywood,
Hollywood's one of the biggest filmmaking communities in the world.
Yeah, so, I interviewed the Julia Roberts of Africa.
We are getting a little tight on time, but so you make the leap to CBS News, and again, we think Anderson may have that champion, that advocate that you had found in Anderson paid its dividends again, and then you work on all these different areas of the business and now you're an anchor on CBSN.
Yeah.
Which is that different from being a reporter or an anchor on a linear television network? Is it similar? What are the differences between them?
There are no differences other than we have a little bit more time than you would have on a 2-hour program like CBS This Morning, or a half-hour program like the Evening News, or even a 1-hour show like Anderson Cooper 360. The opportunities. What's wonderful about CBS is that I am still a correspondent. So on big stories, especially, I still go out into the field and report them. I've reported on the terrorist attacks in France and in Belgium, the mass shooting in Las Vegas, the Parkland shooting. I still get to go out and report. But the opportunities to also be an anchor on CBSN and a fill-in anchor on CBS This Morning, which happens on a fairly consistent basis now. And I also have my own segment on CBS This Morning every day, are such that I don't think that I could have imagined a better career at CBS when I was deciding to leave CNN. When I joined CBS, I was a weekend correspondent and I had never anchored a day in my life. And somebody said, why don't we have Vlad read the prompter for a couple of segments, see how that goes. And 2 days later, they said, we think you'd be a good anchor for our broadcast. And I thought that they were crazy because I had never been an anchor before. And that happened in November of 2014. And I went from never having anchored a broadcast in my life to March of 2015, Chris Lick, who's now the executive producer of The Colbert Show, but who was the EP of CBS This Morning, less than 6 months later said, hey, one of our anchors is going away for a week on vacation, and we'd love you to fill in on CBS This Morning, which was the flagship program of CBS, along with the Evening News, but the morning show, which at the time was like we were, catching up to the Today Show. It was a big deal. And here they were saying, you get to fill in for a week on this broadcast. And 6 months before that, I had never anchored a broadcast in my life.
And are there things, and this will be my last question, and then I think we have questions from the audience. I see a couple of our superstars in the room here, I think at the ready. So ladies, if you have questions from the audience, tee them up. What are the skill sets different now for a reporter or a journalist in television news in particular than they were when you entered a number of years ago, and how have they evolved?
I don't think so. I think, you know, the most important thing is to be accurate. And the next important thing, or equally as important, is to be truthful and to be fair. To me, those are the things, those are the hallmarks of CBS News. And I'm sort of paraphrasing what Edward R. Murrow said back in the 1940s and 50s, and that still is true today at CBS News. There are different platforms. When we think about this news organization, I say with no small hint of pride that CBS News invented broadcast journalism. Murrow and his Murrow's boys, and there were women part of Murrow's boys, took this medium that existed, radio, and figured out a way to deliver information to people. And then they took it from radio, and then television became the new medium for disseminating broadcast journalism. And now it's streaming and online. And yet the DNA that exists within this news organization that has existed for 85 years is still inherent in what we do every single day, whether it's online, whether it's on cbsnews.com, CBS This Morning, the evening news, 60 Minutes, Sunday morning, 48 hours, it's all the same.
That's amazing. I agree. And I'd love to see that your voice is a part of carrying on that tradition. I mean, I think it's a really wonderful addition to that tradition.
Thank you, Evan.
So our star students, Yulia, do you have a question? Or Daniela, who is actually one of my students from my class, do you guys have questions in particular?
Actually, yes. Well, first of all, hi, Vladimir. It's so nice to meet you virtually, and it was so great to hear from you about your experience. I think we all had goosebumps here. And
thank you. Nice to meet
you.
So
we have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions in social media, and since we're out of time, we picked just a few of them. So here's one. Everyone told me not to major in journalism since it's a dying field. What do you think about this?
It depends. Everybody has to pick the path that is best for them. For me, going back to grad school was essential because I had no skills in journalism. But I think the number one characteristic that all good journalists bring to the table is curiosity. And if you are curious about the world around you, news organizations will train you. Is it good to have, is it important to be a good writer? Absolutely. That is the hallmark of CBS News, for example. Everybody here, we all write, and it's integral to what we do. But if you are curious and you are willing to learn, if you didn't study journalism in college, I don't think that matters. If anything, it probably gives you a more broader horizon to draw from.
Yeah,
thank you.
I would toss onto that. I think, after great crises come great change. And I think, after Watergate, you saw a lot of people going into law and constitutional law in particular. I think after the last number of years, you're going to see a tremendous number of people going into journalism that might not have thought of doing that before. Daniela, you have a question?
I do. So thank you so much. This was great, your story. It's very inspiring. This question comes from Instagram, and it says, what advice can you give to aspiring journalists to report honestly without allowing personal or organizational opinions to influence your work?
Most news organizations will not influence you. In other words, I mean, if the question is, if I'm understanding the question, there is no pressure generally at any reputable news organization to report things one way or the other. You report what you see and what you hear, and that's all this job has ever been. Each of us comes to the table with our own personal experiences and biases. I'd like to believe that CBS has me here sitting in this chair and sitting in on CBS This Morning and filing pieces for the evening news and CBS This Morning and CBSN because of who I am as an individual. Christiane Amanpour once told me that it's kind of a myth that reporters are objective. No one is objective because when I was in Haiti covering that earthquake, of course, how can you be objective when you see people that you have a connection to dead in the streets, right? But what you always strive for is fairness and accuracy. So you can be fair, and that doesn't mean objectivity. When the genocide is happening, for example, I mentioned Rwanda, when genocide is happening, or the Holocaust, to use an earlier example, there are no two sides to the Holocaust. There's only one side. There's only crimes against humanity. the genocide in Rwanda, there's only crimes against humanity. There's genocide. There's no, let's get the other side's opinion as to why they're doing this. That's not how it works. You have to be unafraid to call it like it is, but you always want to be fair. And I think if you do that and you keep that in the back of your mind, that is why, for example, in the last couple of years, when we've seen the rise of Trumpism and Donald Trump, there are, newsrooms would have benefited from having more diversity in their newsrooms to track some of the things that all of a sudden bubbled up in 2016. And I think that newsrooms and organizations have understood that what we're seeing now happening on the streets with George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and everything, and all those instances, these are not new in America. And having a diverse newsroom, one that can sort of interpret what they're seeing based on their own personal experiences and where they come from, benefits everybody, benefits the viewers, the readers, and benefits the news organization.
Yeah, incredibly well said. We're unfortunately out of time, and I could go on for another hour. In fact, I'm probably going to reach out to you and just let's have a Zoom coffee. But is there one parting thought you had for our students if they're thinking about getting into journalism? Is what would that one lesson from your twisty turny career would you offer?
I would say that somebody in the earlier question, Yulia, asked about if journalism dying. If anything, journalism is more vital than it's ever been. Smaller newsrooms are closing across the country. There are many parts of this country that are news deserts. In other words, local newspapers have gone away. Local TV stations are sort of closing or laying people off. But as you can see, over the past 10 years or so, journalism is more important than it's ever been. And I think that the most important thing that I want people to sort of think about as they decide to do this for a living is, especially for people who want to do it on the broadcast side, this job is it is the only one that is protected under the Constitution of the United States. And with the threat that journalists are under, not just around the world, but even here in this country, you have to come to the table realizing that this is a job where you could potentially lose your life. And I say that even if you decide that you want to cover sports or you want to cover Hollywood, it doesn't matter. Journalism is journalism. People who cover sports are coming down with the coronavirus and getting sick, if you just think about it in that way. But if the idea is to come to journalism because you think it's a platform, because you want to be an influencer, because you want to be on television, because you want to be a celebrity, those kinds of things, I think are the antithesis of what we do as reporters. Tom Brokaw once said, this is a quote that I read from him from many, many years ago. He once said that, oftentimes you'd find 65% of the people who want to be journalists actually want to be actors, or they want to be in Hollywood. And then that journalism especially broadcast journalism, is sort of a fallback. And I don't look at it that way at all. I look at this profession, whatever beat that you have, as one where you are required to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. You are required to memorialize the lives that are lost to tragedy, to disease, to natural disasters because of the ignorance or the lack of accountability from government leaders. And that can sometimes put you in the crosshairs of very powerful forces. And if you come to the realization that that's your job and you hold that true to yourself, you will be successful and you will have a career. If that's not what you want to do, then there are many other things that you can do that probably will earn you more money and earn you less the ire of your fellow citizens. So that's my advice. I mean, I take this very seriously. I love my job, but I never lose sight of the fact that we are here to shine a light on the darkest corners of humanity. And if you kind of keep that in the back of your mind, even when you're covering things that are lighthearted, I do a lot of lighthearted stuff. But if you constantly remind yourself that your job is there to shine a light on things that most people are not aware of, that you're providing a service, this is no different than the service that a teacher provides or a police officer, then you'll be successful.
Really great. Can't thank you enough. I'm really glad that you're on that front line and that you decided to take that leap out of banking and into journalism. And
thank you.
So appreciate your time and your words of wisdom and your insight and your stories. Thank you so much, and keep doing the good work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was an honor to talk to you. Great questions. If anybody has follow-up, you can find me on social media. You can, either reach out to me on Twitter. My email is my last name, first initial @cbsnews.com. Drop me a line, tell me what you thought. And if you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer. You mentioned, Evan, the reason I always say that when I talk to young people and I talk to students is because of what you said when I went to talk to Anderson. You're right. If I hadn't gone into his office that one day, who knows what would have happened. And no one in this business, I believe, is successful on their own. You will meet a lot of people, especially a lot of famous people who think that they are who they are because they work so hard and because they're so smart and they're so attractive and all those things. And the reality is that there was somebody in their life, whether they admit it or not, whether they recognize it or not, who opened the door for them, who provided a little bit of that ladder for them to get a step on. For me, it was Anderson and even other people, Christian and people at Columbia, who took a chance on someone who was a career changer and allowed me to sort of do what I do. And I will spend the rest of my career paying it forward. So that's why I always offer my email address, shoot me a line. And if you have any questions or if I can help in any way, I'm happy to do it.
Thanks so much. That's really generous. And I'm sure everybody appreciates it, and you're about to be inundated. Thanks so much.
I'll get back to you right away. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. Thanks again so much.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome. Thank you again so much for joining. My name is Mike Richter and I am the Director of Programmatic at Juki Media. And with me today I have Masha Kazanova. Forgive me, I'm terrible at names sometimes. She is at Smato. You'll hear a lot from her. We have Hannah Hashmi from forgive me, my mind just blanked. It is Friday on 2020. We can only imagine what that means. It's Friday the 13th. Crazy things have been happening all day long. So I'm gonna let her tell us exactly where she is. My mind just blanked and my computer froze for a second. And we have CJ, who is at the weather group. So to start off, Hannah, please, because my mind literally just blanked. I know it's .dash, but very well. Thank you. There it goes. Yes, it was coming right back to me. So I'm gonna let Hannah go first, introduce herself and give a little quick background, and then we'll go to Masha and then CJ.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. My name is Hannah Hashmi. I am a senior manager of marketing at Verywell, which is part of the .dash group, and the parent company is IAC. I have been in media for around 8 years in various roles in sales, sales planning, SEO, and mostly now marketing. And I'm excited to talk with you all today. Thank you.
Great. I'm a business development associate at Smarto. I've actually only been in the mobile ad tech world for 6 months, and I joined the world with Smarto, and actually I'm loving it. It's been a great change, and I have to say I feel very fortunate to have walked into such a cool industry and get to know awesome people like you guys. Look forward to keep chatting.
Hey everyone, my name is CJ Leonard. I am head of ad tech and operations for the Weather Group, specifically focused on Local Now. It's a localized, personalized streaming app with streaming channels, much like a VMVPD we're about to launch. So, real quick background, I come here after 10 years in New York at different companies from CBS Local, NBC News, and then supply side vendors in the ad tech space like Telaria and Premion. So I got my start, though this job didn't exist 10 years ago. I got my start, way back when in college radio. have moved along through the media roles in Philadelphia at TV and radio stations, and found myself here in New York about 10 years ago in ad tech for publishers. So that's the short of it. I'll throw it back to you, Mike.
Awesome, thank you. So I'm sure everyone here is wondering, what the heck are you watching, right? And what are we talking about? Primarily we're gonna be talking about the CTV or OTT, also known as over the top or connected TV space. And that is a space where we're consuming media in an online environment on our big screens. But overall, the overall media industry as a whole is a huge industry. So within, in 2020 right now, we're expecting to spend over $242 billion in advertising across this entire industry. Now, that advertising is purchased in many different ways, and that's what we do, is we help that advertising become purchased and put up for everybody. And one of the ways it is purchased through a method called programmatic, and programmatic is simply an automated pathway of selling and purchasing media. That's expected to hit about $147 billion by 2021, which is a huge number considering that is about half of the overall ad spend. Within that is the spend of CTV. Now, CTV as a whole it did 83 billion last year. It's going to hit over 167 billion by 2025. And of course, because of what's happened this year, 2020, we're only going to be seeing that acceleration happen even quicker. So this is a prime time to join this industry. And that's one of the reasons we are here to talk about today. So without boring you on basic numbers, so that's easy to find in Google, I want to share with everybody and the various stories and talk through this fireside chat about, well, how do you fall into all of this? For me, it was a total accident, but it's not about me today. It's about these three lovely ladies here and their unique stories. They're all very different. So CJ, you mentioned Premion, and this didn't exist 10 years ago. When did you realize that you wanted to be an ad tech professional?
So I actually, I went to undergrad for business and mass communication. So that's kind of where it started. I worked at the college radio station, and that led me to do my master's degree in TV management at Drexel. And through that, I got an internship at CBS in Philadelphia, right? So I tell people I've had just about every job you can have in local media outside the newsroom, and I've even spent a little bit of time in the newsroom too, right? So it was 2008, I had gone into a digital sales role, and having been in HR in the business office for KYW TV. And, I saw where the roles, even on the linear traditional side, were getting collapsed. It was, well, we're going to let go the photog, and then we're going to bring in a predator, and it's someone that can, edit and produce and shoot themselves. Right. So the jobs even were becoming streamlined, as they say, on the traditional side. And so I spent another couple of years in Philadelphia, working in traffic departments, and there's a website for phl17.com. So let's get some ads up there, and kind of started dabbling there. Again, having been a digital sales AE, and kind of being that wasn't cool back then, right? It was, the money wasn't quite there in digital in 2008, and it's remained that way for a while, but wound up getting a role in New York with the CBS. I believe the last panel someone was mentioning, there's always someone that that got you in the door. My reputation preceded me in New York, and it's kind of the, I want to be a part of the future of television. That's what when I walked out of grad school in 2007, that was my edict, and I still follow that to this day. I got to see what was on the traditional side through KYW and PHL 17 in Philadelphia, and role came up here, and they were like, well, we've got a digital ad ops department for CBS TV Stations Group. And I was like, great, I'll join that. I had a couple of guardian angels come along that way. And it kind of fell into it, right? I thought I'd be a TV producer in New York and had student loan bills. So I wound up, I needed to take the stable job. And New York, for some people, might not seem like the move. But, you live fairly frugally here, you can make it. You don't need to live in Midtown Manhattan. You can live in Diker Heights, Brooklyn, and pay $700 a month in rent. You can find it. It's a buddy's parents. And kind of just, the last 10 years, I've moved on from CBS. I spent 4 years there. Again, trying to scrape at the future of television. I was working in display and radio. I wanted TV. CBS All Access wasn't even a thing when I left CBS. It was a glimmer, right? So not to take up too much time here, I want to throw it to you guys, but just, I kind of fell into it because this is where it's going. Convergence, and we talk about where the money's coming from. We talk about $70 billion in traditional television, and it's going to move this way. And I made a bet 10 years ago that I was going to do that. And every day I wake up and that's the bet that I continue to see ROI on. So I'll throw it back to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic space. I ran into CJ a few years ago when her and I both worked at Premion. And mind you, I mean, it was a total accident, me landing there from local TV. I kind of took that same pathway of TV, and I was on the sales side, and it's really cool to see how everything has evolved. Back in, a lot of people don't know this, like fun fact with CTV, and then we'll toss it over to and Masha too, is the first device for connected TV, first Roku device was actually sold. Well, can any of you actually guess what year it was? What do you think?
Oh, wait.
Sooner than that, 2001. So CTV's been around a long time, and it was primarily built for the idea of being able to access content, really for expats and people that were here that want to access content, let's say in India or other nations. And now it didn't really get taken up until about 2014 when it became the new fad. And it won't stop. We've entered the CTV wave, and it's taken over a lot of countries all over the globe. It's an amazing global industry. And part of that requires the ability to sell it. And so me being a publisher and CJ also being on the publishing side, we're constantly looking for partners that can help us sell this inventory to all the hundreds and thousands of buyers that are out there. And that's when we talk to people like Masha, who's at Smato. I'm gonna let Masha kind of talk about that.
Sure. Well, I work on the supply side at Smato, and I'm bringing in business development, so bringing in new publishers to work with. So that's how I actually got connected to Mike. I reached out to him about seeing if Smato and Dukin can partner together, and then we got talking and realized we actually had mutual people we knew in our past lives, which is quite ironic because I moved over to the States from Australia as a professional ballroom dancer almost 9 years ago. And then obviously career changes happen and life changes. And so I ended up at a boutique investment bank just over 3 years ago. And at the beginning of COVID, I found myself without a job. So I'm like, okay, I know I need to go into business development. I know I want to be in the tech world, but I have no idea where else that stands outside of that. So I was very fortunate to find the opportunity at Smato. And then once I've started to learn about the industry and learn about how everything fits together, I realized how much this industry is growing and booming at this time, which is why I was able to secure a job during COVID. And our company is hiring even now. Like, we are always looking for new people. This whole industry is still growing. But the other cool part is actually learning about new technologies, learning about what publishers are doing to kind of obviously create more content for people, create how to engage the audiences, how to obviously then get the advertisers on board to want to place those ads into those streams and channels and in-app, and of course mobile web and desktop too, but we are talking CTV today. So it has been an awesome journey, and I have to say I don't see myself leaving the industry anytime soon. I think I found my new career path, and I'm excited to see where it's going to take me next, for sure.
I love it. It's really fun, when we talk about the connections we made and how we're all kind of intertwined. For example, CJ and I, we met each other by working together. You and I met each other, but realized we could have met each other years ago. Fun fact is, my past life, I used to be a hairstylist before I decided to get into the realm of TV and then now digital. And then with Hannah and I were met through my best friend, Christy, and we became close friends, and then realized, oh, wait, we actually work in the same industry together. How random is that? So it's really cool how we are all so intertwined without even knowing about it. And it creates this wonderful ecosystem. I learned about Hannah and what she does. She actually does a little bit of what I used to do, which is, the marketing side of sales. And I'm going to toss it to her to kind of talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I am super grateful for Christy for introducing us. And it's awesome to have a friend outside that you meet that's in your same industry, but you didn't meet in the industry. It gives a really great perspective. And I love linking out like that for sure. So it's a very special relationship that Mike and I have. So I came into media right out of college. I majored, in my undergrad is in mass communications and business. I always knew I wanted to be in media. How I wanted to be in media, I didn't know. I knew that I wanted to be in marketing or some sort of, something with like sales attached to revenue. I love money. I love to make money for businesses, business development, and all of that good stuff. I just didn't know what jobs were actually available. I found myself working at a few different large publishing houses right out the bat. And I really loved working there. They are more traditional sense of media, with print being their leading, magazines, and then also extending into digital space. I have always had the opportunity to work in the digital space, but a lot of my roles have been, because of the people I've met, the different companies I've worked at, a lot of the people I've shared my visions with about where I want, my career to go, and where I think brands could go with, digital, with video, with development, has really aligned me with a lot of different people. And those people with those shared visions have been the ones who've taken me to these new companies. And I found myself today at a health and wellness brand called Very Well, and it's all media. It's completely digital, and we're largely moving into the CTV space, a huge untapped area for pharma in general. In the way that we do it, it's a consumer empathetic style of accredited healthcare content. It's not very, it's written, all of the content is digestible for everyone, for the people who are reading it, for the people who understand it, but it's all medically accurate by professional doctors. So it's a huge empathetic resource to help people. And so far in my career has been the most rewarding, because I didn't know how, other than bringing joy and entertainment and media to people, how I could also have a really great feeling of helping people in their moments of need. And so that's where I'm at it Very Well, working on the marketing, sales development side. So what you do is marketing is sales development marketing, and you partner with your sales and agencies teams to create partnerships between the brand, the consumer brands and your brand. So it's fun partnership. You work with clients, you work with brands specifically, you work with agency reps. So it has really enhanced my connections, my business ecosystem of people who I work with, and I absolutely love it.
That's awesome. I love hearing that. It's really cool when you look at this industry. For those of you that may be familiar, and if you're not, please Google like anything that has to do with advertising within digital space, even traditional advertising inside of the TV and publishing print, and even out of home. Those are all still booming industries. And there's so many different roles. We are only just the top slice of what you can imagine of all the various roles that are part of the industry, that support the industry. And it's really interesting too from a tech perspective, because everything is constantly changing. I love the term of change forward, because a lot of people are scared of change. And really, if we were scared of change in this industry, we'd still be stuck on really, really large phones that are about the size of a briefcase. And frankly, that's not what we do anymore, right? We now have everything at our fingertips, including TV on demand, and the ability to monetize it and make it $1 billion industry. I'm gonna kind of toss this out to whoever wants to take it. What is the most surprising thing that you found about this industry when you entered it?
I thought we'd be here already. So one thing about ad tech that's funny is things change and they stay the same. So we are finally, when I left CBS in 2014, I was looking for something that was more video driven, but I really thought we would have been there already. And so I've developed a lot of patience over the last 10 years, but the one surprise, we talk about different, what is old is new again. It was something that came up. I've now, there's something said earlier about living to see something happen twice. With data targeting, the importance of that. We were talking about that 8 years ago with some of the new tools that DFP Google had, and it's how do we go back to first party data and do our own targeting on the publisher side in ways that we were talking about 8 years ago with Boomerang. So it's just funny to see, what is old is new again, and I thought we'd be here already. Those are my two takeaways.
As a newbie to the industry, because I don't have that point of reflection to really look at, this has happened, I have to say it's just ever evolving. And I think it's really cool to see the CTV publishers trying to come up with new content, the way to put it together, to engage the audiences, and helping them kind of target to try to get the advertisers in to place the ads. So that gives them another revenue stream to bring money in, as well as engage those users. So for me, I just feel like every day is different, and there's always a new tech coming in, a new development, and you just have to evolve and always be open and listening to the publishers, because they're always telling us what is going to be important for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with all of those statements. Everything is constantly changing, constantly evolving, and it's really awesome to be working at a company that, is part of the change and not trying to catch up to the change. That's a really awesome place and way I'd like to position myself. Coming from traditional media, a lot of times you were a little bit behind the fold, and it's a slightly different industry to try to change perception of, a legacy brand, but it's also very gratifying as well. And working at big traditional publishers versus working at smaller little startup media companies, it's definitely always changing, always evolving, and it's always a little bit of a hustle.
Totally. I'd say my biggest surprise is a lot more fun than I thought it was. And, because it's this little hidden industry that nobody really knows about. Like you see ads and you see stuff and you're like, oh my gosh, people are targeting me, or people are invading my privacy, or how do they get, or how do these things get sold or built? It is a huge industry that's under this secret society in a way, in a really cool way. But it's easy to find your way into it if you know where to look or what you're looking for. And once you get into it, you meet amazing people. You have a great time learning, being creative, being inquisitive about everything. Because, frankly, to TJ's point, these jobs didn't exist 10 years ago. The idea of this didn't exist 20 years ago. And most of these ideas didn't even exist 5 years ago. It is. So it's funny too, because people will constantly ask me, well, what's next? Like, what's on the horizon? What are we looking for in 2025? And frankly, I can tell you, I have no idea. I can tell you right now what's taking off. Esports and the idea of how to advertise in esports, that's taking off. VR, but we really don't know how VR is going to play. But it's going to be interesting as long as there's huge adoption. And then what more can be done with TV, right? But we asked that same question 10 years ago, and look where we are now. So what does each of you want to see next? And what do you want to be part of?
I mean, I think in 2020, we've seen it, not to keep on talking about this topic, but we've seen consumer needs change rapidly. I think as long as you're listening to those needs, you can figure out what the consumption habits are going to be, what the new methods of need fulfillment and want fulfillment will be. And, I hope that I can be aware of those insights, be listening constantly to those insights, and to be positioned in companies that I have a say to make those, figure out those new products, be on the forefront of making sure that, it's always, always making a new product for consumers so they can, enjoy, be educated, and be fulfilled in ways that, only media can do.
Sure. I think it's very much good about best practices as well. I'd like to see all that evolving and making sure the consumers are being protected, the publishers are able to have the controls over their data and things like that. And also, of course, the advertisers are able to then put their dollars to work so that everybody has a good cycle of making money. And I think sometimes it's great that we can respond to ads that are relevant to us and be like, oh, I didn't even know about this product and that's interesting to me. And other times it's like, well, sometimes advertising is necessary evil, but it actually helps, people give you free content or enable you to have free channels and things like that. So I definitely want to see the evolution of best practices, and I love to see where the programmatic world and CTV and all that is going to evolve to. So.
No, and I the word convergence has been kicked around a lot over the last 5 years, and we're still early days in it. So to be honest, what I'm most excited about is being on the cutting edge of, I just got off the phone last week with someone that was talking about putting programmatic ads into linear, and not programmatic in the sense of, it's in the true RTV sense. They're talking about doing it. It's taking old ideas and applying them to new concepts. And, we have to respect, I think, where we've been and know where we're going. And, linear TV, my biggest area of passion is around where television is going, as I said. And so respecting where there are billions of dollars out there, respecting, the processes, to your point, Masha, about, best practices, respecting where, that industry has been, and then applying those ideas in such a way that, you don't need, just the way that you're resourcing for everything, people are no longer having to physically dig the holes. They're able to analyze in ways that they just couldn't before because they were so bogged down with trying to dig the hole. They couldn't even measure it out and so forth, right? Like they couldn't see what the work they had done because they had just been digging. That's a poor analogy, but basically coming back to convergence, it's really just taking what we know and what the great things are about linear and how do we make sure that they're done in a digital fashion to really create efficiency and move people into just different areas that we've never even seen before. There's jobs in 10 years that won't exist, right? So that's kind of convergence is my piece.
That's awesome to hear. I mean, and I'm sure a lot of you are also thinking too, what does this mean for you? And well, one of it, money. I'm not going to lie there. This industry definitely knows how to make a profit, both for companies as well as individuals that are working for it. So there's always I remember when I first graduated from college, I was always wondering, where can I go that's going to make me a good salary? Definitely in this realm. It does come with paying your dues. There's no lies there. But you work hard, you show you're interested, you show you're willing to ask the right questions and do the hard work. You're going to have a great time in this industry. I am extremely thankful every single day being part of it. There's a lot of acronyms you have to learn about. So I'm sure you heard a lot of those today and we can spend hours going over them. Just remember that your life will be full of acronyms in this space. And aside from that too, it's going to be full of nothing but creativity, ideas, changing forward. The people that own the companies of today were in your position 10 years ago. The companies that are making billions and billions of dollars doing ad tech, companies that have been purchased for billions. For example, look at Mark Cuban. He started a website about sports broadcasting when back in the very early .com days. That sold to Yahoo for 1.6 billion, I believe. That's an insane story. Now, of course, that doesn't happen with everybody, but it does mean that the opportunities are there. And it means that this tech space, it is limitless. With that, I'd love to open it up if we have any questions for our panel to take, and then we'll wrap up with one final question for each of our panelists.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate all your insights about the industry and specifically for me, ed tech is the industry I want to be in, so I learned so much today. Thank you so much. So the question I have is, I think it's the era of personalization right now. It's one of the best way to connect with customer. So with current, all the privacy legislations and Google dropping cookies, what do you think is going to happen with personalization? How do you keep, a message individualized and personalized?
That's the $1 million question. I'm sure all four of us have had that big question posed to us. Who wants to take that? I mean, I could talk all day about privacy. I'm actually I'm on the panel right now. I'm part of the team writing the new rules for how to from IAB on how to interpret CCPA appropriately for CTV, because it wasn't actually written for CTV. It was written for everything else. They got the CTV and they were too late. There wasn't enough time to finish writing it last year, so now they have to write it. So I can go on all day, but anybody want to take that?
The only thing I'll say is it's going to, because that's something near and dear to my current employer's heart. That's where a lot of the basis of our Local Now app and where we're going with it is around localization and personalization. And and without going too far into it, it's really about first party data. What do you know about the user, and what can you procure there? Cookies are going away. We know that at least in their current form, right? So I think it's going to be looking back at like I said, what is old is new again, right? 2008 or 2010, we were looking at what were the sports users on cbsnewyork.com or wcbs.com. We're going to go back to that in some respects. It's just going to be bigger and better, and it's going to come down, I think, a lot to first party data and what do we already have in our houses as publishers.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, CJ. Dotdash is very well as part of Dotdash, which is a portfolio of 9 to 10 brands spanning lifestyle. We have everything from bridal, lifestyle, finance, food, cooking, parenting, health, all of the different little verticals that people can do. And the Dotdash model is based on search. It's organic search. It's the original about.com, which I don't know if anyone still remembers that, but they really figured out a way to harness their data to, be with a cookieless, industry. So we use what we call intent data, and we're able through our first party data to figure out what someone who has psoriasis is also engaging with on, maybe they're interested, maybe it's a she who is a bride who wants to, figure out the best dress to wear, or also how to make sure her psoriasis isn't flaring up on her wedding day. So we know that our users have multifaceted lives. They're more than just, their health condition or more than just their hobby. And with that whole portfolio and without cookies, we're able to identify these users with what we call intent, our intent targeting options. So I think it's leaning back to some of the publishers, looking at first party data, seeing what we can do with it in a really safe and secure way for our users and our brand partners, and figuring out, as we go along with a new cookieless world that we're going to be living in soon.
We love the cookies, right? We're going to miss those. Anything you wanted to add to that, Masha?
You know what? I very much second all that stuff. I think the publishers are being very creative of how they can harness all the different data points to be able to then still get the message across without the cookies. So I think it's really cool to see the creativity, and I think it's really going to evolve. I don't think there's one set way to go about it. So that'll be a cool thing to be part of.
Definitely. And one point of the question I definitely want to key on is the keyword personalization. A lot of people hear data and they think that we're, this industry is trying to spy on you and take your, all of your personal information. That's not the case. Really what we're ultimately from an industry striving for is we want to be able to offer the ability to access content, which costs money to produce and distribute, millions and billions of dollars to produce and distribute content every single day. And that money doesn't come from anywhere. It doesn't come from nothing. It has to be made, and either is made from subscription fees, which a lot of people don't want to pay those. They want things less cost. So for reduced subscription fees or for free, advertising is necessary. And to make advertising palpable, we want to make sure that advertising is more geared towards you. Because if you're not an outdoorsy person, you're gonna get tired of seeing ads for how to camp over and over and over and over. You'd rather see ads that can do one of three things. How does it save you money, make your life better, or save you time? Now, if you can't answer any of those questions without knowing something about the person who's gonna see that ad. And that's why we personalize ads, to make them more relevant and useful, because you have to see them in order to consume content for free or for a reduced cost.
I'm just going to make a point that I've been retargeted for ad tech ads. I won't call out who just came up behind me, but I you're an ad tech when you get retargeted by vendors.
Yes. Well, that's world of cookies now, and everywhere you go, you drop little cookies. So that's always fun. Any other questions for us to take?
Hey, I actually have a question. And first of all, thank you so much for coming us and give us so much knowledge about marketing and ad sales. For me, I'm someone that not really familiar with technology that much, but I'm very much interested in working in marketing and ad sales field. So what kind of suggestion you guys can give to somebody like me who kind of in that situation? Thank you.
I'll let you in on one little secret that I'll let the panelists answer as well, is you don't have to know a damn thing. Frankly, you don't have to know anything. I had no clue what I was getting myself into when I got into tech. Most everything is learned on the job. There are classes you can take that are outside of college. There are specialty courses you can take. A lot of those costs, you generally want to be sponsored for those, because they do come with a heavy penny. But this industry is all about learning. And whether you are entering it from the marketing perspective or entering from the technology side, you're going to learn so much. If I asked myself 6 years ago what a CPM was, or what IAB was, or how to do yield optimization, or how to properly sell an ad, honestly, I didn't even know what the word spot meant, which is a term for commercial. I would have been like, who, what, how? And today I can spit all that stuff out to you, and every single thing I'm talking about. And also, I'm always learning too. You never stop learning. Who else wants to take this?
I can. I came from a completely non-technical background. I finished a marketing degree back in my day in Australia, and then chose to pursue my dance career. I knew nothing about the tech world walking in, but I understood what my skill set was. So I think the best advice I can give to any individual is working out what your skill set. If you think you're going to be great at sales, if you think you're better at like content and marketing, if you are more engineer based or something, you've got to work out exactly what your skill set is. And then I think you can just thrive in any industry you pick in. But I think in ad tech, it's so much more accessible, and I think it's very easy to learn on the job, and it all starts to make sense eventually. So I think it's just being open-minded and just ready to learn and working out what your strengths are.
One thing I'll say, I'll piggyback on that. One of the, it's a horrible time that we're in with COVID and so forth, but there has been some silver lining, especially in our space. So if you go to, different companies like the Trade Desk or SpotX, they've created their own trainings that you can access outside of them. They're providing to the public. So if you're, you'd have to reach out to the IAB, but I believe they were also doing something for those that were affected by COVID or students. So I talked to students from Drexel University out of the program that I left, in 2007. I still, keep in touch. They are struggling to get internships. That is a big concern right now. I know NBC has opened up a virtual program. It's taken some, obviously we started this in March, it's November, right? It feels like decades have passed. But, companies are looking at, one, what training can they provide, outside of their own, what do these internship programs look like? They're revamping that. If they haven't yet, they're probably working on it. So and then as far as jobs, I think the other piece is that, I had dial-up, to be honest, when I started college in 2001. No one on this call has probably had that problem, right? So, you're digital first right out of the gate, and that, remote working, even for me, I like going to an office, but I think, the jobs are going to shift, and it's going to be in such a way that being digital first and coming out of college now is going to create some benefits and advantages, I think, long-term, right? So where you might lack experience, there's tools out there, and the job market is shifting. You just have to be aggressive. My biggest thing is outreach. If you see, people are scared to ping someone. If there's someone I don't know at this point, I will reach out and say, hey, how's your day going? And it doesn't, if you're looking to break into this industry, you're like, I think there's this company called the Weather Group. I'm going to message this girl, CJ. Let's see what happens. It's a 10% rule. I can reach out to 100 people, 10 of them come back to me, and one might be a sale, right? That's what they told me in sales, as a rule. Same idea with networking. And that's probably your biggest benefit now is everyone's home. So use LinkedIn as much as you can to and do coffee meets just because you can't meet in person. I do several coffee meets a month, and it keeps me up to date. I've met some great students through that. There's something called the Boyd Initiative. Stephen Golis, he's running that. I'm plugging that because he's bringing people together. They're students coming out of school, Black, African American, coming up, and he's focused on them because we also need to fill that gap too, right, across the entire board. So, and allow people to come up and get, have the advantages that all other people might, more so because of contacts. So long story short, LinkedIn's a great resource. Reach out. There's resources out there, and you guys are probably in the best place of anyone as we all pivot to this remote digital work environment.
Yeah, and just real quick, you probably know a lot more than you're giving yourself credit for. You're an ultimate consumer. You're probably consuming OTT. You're on your phone. You're engaging with ads all of the time. That's your generation. That's part of your lifestyle. Like Mike said, you will learn so much on the job. So my only advice would really be to, lean into your experiences and things that you've, experienced, your user experience with tech, how you consume things the best. And also, if you have the opportunity, if you're in New York City or another big city, if you have the opportunity to work for a brand that you're passionate about their topics or their content, that will also, just automatically help you because you'll understand it because you love it.
Perfect. I love it. I mean, and one key thing that we're very quickly wrap this up was, you're going to change jobs in this industry. I've been in sales. I've been in marketing. I've been in tech. I now have a really weird mixture of a role that oversees monetization and partnerships from a business development perspective, mixed with sales, mixed with technology. So you're able to move around. Don't feel like you're going to be stuck in one part of the industry if you get into the industry. It's designed for you to learn as much as you want to learn and to be part of as much as you want to be part of. And it is an amazing space to join. And I can't tell you again how grateful I am. And I'm sure all of us are so grateful As much as we have these crazy days, it's just like, you know, I can't take it sometimes. Those are going to happen. But we are super grateful. So with that, I want to wrap up with one. You can find me because, for, you know, to the point too, is you now know 4 people in the industry. So you can find me on LinkedIn at Mike Richter. You search for me. I'm where I work for Jukin Media. So that's the best way to locate me. Or you can email me. It's mike.richter@jukinmedia.com. That's JUKIN. And then I'm going to pass this each one and kind of wrap that up too, but also let everybody know one key thing that they either need to learn or one key skill they need to have walking in this industry. My key skill is never forget the word why. You can learn what all day long, but if you learn just what you're doing, you're not going to understand why you're doing it. And if you understand why you're doing it, you can reverse engineer it and understand then how to rebuild something else using the same concepts. Who wants to go next?
I will. I think that a lot of people are confused about what their first step should be. And like Mike said, you can go, you know, in many different ways once you start media. I just want you to know that no experience is a bad experience because it will lead you to your next one. It will, if you like it, great. You can, you know, forge your way into that. If you don't, check it off the list. This isn't something you're interested in, but I'm sure there's parts that you did catch your eye, made you interested, and you can really learn from every single thing. So do not be worried about taking a wrong first step or any step in that sense. You'll figure out, you'll learn from it regardless.
Yeah, I definitely think never be afraid to try. And if you don't try, you can't say whether you like it or you don't like it. So definitely just jump in, head first, see how it goes. And as Hannah said, something will work, something won't, but you'll know what your next path it will be. And yeah, same, you can find me on LinkedIn. That's the spelling of my name. I'm not going to try to spell it for you guys. Easier that way. I'll pass it over to CJ.
No, I think over the time that you get frustrated right away because with certain projects, and I guess my story is progress, not perfection. So I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and coming into this field, coming into an ops role, there's times when you get analysis paralysis, as my boss likes to say. So I think trust your gut and be open to what's around you, but just keep moving forward. It can be, putting the resumes out and applying. And I have friends that are senior people in the industry looking for jobs right now because of COVID. And it's just, we're all there. It's leveled the playing field quite a bit. But my words there are openness to any opportunity, and rejection is not rejection. It's just moving in the right direction to where what is the actual piece that you want. So that's the other piece that I've learned in the last 10 years. I'm on LinkedIn. That's the best way to get a hold of me. There's a lot of dots in my name with my email. So CJ, C.J. Leonard, and I'm at the Weather Group, Local Now, Weather Channel on LinkedIn.
And I forgot to say that you can also find me on LinkedIn. It's Hannah Hashmi. I work at Very Well. I look forward to hearing from you.
Perfect. Thank you again, everybody, for joining today. Thank you for your questions. They were amazing. I'm going to toss this on back to the rest of the event. Sorry, it took a little longer than expected, but it's been a great time. Thank you again for tuning in, and I hope to see you in this industry soon.
The thing I learned there that I think I've always kept with me since then is that your relationship with your manager or your boss is your responsibility. It's not their responsibility. We all love to complain about our bosses, no matter who they are. I'm sure plenty of employees of mine have complained about me. And at the end of the day, you're the one working for the other person. And so if you don't ask the questions, or you don't bring up things that are important, or you don't speak truth to power, there's really nothing they can do with the problems that you're having. One can only fix something they're aware of. Understanding that being a good advocate for yourself is the only way you're going to get compensated commensurate with what you're worth. Asking for things and responsibilities, even if you're not 100% sure how to do every aspect of them, these are the things that truly successful people do. The current CEO of Disney has never run a television division. He comes from the theme park division and consumer products before that. Many people you now see in great areas of responsibility are doing many of the things that they're doing for the first time in their lives. And frankly, William Goldman, who wrote Princess Bride and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, his great book called Adventures in the Screen Trade. And the first line is, the thing you need to know about the entertainment business is nobody knows anything. And the thing you need to know about the entertainment industry is nobody knows anything. And if all you have to do is look around you at the current landscape in the media and entertainment business, and it's just very true. Wake up stupid every day. Wake up ready to learn something new every single day. And if you do that, you can overcome not knowing anything. The thing that's going to be the longevity of your career is being yourself. And I know that sounds kind of Pollyannish to a certain extent, but literally the only thing that you can do better than everyone else on the face of the planet is be you. Now, what that is hard to determine. It isn't just like, hey, show up and just, wear the clothes I want to wear and tell the jokes I want to tell. It means understanding what your talents are, the things that come naturally to you. It's understanding, and being self-aware about what other people think about you and your reputation. It's having constant feedback from people you trust. It's laying out a plan for yourself to discover the things that you're great at and that you can continue to improve at until you become the best in the world at them.
Want to try to change your environment, and that doesn't necessarily mean location or types of people, but it can really mean anything. And in my case, when it was moving from Texas to New York, kind of moving from the South to what is essentially the media capital of the world, I just had an entire perspective change. Growing up in the South, your perspectives, what you learn, even your values to some extent are different than what you may experience and learn and hold close to you when you're in New York City. And I think that change of perspective and having kind of that duality really helped me not only grow as a person, as a young person, 18, moving to New York City, but it also really helped me view the media in an interesting way. I'd say that especially today, that there are so many different online tools, pieces of software, things like that, that are being used in media every day. And whether it's on the business side or the production side, I suggest learning those. And they don't take a ton. And you all are going to be much more digitally savvy than even my generation is. So I'm sure you're already used to a great deal of them. And in some ways, social media is the preeminent tool. But I suggest for the more professional things out there, it's worth taking a free course online or something like that every now and then. If it's something that you think is of interest to you, you never know if it'll come into play later on. And that happens, at places like Google and YouTube, where I came from, where, all of a sudden they're using these tools that I didn't necessarily have experience in. And all of a sudden they're saying this is something we need to learn. So always try to learn what other people are using. So take advantage of your youth. Oftentimes it'll mean that you get opportunities to lead things that aren't necessarily that important or that integral to a business at the time, but you never know when they will be that for the business that you work for. One regret I have is not making more progress there. I think I would, part of me was so happy to be there and learn so much. And, sometimes you get caught up in the day-to-day work of doing your job. And I think, again, it's somewhat specific to media. I'm sure it expands to other industries as well, but you always want to think about how can you make a splash? How can you do something unique, make a mark for yourself? I think that's very important with media. It's not to make it sound superficial, but you'll hear a lot of times that media is a hit-driven business, and that is true in both the relationship with consumers and having big, awesome movies and TV shows, but I think it also affects your career. If you're the person behind those big TV shows, the subscriber numbers going up at the New York Times or the latest Disney movie, that's what people are going to look at you for. That's how they're going to view your career. And so having those things on your resume is very important. So, try not to just get caught up in the day-to-day stuff, but always make sure that you're looking for opportunities to do something impactful. And this really just kind of goes back to, the other lesson about how do you make people feel? And if you do something big and awesome, obviously that's going to have an impact on how people feel about you.
Hello, ODI. I'm Michael Smith, CMO of NPR and a longtime ODI participant, and just so excited to be with you guys today. And I've got an amazing guest, Wanya Lucas, who is the president and CEO of Crown Media Networks. You're probably more familiar with their super popular cable TV channels like the Hallmark Channel. And we're going to talk a little bit today about her career and her journey and success, and amazing success in the entertainment business, and hopefully provide some insights and ideas for you guys. So Wanya, let's start with your personal story. You studied engineering in college, and you began your career in consumer products, but how did you get into media?
Yeah, well, I will start by saying, I always loved the media. When I was growing up in the South, it was television that, and I never left the South. So the only way I could get outside of the South was through television. And so when I went to business school, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, I knew I wanted to shift into the entertainment space at some point because I knew that it was a medium that mattered. So I went into packaged goods after business school. I worked at Clorox and Coca-Cola, and I found myself working at Coca-Cola on orange juice. And even though I got to do some fun stuff like the Olympics, at the end of the day, orange juice didn't have the same kind of emotional connection that I saw with television. And so I'd interned at Turner right after business school before I went to Clorox. And I called my mentor and said, hey, I'm ready to come back. She set me up with interviews. Honestly, Michael, it took 37 interviews to get from me. I did 37 interviews over a year and a half. And no one could envision a person from Coca-Cola working in media. And finally, my mentor created a job for me in corporate marketing. And I cut my salary in half, moved my, family to Atlanta, and have never been happier, never looked back. And from there, I was able to work at TNT and then at CNN and other places. And so the great thing about those 37 interviews is that through the course of my career at Turner, I encountered all of those people later. And I would be in meetings, the most junior person in the meeting, and the person would go, didn't I interview you? I remember you. So actually, I got a lot of my mentors that way that helped me along my path at Turner. Those 37 interviews actually paid off.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, that's a true example of resilience to get to go through 37 interviews. I mean,
in other words.
You touched on mentors and how some of those people became mentors, but you also mentioned the initial mentor that you went to help you think about getting into entertainment. How did you find that first mentor? I know that for a lot of people in the audience, finding mentors is a key focus. What advice do you have about that? And how did you find yours?
I found this mentor through a personal connection. So someone that knew someone at Turner that I didn't know that well. But throughout the course of my career, I've never been shy about, emailing someone or calling someone and telling them, I wanted to just have a conversation about their career. And most people like to talk about themselves. And so I found that to be really successful. And if you're lucky enough to really connect with someone in one of those conversations, then that person will be with you along the way, you know, throughout your entire journey. And that's what I found to be true with most people, not all, but most people. So the first thing you got to do is ask, make a connection and then ask.
That's a great point. I mean, I think people who work in the media business, we do tend to like to talk a lot, especially about ourselves. In fact, what are some of the other key lessons that you've learned that you think have been really important to your career success through the years?
Yeah, I would always start with, you know, for me, when I went to business school, I was a little older as a student, and I knew I wanted to have a family. And so the first thing I've always looked for that's worked well for me is I've always chosen bosses well. And of course, they choose me because they make the offer, but I also look at it as if I choose them. And I've always looked for people who were family friendly, who understood that I was a hard worker and that I would deliver. But also what was important to me in terms of my life journey is to be a mom. And so I've been really blessed to have really great managers and bosses who were family friendly and allowed me to live the life that I chose to live. The second thing I would say is to contribute beyond your job description. So when I was at TNT, I knew I wanted to be a general manager. Quite frankly, I never even thought about president and CEO. I just wanted to run a network. And I would tell everyone I wanted to run a network. And I'm in marketing. And so one of the things that I did, and this was why business school was so great, I did the strategic plan for TNT while working as a VP of entertainment marketing. I wrote the strategy for every department at TNT. Now, the reason I did that, beyond the fact that I wanted to be noticed and I wanted to do the work, I was interested in the work, I learned what everyone did. And so years later, when I was trying to position myself as a GM candidate, I was able to first get into research because I understood what research did, and I understood programming and development. And so understanding not just what they do, but how do you develop strategies to do it better or differently or grow an audience helped position me well. So I'd say, you know, choose wisely when it comes to your boss, work beyond your job descriptions. And then the last thing I would just say is relationships matter. My father used to say, be nice to the people on your way up because you want those people to be nice to you on your way down. And he was absolutely right. So all relationships matter.
Yeah, I guess the relationship, the power of relationships is really encapsulated in that, you know, that classic quote about it's not what you know, it's who you know. Another thing about the entertainment industry is that there's constant change, and is obviously the theme of today's conference. But how have you thrived through all the changes that you've seen in the business through your career?
Yeah, it's changed a lot. I think I have thrived because I approach everything really through the lens of the consumer. So I believe that consumer insights drive business results. So whether we are developing programming, whether or not we're doing a marketing campaign, you know, it is about bringing the consumer's voice into the room. I just got off a call going through the focus group research that we've done, and we're going to do a quantitative segmentation study. And from that, we'll do brand positioning and brand architecture. Those are things I learned in packaged goods at Clorox and at Coke that I keep with me. But understanding the consumer, where they're going, not where they are today, but where they're going is even more important. And so I think one of the things, I just came back into the cable world, and the decline in linear television and the increase in OTT usage is just startling to me. And so I spent a lot of time wrapping my head around that. If that's where the consumer's going, we need to be there. So always bringing that voice and understanding where they are, what are their needs, wants, and desires, and then making sure that you are working on a product that actually meets those, the consumer needs and demand.
Well, picking up on consumer needs and demand, one of the big issues that consumers seem to be responding to is this cultural moment that we're in right now. Really, 2020 is the year of America's, I would say, racial reckoning, and the importance of that in people's minds and how they see brands related to that. But we've had these reckonings throughout, I'd say, the last 100 years. We've had moments, but do you think this time is different? And if so, why?
Yeah, well, first of all, I have to tell you, I grew up in Atlanta, post-civil rights movement, right? And so right in the thick of it. And, you know, my neighbors were civil rights leaders. And so I had a front row seat. The other front row seat I had, and this will all come back to your question, my uncle is Hank Aaron. And when he was playing baseball and about to break a record, you know, he had a lot of death threats. And so I had a firsthand seat to hatred and potential violence, the threat of violence as a child. And that was frightening to me. I felt like at that point, the movement was largely based in the South, and it was largely driven, although there were, you know, people of different ethnicities and races that were involved, it was largely based in the South, and it was largely African-American driven. What I see different, that's different about this movement is it feels like it is a global movement, right? It is beyond America. It is beyond any geography. It's a global movement. And it's a movement that is much more inclusive by nature. And I think that is tremendously different than what I saw my front row seat growing up. And it's encouraging to me. It's inspirational, actually.
And from your seat now, you know, at the head of a, you know, major Hollywood cable network, how do you think Hollywood is changing, especially with regard to workforce and content itself? Do you think that there's real change happening this time?
I mean, I think it's, you know, to be seen. It's still kind of early, but I will tell you what I believe, to answer your question. I do believe that there's a greater understanding of the need to diversify and be more representative. One of the things I discovered, I guess when I was back at Discovery working on ID, is that African-American women way over index in television viewing. There's a business reason to be more diverse, but beyond that, it's just the right thing to do. And so I think that there are more opportunities for people within the industry, but I also think that, and I've seen some friends recently promoted. I also think that there's more opportunity for people to enter the industry, but it's still early on. We'll see, but I'm going to keep my eye on it.
So it's definitely, would you say it's a good time if you're a young person of color entering the industry right now? It's a good time in terms of opportunities, or do you think this is more lip service from companies and it's not really a signal of change?
I don't know. I don't think it's lip service. I think that there's more opportunity, because we kind of talked about this before, when I think it's a bigger industry, right? So there's more opportunity for jobs. And you just think about the streaming platforms. I think that when I look at their employee base, it just seems a lot more diverse than I think cable was, certainly when it was an emerging business. So I think the more people you have, representation you have in those companies, you know, broadcast, cable, streaming companies, the more opportunities that you'll have for people entering the business. I tend to be an optimist, but I do think people like you and I can make a difference, right? And if there are more people like you and I, or people who understand the need, they don't have to be like you and I. Back to, you know, this is a movement that is broader than any one race. If people understand why representation matters and having the right people in the room is important, then there'll be more opportunity for people who don't look like them or who do. So I'm hopeful.
Yeah, you talked about how it's a broader movement this time. So say, you know, I'm a young white person starting out in the industry. What's my responsibility during this moment?
No, I think that that has not changed, because the reality is I am here because there were a lot of young white people and older white people who were my sponsors, not just my mentors, right? And they gave me opportunities. But I think for young white people today, you know, the word allyship is a new one that really I think I love, because ally is a verb, it's not a noun. And so I think that people can have authentic relationships with people of color, really understand who they are, see them, make sure they're seen and heard. Because I think it's not what happens necessarily when there are people of color in the room, it's what happens when they're not. And if you have that white ally who has the ability to represent what a person of color, who they are, what their opportunities are, that's, to me, like, that's a true ally. Is someone who is there representing you when you're not there, and who understands how to do that in an authentic way, and follows up on it. And so I have seen it in action, and I hope that there are people doing that every day.
And yeah, I think allyship is it's a new concept, but I think it's really key to fostering diversity and inclusion. What are some of the other ways that you learned or had success at fostering diversity and inclusion in the teams that you've led through your career?
I think through hiring people and giving them opportunities, hiring them because they were the right people, but giving them opportunities, giving them exposure. I never want people to think that I am the only. I am not the only. You're not the only, right? And there are many more people who deserve opportunities. And so I have lived that as part of my purpose. I am hyper focused on it now, because I'm closer to the end of my career than the beginning of my career. So as part of my legacy, I want to see more representation. I want people to have more opportunities than I've seen throughout the majority of my career.
Yeah, it's interesting you make the point about being closer to the end of your career to the beginning. I would disagree and say, looking at the two presidential candidates, you've got a long career to go.
I got a lot of runway,
But there's definitely that I found in my own career, this sort of phasing of, in the early years, you're more like a sponge soaking things up. And then at some point you're a saturated sponge, and you can actually do the work. And then as you get a little bit older, it's time to kind of, I guess, give back. And that, I guess, how do you know when you've hit those sort of transition points, or is it just a continual thing?
I think it's continual. To me, like, the give back is, I would say I would partner that with also to learn, right? Like, I learn so much from people who are more in that sponge phase. I think actually I can learn more from people in the sponge phase than people learned from me when I was in that phase, just because I think they're like the people that are attending this conference. There was nothing like that, like this, when I was entering the business. So there's more opportunity to learn about the business. There's more opportunity to meet people who are in the business, just because of technology, if nothing else. I have a daughter who is a second year in business school, but who worked in the business, and still wants to work in the business. And I watch her navigate, and she just has a lot more exposure than I ever did. I call her and ask her questions all the time, because she's, again, that knowledge. And so I think that's the difference, is that now, when you're in the phase that we're in, you learn from the sponges a lot more than I think, again, people learn from me.
Yeah, speaking of the sponges, I mean, young people today obviously are consuming through OTT streaming, and you mentioned, not through traditional linear channels. Running networks, cable networks that have built their businesses on linear. How are you managing this transition?
Yeah, I kind of look at it, I mentioned earlier that you have to follow the consumer. You can't fight that inertia. And so I tell the people I work with now, I believe in hallmark everywhere, right? We have to be wherever the consumer is. We have to be mindful of the platform and how people view or how they use the platform. So it gets back to that consumer insights and truly understanding them. And so, still the linear business is not going away anytime soon. It's a good business model. But I do think we have to lean into the OTT platforms and be a part of that. And that's what we're doing. I also think, by the way, there are opportunities to expand beyond the visual. You're in the podcast business. We could be in the podcast business, right? There's a way to continue your storytelling that may happen in a visual context. And so I think about, how do you explore that? Which is, just expanding your touch points with the consumer, and hopefully either attracting new people, but also maybe keeping people within your franchise. I think there's just tremendous opportunity there.
Yeah, it definitely seems that among younger people, there's not as hard a line between audio, video, text, the way people would, or people would have called it in the past, print, radio, TV. You see people, especially like on a platform like Instagram, is it a photo? Is it a video? Is it a message? It's all one thing, which is a great opportunity. It feels for brands. I mean, the Hallmark brand is really unique because it's over 100 years old and it's still a super popular and relevant brand especially with young women. Why do you think it stayed so relevant? And
yeah, well, I think a couple of reasons. I think that when I look at our brand values, which are around hope and optimism, positivity, love, community, a sense of community, connecting and caring, like those values are universal values. They're timeless values. And really our parent brand Hallmark cards, which most people are familiar with, or the stores, those that, we're very consistent with their brand values. So our brand values are the same as our parent brand. And again, they're universal themes and they're timeless. And that's why I think we're still relevant today, even though we are a 100-year-old brand. The way we express the brand is different in different ways. I'm sure our founder never thought about television, right? But those brand values are very much the same.
Yeah, I guess, kindness never goes out of style.
Kindness never goes out of style. No. And the great thing too about our values is because they're universal, that means everyone, no matter your race, gender, where you're from, where you live, it's relevant to everybody. Everybody wants those values in their life.
I'm going to open it up for some questions. And I think we've got some people in the queue. Is that Yulia on the line with some people?
Hi, hello, Michael. Hi, Wanya. It's so nice to meet you both. Today, I'm representing the Student Star team and also our audience, and we've collected some questions on the social media, and we would love to hear a little more from you. So, Wanya, you highlighted the importance of mentorship in your journey, that it was really like a pivotal moment in your career. And today we are in this virtual world. So would you have any tips for our generation, how to do successful virtual mentorship, how to build connections, how to find your mentor? Because you're talking about this connection, how important it is. So how can we build and maintain it in the virtual world?
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just an article in the New York Times about this, and it's hard. I'm going to say it's hard, right? It's just not an easy thing, but it's so doable. And one of the things I love about the Zoom world or whatever you're on is that you can be in rooms you probably can't be in physically. And so the hardest part is, how do you connect with someone? And I think you can connect with someone either through mutual acquaintances, through LinkedIn. I get a lot of connections to people through LinkedIn. There are conferences such as this where you can connect with people. So I think there are, once you establish the connection, then it's like, okay, how do I get your time? And I kind of mentioned before that people gave me their time. 37 people did at least, no more than that. So making sure you just ask and say, can I have 10 minutes of your time? And with Zoom, you can meet anyone anywhere. So I think that's an opportunity.
This is great. Thank you. Actually, it is much easier than it seems.
Well, no, I don't know about that.
Well, as you said, just having 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think people will give you 10 minutes. And I also think, quite honestly too, in the state of the world today with the pandemic and everything going on, I think people want to give and they want to share. And I think that they're more likely to do it than maybe in the past. So.
Okay, this is very encouraging, actually. Thank you. Another question is actually for me, because I am transitioning from the finance and audit and business field into media. Mm-hmm. And hearing your story that you work in Coca-Cola, so you were in the consumer good business and now you've transitioned into media industry. And you've mentioned that the main focus is really the consumer, so it doesn't really change the job that much. But what skills or what qualities did you have to develop as you were transitioning from the consumer good business into media?
Well, the biggest criticism I got was whether or not I could fit into the culture, right? Because culture is really important. And so people couldn't see a former engineer that worked in a plant, then working at Coca-Cola, working at TNT. And so I had to, and I felt like I actually did fit culturally. So I had to learn to dial down certain things and dial up others. I went to a high school performing arts. So I had to think about those people that I was around and when I was in performing arts, and just, and I think relatability and the ability to relate to people is important. And so I think as you're making a transition, understanding the culture of the company that you're talking to, the person that you're talking to, finding a point of connectivity. I usually, this is horrible to say, but if it's a guy, I love sports. I grew up in sports, so I can always find a point of connectivity, there. But really know who they are and what matters to them, and then just find something that you share. And I think that works.
Yeah, I think passion for the content is really important. One of the founders of NPR said a long time ago that he hired for passion over skill, because you can teach people how to do things, but you can't teach passion for the storytelling itself. So I'm always impressed when people come in when they just love the content and can talk chapter and verse about, oh, I listened to this episode or that episode, or why'd you say this in this episode? It shows that they really care about this stuff. And I feel much more confident about then we can teach you, some more of the other skills. But if you don't really love storytelling and entertainment, then that's, it's hard to convince people to hire you.
Yeah, I think, being passionate, that's absolutely right, Michael. I think that's number one, and spending time with the content. But also not just loving it, but understanding what the opportunity for it is. Like, what does it need? What doesn't it have? How would you evolve it? I think that's also important too, because that says I'm going to add value. I'm going to be more than a fangirl. I'm going to add value because I've thought about it.
This is great. Michael, we just got a question for you too. Do you have any advice for mentoring? Also mentorship virtually, especially for podcast, like audio media.
Oh, you mean shows that could be good for people to listen to be mentored by?
It just says any advice for virtual mentoring with someone who's in the podcast.
Okay. Yeah, and I think it goes back to what Wanya said about just finding people through LinkedIn that you might think they work on something that you find interesting, and then asking them for a little bit of their time. It is amazing the ability that you have thanks to technology. When I got my first big break at Food Network almost 25 years ago, that was pre-internet, and I was working another company, and I really wanted to make a move, and I had to just go to the library and get this directory book of all the different media companies in the country, and write letters and type them out on Microsoft Word and print them out at Kinko's, and buy stamps. And I sent 100 letters out to different companies, and I think out of 100 letters I got 4 responses. 2 were like no, 96 didn't even bother, and then 2 said they'd be willing to have an interview with me, and then one of them was the Food Network, where I ended up working for almost 20 years. So you can do it, and it took me about 3 months to write all those letters and get all those responses. You guys can do that on LinkedIn in a night. So
tenacity matters.
Right.
And also, Michael and I have exactly the same background. We were both industrial engineers with an MBA, and we have similar stories.
How lucky we are to have LinkedIn.
We have time for one final question.
Okay, so the last question is also from our social media, and since you touched the topic of representation, and our audience is asking, is the media industry helping to increase the representation? Are there any programs, really any encouragement how to get more people of diverse ethnicities involved in media industry?
Well, I do think there's acknowledgement that it's needed. It starts there, right? And I think everybody is doing, sort of some evaluation about what they have and haven't done. I do think, again, as I said earlier, it's a business. In a lot of ways, it's their business reasons for doing it too. To broaden and diversify your audience is good business, but it's also the right thing to do. So I actually believe that it's happening. Now, keep in mind, in terms of creating content, we're in the middle of a pandemic, right? So there hadn't been a whole lot of creation of content, I think, for the bulk of 2020. But people are back up and running. And so I do think that I already see a difference and a change in the content that's coming out versus what we saw last year.
Yeah, I think people are realizing that 2020 is the first year in US history that the majority of people under the age of 18 are non-white. So it's a change that people have been talking about. I know since I was in college, saying America's going to diversify. America's going to diversify. Well, it's here. So like Wanya said, it's not even about the right thing to do. It's just this is your audience. So I think people are responding to that quickly. And I think the final thing I'd say is that speak up. It reminds me of the Me Too movement, where people were silent for so many years, and finally it took a couple of people with the courage to talk about things that were wrong. And now we're seeing that with regard to racial justice. And I think don't be shy. If you feel like companies are not doing the right thing, scream about it.
Yeah, and I just want to say that that's something that's a through line in my career. Speak up. So important in every room. I always tell people, if you're in a room, make your presence known. So speak up about what's happening in terms of social justice and racial injustice, and just speak up and be yourself. And I think that will help differentiate you.
Thank you so much for the answers.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the questions, and thank you, Wanya, for the amazing insights. And thank you guys for letting us be part of your computer screen. So
thank you, and good luck to everyone.
Hello, everyone. I guess you've just joined us for the International Connectivity Panel. My name is Ben Lister. I'm going to be moderating the panel today, and I've got three wonderful guests, esteemed colleagues, and people that I've known for a long time to join us. I'll tell you just 1 minute about me. So my current role is that I am working in Los Angeles for Sinclair Broadcast Group, where I look at content acquisition and business development across some of their digital properties. We have a free TV application called Stir, which has been a huge success for us already this year, and it's only a couple of years old. I also look at a few broadcast networks from a content acquisition perspective. And historically, as you can tell from my accent, I come from international. I've spent most of my career in London, expanding offices for YouTube networks and working with all kinds of fun people, from record companies to the time I was at MTV and various other things. So, but it's been a while. And so I'm going to be asking the questions today to our panelists, and I will start with a few introductions. Let's go to Laurie, and if you could introduce yourself and let us know who you are and where you've come from.
Hi everyone, my name's Laurie. I'm from Liverpool in the UK. However, 6 months ago, I relocated to Denmark to join Lego's global leadership team as a senior business transformation manager. At the same time, I run a startup called Mindless. So Mindless Academy provides online work experience to students and young professionals worldwide within the context of digital storytelling. I've had quite a bit of an international experience. I studied languages at university, which got me a year in the south of France and a year in Germany. After university, I went to work as a translator as part of an European Commission project in Berlin, also in Germany. After that, though, I quickly realized that actually translation wasn't for me. And I'd say that was one of my first kind of lessons in the world of work, was that it's okay to not know exactly what you want to do, and it's okay to change direction too. So I did, and I joined New Balance sportswear company, and I was on the account management team selling Laufschuhe or running shoes to German retailers. And because of my interest in international trade and business operations as a whole, I kind of fell into buying, and I fell in love with it. And that's kind of where my career really took off. And I forged a career zigzagging my way up the career ladder at L'Oreal, at Printers Limited, who are owned by Mitsubishi, and an online retailer in the UK, all within kind of buying, supply chain operations, and digital transformation roles. A couple of years ago, I took an unintended career sabbatical and ended up spending 18 months building my own business and working on myself. It was very much an eat, pray, love experience. I volunteered at a meditation center in Spain and then ended up in Thailand for 9 months. So got plenty of worldly experience there as well. And then, like I said, 6 months ago, I was called to join Lego's global leadership team in Denmark. So that's where I am today.
That's awesome, Laurie. You must be missing getting on a plane
I do.
during the pandemic. Sounds like you're used to lots of travel. Okay, let's go to Cameron. Hello, sir.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Cameron Solis. I'm the Chief Business Officer at Jukin Media. Jukin Media, we curate content from all over the world. So if you have one of these things and you're capturing video and uploading it to TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, we might reach out to you to acquire and license your content. What we typically do is take the best of the best content and do two things with it. We license it to brands, agencies, television production companies for use in their own materials, or we put it in with our own brands. And today we have 4 to 5 different brands, including Pet Collective, Fail Army, People Are Awesome, Weather Spy, and built a pretty big audience, over 200 million people globally, all over the world, who watch this stuff on obviously social websites, social networks, but also streaming TV has become a really big part of our business. So yeah, it's a really fascinating job. We curate from all over the world, which is really, really interesting. Our business is all over the world. We have offices in LA, New York, London, and New Delhi. And prior to Jukin Media, I've worked with, probably spent better part of 15 to 20 years in video, online video. I was at Machinima, which is obviously a big gaming presence on YouTube. Before that, I was at Jib Jab, where we made online greeting cards, MTV, and a bunch of other things. So just pleasure to be here and to learn more from our guests.
And Cam, you're on the West Coast, but you've done a lot of international travel in your career, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Based in Los Angeles, but spent the better part of my early years right out of school. I actually have an engineering background, but I ended up in business development. So I think that's maybe one sort of lesson I can give to the students out there. Like you may start in one area and you may end up in a variety of different ones. Don't ever just hold yourself down. I've definitely run the gamut at this point. And a lot of what I loved about the business development side of things is you get to travel. And so I spent the better part of 4 or 5 years in Europe, doing a lot of different strategic development with mobile companies and cable companies. And then I spent a few years going back and forth to Asia, working with handset manufacturers, spent a lot of time in China and India. And that's what really, makes things fascinating, is when you can make the world a little bit smaller.
That's a lethal combination, by the way. Engineering background and then into the business development. That means you can do deals and actually know how things work as well, which makes you pretty dangerous.
Very dangerous, I was going to say.
Awesome. Thanks, Cam. Irina, welcome.
Hi.
Tell us a bit about you.
Yeah, absolutely. So great to be here. So my name is Irina Shamis. I'm the SVP of Revenue and Strategy at a company called 3 Black Dot. 3 Black Dot is a gaming and entertainment company. So chances are you've seen our content because we work with the top game. In case you're a gamer, chances are that you've seen our content because we work with the top gamers and helping them create content, distribute it, etc. And potentially engage with some of the products, because we also have an innovation lab within and a product lab within the walls of our company, where we develop and create and distribute actual physical products and merch in partnership with some of these influencers. As you probably can or cannot tell by my accent, I am not originally from the US. I am based to Ben's point in LA right now. And I am originally from Uzbekistan, which is a former Soviet Union republic where I was born and grew up. I won a scholarship when I was in high school to do an exchange and in a US high school, which definitely broadened my horizons in many ways and set the stage for an international career that I ended up having. After that, I studied in Germany and lived in Germany for about 10 years, working internationally for largest media companies such as, or media agencies such as OMD and WPP. And then I received an opportunity to work at MTV, which seems like at least a few people on this panel have in common. Being part of that company allowed me the opportunity to be part of its global network in every capacity. My responsibility has been to work with global brands based across the world and set up partnerships with them. So that took me to so many various countries, you know, from doing business in China, Brazil, across Europe, across the US, across the Middle East. It was an incredible experience. I traveled a lot with the company, but I moved a lot with the company too. I took on a role in London, followed by a role in New York. After that, I worked at CNN International because, again, international is such a huge part of what I am and what I love about my job and my career. So worked at CNN driving global business development and partnerships before jumping into a startup world, and had a stint with Kevin Hart's digital arm before joining 3 Black Dot.
That's awesome. So very a wonderful set of careers from our 3 esteemed panelists today. I'm going to kick things off for our discussion with a kind of stat that I remember. I've been in LA for 7 years, but I remember having worked in Europe for a long time and in a YouTube network. Google and YouTube were always saying to us, you guys who are international, you know, 80% of the viewing on our platform, 75–80% of the viewing on YouTube is happening outside of North America. That doesn't always mean that's where the money is, because there are some countries that YouTube is viewed in where they don't even have, Google doesn't even have an ad sales team, right? So advertising probably is most mature in America, and the highest number of dollars are coming from here. But it's an interesting stat to kind of frame a discussion about what are the trends in your experience, guys, of where media is being consumed internationally. Let me go to Cameron with that question.
Yeah, I think that's a really sort of fascinating topic. And, you know, I think probably 10 years ago, each region of the world probably had its own trends. And now what we're starting to see are things starting to converge. And, you know, probably the biggest disruption in all that is clearly the internet, right? So things go in cycles. You know, we now have OTT, which is television, but it's still delivered digitally. Everybody loves podcasts, right? Podcasts are huge. I mean, it's basically radio. So, you know, we have a habit of sort of reinventing things. I think the biggest sort of trend is now it's being delivered at the touch of your fingertips all over the world. There used to be these sort of, you know, barriers to those things happening, whether that could be language or economics or just even the transmission or the licensing of this of media. And I think a lot of those barriers have fallen. Of course, there's still local content and local trends, but I mean, just look at Netflix as an example. Netflix, you know, started as a DVD service. It's now a streaming service, and it's not a streaming service for the US, it's a streaming service for the world. And what I find really sort of unique about Netflix is they're working with the best content producers in each region. I love that. I just finished a series called Dark from Germany, which is super intense and very strange. But you never would have had access to that even 2 to 3 years ago. So the world is becoming smaller. What I like about it is it's also becoming, the diversity is starting to show up. So, you know, probably 5 to 10 years ago, all you would see was blockbusters that come out of Hollywood. That's not the case anymore. I think a lot of the fun and interest is seeing content that's being developed. And obviously the cost of producing this content has dropped significantly with technology. People are making movies on cell phones. You know, it's absolutely incredible. So I think the trends are becoming maybe more holistic, but also I think the diversity of the content that people are consuming is just growing exponentially, and that makes it really, really fun and interesting.
That's really cool. And you actually touched on something quite interesting there. about Netflix and the different production companies, and I know that their model a lot these days for international co-productions is, they share the cost of an original with a local broadcaster or a production company. Let's talk a little bit about which countries internationally are we talking about? Are we just talking about the EU5? Is it now, Eastern Bloc and Scandinavia? What is the focus for you, Irina and Laurie? Well, let's start with Irina.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I did not mention is that 3 Black Dot is actually owned by a French company called Webedia with global operations. So I think for us specifically, global, and I think that's the answer. I'll answer it from like the company standpoint and then kind of like overall. So yeah, so for us, absolutely. We work with partners on daily basis that that specifically want to build their presence outside the US or in multiple markets. And I think global to us as a company is quite honestly everywhere where the gaming is consumed. And Ben, to your point, absolutely. Some of those markets aren't necessarily the biggest revenue drivers, but at the same time, I think the power of them cannot be ignored, right? It might not be specifically supported by advertising budgets or the value of that audience in India versus the US versus Macedonia could be, could be different. But yet, I think to Cameron's point, right, is where we find ourselves, right? We find ourselves with similar audiences across the entire world gravitating to certain content. And that's why Cam and being based in LA is watching a show that's a German show, and that would be originally only be seen as specific for that market. So I think that we definitely should not be overlooking that part. That said, I think what's really important is knowledge and understanding of certain markets. So for us, for example, at Webedia and at 3 Black Dot, we have operations across Europe. We have presence in Middle East and Latin America. However, we're not, we don't have a lot of presence in Asia. And I think that said, while we don't have an office there, we obviously understand it's such a, it's a huge opportunity. And just by not having presence in in some of those markets, and by not being kind of actively there, it doesn't mean that we should completely ignore what's happening there, and just always be on the lookout for what's new, what works in different parts of the world, and how that could be applied specifically to your market. Like as an example, WeChat in China is not just, a messaging app, it's an everything app. You pay with it, you check out with it, the leader of your country communicates with you through it. And I think some of these things we really have to always be on the lookout for, because of how information is being disseminated now beyond the geographical borders. We also have to be really, really mindful and really on the lookout of what's happening across the world.
That's really interesting. Laurie, you started your career learning, by the sounds of it, you speak a few languages. How important is it to learn languages if you want to have some international experience, if you want to have a part of your career in another country? How would you recommend some of our student audience think about that?
Difficult one for me, because I'd say that travel and wanderlust and languages have been kind of a core part of me since I was a child. So I've always had a fascination with it. I'd say with languages, for me, it's definitely the gateway into another culture. And to really experience life in another country, it does really, really help to learn the language, and also kind of to integrate yourself into the society and make friends with locals and things. I think that's super important. Otherwise, you're kind of just being yourself, plonked on a different piece of earth and not really getting involved in things. So I think that's really, really important. I think also understanding where you're going, and also being brave as well. I think being brave is another thing when you're traveling. I don't know. Although I don't really have much of that, I kind of just think later, I just go jump on a plane to Denmark and end up there and see what happens. But I kind of love that thrill of adventure for me. Just on the point you've mentioned as well on kind of media creation and consumption, I'd say that I'm in a really, really interesting position right now to comment, or to at least think about that maybe. And it's because I'm kind of balancing a corporate life at Lego and running a startup business. And actually the two are very much centered around storytelling and digital storytelling. And for me, what fascinates me so much about storytelling is how we've gone from kind of our ancestors sitting around the campfire and telling each other stories, to our grandparents sitting around the radio and talking and listening to music, to us now, and the power of digital storytelling today and the speed at which we're consuming and creating it. And I think, you know, when it comes to both Lego and Mindless, really, I think one of the greatest powers within that is to alleviate some of the issues we've got with conscious and unconscious bias, because now we're actually truly getting to hear stories from every corner of the world. And I think that's one of the most powerful and exciting things for me.
That's very cool. You know, something that we touched on with the YouTube side of things and the more mature markets, you know, when it comes to advertising, right? You know, you think about after the US, you probably think about the territories that have the biggest advertising markets being the ones that you can generate some money from. Would you say for your business that's true, or do you have different business models in your company, in your business right now, where, you know, there's been some interesting outliers and some interesting trends, and where are you seeing some of that opportunity, Cam?
Yeah, you know, our whole business is built on diversified revenue streams, because you can't just, as an example, you can't just rely on YouTube as a business. We've seen so many companies just fail because of being on a platform they can't control. So, you know, for a modern media company, you have to look at multiple revenue streams. For us, there's a licensing revenue stream, which we price on a per clip basis when we license out to folks. There's an advertising revenue stream, obviously, that we generate against our audience, either through our direct sales or through programmatic ad sales. And then there's the direct to consumer aspect of it, which is something that's a little bit more aspirational for us, but we're starting to lean into. When you have, when we now live in a world where your reach can be absolutely massive. We produce 500 to 1,000 videos a month across 5 brands, and that reaches well over 1 billion people on a global basis. So how do you build a deeper relationship with your core audience, and how do you get them to a point where they feel more invested in the brand, to the point that they're willing to take out a credit card and spend money with you? I think that's really, really exciting. And I'm sure Irina has some experience in that from a gaming perspective. But I think you have to look at different revenue streams. And I think that absolutely plays into different regions, right? Because payment systems are very different in India than they are here from a direct to consumer perspective. Direct sales is very different in different countries than it is here. It's much more fragmented. Programmatic's really interesting because you have companies like SpotX that are starting to weave together different regions across the world. But even now, it's very difficult to sell advertising in specific markets. And so you have to spend time with agencies in each market, getting to know them better, educating them on your content and your library. It's a long process. You have to have a long view on this. It's also really fun. To everybody else's sort of point, the fact that you can sort of reach people at scale is incredible. I tell a lot of the folks in our team this constantly because they get lost in the numbers. I've had people on a team who are very upset because we did a live stream, and usually we're used to getting a couple million views on a piece of content. We did a live stream with 20,000 people on it, and the producer is a young guy. He got very upset about that number, and I said, "You just filled the Staples Center in Los Angeles with 20,000 people who were listening to your every word." And like a light bulb went off. You know what I mean? It's just like you lose track of. There are people behind this stuff, and yeah, I'm getting a little bit lost, but ultimately, like I think that's really important to keep in mind that these aren't just numbers. They're people. They're people in different countries, in different languages, different customs, different monetary, different ways of how they consume and spend for content.
Well, I mean, even look at this year. With the pandemic, it's got us all on these video conferencing calls for business and for pleasure and catching up with people, but in multiple locations, and it's kind of made the lack of travel, it still makes things continue, right? Because we're still getting by and getting through it. Let's switch gears a little bit. We're going to go to questions in a couple of minutes from anyone who wants to ask a question. So get ready to step up. But I would like to quickly throw one more question to our panelists, which is, if you're a student thinking about a career in media, or if you're going to be graduating in the next couple of years and you live here in the US, how would you approach thinking about the international opportunity? Would you think about going to work for a year abroad? Would you think about learning a language? Would you look at the kind of companies? And where would you think about doing that if you were in that position yourself? So I'm going to ask that question to both Laurie and Irina. Let's start with you, Laurie.
So I'm going to start off with one of my favorite quotes. I think it's either down to Abraham Lincoln or Peter Drucker. Google doesn't know the answer to that one yet, but it's that the best way to predict the future is to create it. So I kind of think, you know, taking control of your mind and understanding roughly where you want to go with that, if international is something you want to do, and then maybe mapping it out almost on paper. I always use pen and paper, big fan of storytelling. And just kind of thinking about what steps do you need to take to get there. Maybe you've got a company that's a dream company for you to work for, or a country that's a dream country for you to work in. I think that's down to the individual themselves, really. But I do think that you can start to map out a bit of an idea of what that could look like. And I would say my number one thing that I learned at L'Oreal was networking and the power of networking. That was in real life back then. It was kind of coffees with people, but now it's so much easier, and it's just as possible to arrange virtual coffees with someone in a different country. In fact, much easier. So I'd say be bold and be brave, use LinkedIn, get on LinkedIn and reach out to people direct, ask for mentors, ask for help, ask for 15 minutes of someone's time. I asked Richard Branson, but he hasn't got back to me yet. So I've gone out to a few people and asked for 15 minutes of their time just to get some inspiration. So, and actually some of them have paid off, and I've made some great connections around the world. So I'd still be brave out there.
That's a really good point. You know, anytime someone approaches me about just some general career advice or, you know, work experience or something like that, it's so good and endearing in a way, but it's also something that you think, well, back when I was starting my career, I wish I had that, you know, or I wish I could have done more of that. And so, you know, the world is a smaller place. And I think, as Laurie says, you know, don't be scared to reach out and ask for a bit of help or some introductions, or ask people what their experience has been. Irina, how would you approach if you wanted to had some international ambitions and you were starting your career? What would you do?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, Ben, to your point, that's kind of like why we're here too, because you were talking about how wonderful it is to share, right? And be able to provide that perspective that we didn't have. And I think this is why we're, you know, we decided to participate in this panel, right? And I think specifically what, you know, kind of like I guess the nugget that I'd leave with, that I want to leave with people is I had a conversation with someone who is just graduating from college. I also teach digital marketing at a university here in LA. And someone came to me for an advice, and it was an international student, and he was saying, I really want to work for Google. And I've applied, but the applications for the visas, et cetera, are very, very limited this year. I missed the deadline. Would you recommend I wait another year? And I said, absolutely not. Because what you should do is if Google is as an example, is a company that you want to work for, it doesn't matter which market you actually start in. And if Google Singapore has an opportunity for you, that's a way, and that's an incredible way to come on board. So I just want to make sure that as everyone's considering their next career opportunities, they're actually really open to exploring specific opportunities around the world, and not just like, oh, I want to live in Italy and learn Italian and eat pasta and work there, but more so, what is my career objective? Where do I want to be? And, you know, and looking at the big picture of the entire world to get there, right? So I would definitely recommend that.
Awesome. I could do this all day because it's fascinating hearing you guys talk, and your experience is fantastic. I think we have a couple of questions maybe here in the Zoom. Let's see if anyone's there with a question.
Yes, hi.
Hey, Anran, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a graduate student at Fordham University and study media management. And then we have a question, we have a couple questions here. So the easiest one is how to deal with the customers that from other cultures that you are not familiar with. Like, any tips for that?
Interesting. Who wants to take that?
Yeah, I'll take it. I think the most important thing, and I'll share an example. So I remember I had to go into a meeting, and in South Korea. It was my first time traveling to Asia. I had less than 24 hours between the day I learned I need to go and being on the plane, and I was going straight into a very, very important business meeting. And I remember when I walked in, jet lag, straight from the plane. I'm in there and I'm meeting the team, and we're exchanging business cards, and I've given mine like that. But I was handed cards this way, right? But I think the reason why I bring this up is like I was taken aback, right? And I wasn't sure, how to react. But I think the two things that I leave with that is open-mindedness. I think no one expects you to know everything about their market, but or that specific, the specific market the customer is coming from. But having an open mind and understanding that another country or another market may operate differently is extremely important. And I think the second would be respect, right? Respecting that the point of view could be different, respecting that the experience could be different. And out of these 2 points, you don't need to know the exact culture. Like Lori said, she just took a plane to Denmark and there she is. And it was the same with me in LA and other countries, and Ben and Cam. But I think what's important is to have that level of respect and open-mindedness, because that leads you to just learning, right? And bridging that gap between cultures.
I'll just add one quick point there, which is that when I first moved to America, I was kind of warned that, everyone's going to say yes and they want to do business with you, and then you'll never hear from them again. And actually that doesn't happen that often, but you do very quickly know whether there's an opportunity or not when you're discussing with, in my experience with Americans, certainly here on the West Coast. And internationally, it's sometimes a little bit more of a slow roll. And think about it as it's about creating the right environment to do business in. It's quite possible in London or Spain or Paris in France, you might have 10, 15 meetings with your client, with your potential client, before they become your client. And here it might be one or two. It really depends on the situation and the market you're operating in. Does that answer your question, Anran?
Yes.
Or do you have another one?
Yes, we do have another one. Amelia, do you want to take over?
Yes, another one is, do you think that going forward there will be less international travel since so many companies are now using platforms like Zoom?
Really good question. Laurie, Cam, what are your thoughts? Let's start with you, Cam.
I think in the short term, for sure. I don't think anyone's really going to escape the situation we're in until there's a vaccine that's widespread. There's just not going to be a tremendous amount of travel. I mean, we're lucky to live in an age where we have Zoom and these other ways of connecting with folks. But ultimately, at least in my experience, business is about people, and it's about a personal connection. And I think, what Irina said was absolutely right. You need to be open-minded, but you need to make an effort and you need to relate to people. And it's about connecting with folks. And so I expect within a year, I expect the opposite. I think travel is going to explode. I think it's a really tough business to be in right now. If you're in the hospitality industry, at airlines, hotels, but they should get ready, because I think people are really pent up. I have vivid dreams of being on a plane. I used to fly every month. I wake up in the middle of the night, like, oh my God, I miss this so much. I think that the other side of this is going to be really, really great for international travel. I think the best business happens when you have real connections with real people. You need to make an effort. Sometimes that effort is getting on a plane. Sometimes that effort is learning a little bit more about that culture. To go back to the last question, as a fallback, I always end up in food. Like, food is the ultimate connection with anybody in the world. If people aren't passionate about that, then I really don't want to meet them. So, I mean, ultimately, at some point, you should be sitting across from a table and having a drink or a coffee or sharing a meal. And I find that's a way, it's a little bit old school, but ultimately that's the way that you build meaningful connections. And these are connections that you'll have for the rest of your life. I think sometimes people think business is very transactional, and it is, but as you get more experience, as you spend more time traveling, as you get to meet more people, what you'll find is business is relationships, and you will run into people over and over and over again. And if you can make those connections on a global basis, it makes it that much more interesting.
That's cool. Laurie, any thoughts about what the immediate future of international travel looks like?
Immediate future, completely agree with Cameron there on that. But I hope it doesn't stop. As I said, I love jumping on planes to places I've never been. And actually, I think there's something super important about learning from different business cultures around the world. So I've now worked for a French company, a British company, a Japanese, and a Danish. And I've almost taken the best bits from all of those companies with me on my own career journey. And doing business in different markets as well. It's kind of, I can't really see that coming to a complete halt. But I think it's going to be really, really interesting to see how it unfolds, because carbon footprint's gone down, company costs have gone down because of reduced travel as well. So it will be interesting when the world opens back up again, hopefully soon, to see how companies respond to that and, getting their teams together internationally. I think digital conversations, though, actually has been a great thing that's happened. We're now able to create international teams in a virtual environment. So with my startup, I've got a lady in Helsinki, I'm in Denmark, and I've got 3 in the UK. And it's been a really interesting journey for me to create an online work environment just through screen. I mean, one of them I've never met in real life before. So I think it's just a super interesting, it almost feels like the world's biggest social experiment right now. And who knows what will happen next, but I do hope international travel returns.
And one thing one thought I'll share with you is, if you get a chance to go international and travel, or even if it's just a vacation, don't forget you can take the scenic route, right? It's a bit weird to say fly from LA to New York and then get the Greyhound back, because that you wouldn't do that. But if you went to a conference in the south of France, you could get the train back via Paris, and you could go and see 3 other countries on the way back to wherever you were going. I mean, that was me going from London to the south of France. That's why I sort of explained it that way. But don't be afraid to do some exploring, because it might open your eyes to another culture, seeing how those local folks operate, and how the different cultures, which internationally are very close together, all operate. It's a fantastic world out there, and you should go and explore it. Any other questions, or I think we may be at the end of our panel.
Yes, I feel like all the travelers, all of us are unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely. Well, let's hope we get to do it again soon.
Well, it's been a challenging year, 2020, with the pandemic for so many reasons. But as the guys have all said, those connections that you can make in business, and probably at this point, 10 months into the pandemic, we're thinking, how do we make those connections? And we're reaching out to old friends and all that kind of stuff. And it's the same with business connections. Sometimes it's good just to reach out and find out how people are doing. And those are the people that you're going to be in business with, as Cam says, most of your career. So yeah, don't be afraid to reach out and ask those questions. All right, guys, I hope that was useful. And, we're always available if you want to get in touch with us on LinkedIn and ask us any other questions. And thank you to our panelists for taking the time out of your busy days. And thank you to you guys to the questions.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks for taking part in One Day Immersion 2020. My best career advice for you is to remember to do the things that make you feel happy. I think if there's anything the last year has taught all of us, is that life is too short to do stuff that you don't care about. So look for happiness in everything that you do. Try to bring happiness to others. And I know that sounds like weird career advice, but I think on a moving forward basis, it's the best advice I can offer. Thanks.
I learned a lot today, and I hope you did too, and I hope you take it back with you and it helps you navigate your career going forward. Please join us in future events. My advice to you is this: say yes to any opportunities that come your way. Challenge yourselves to take risks. Listen and learn, but also speak up, because you have a voice and an opinion, and we want to hear it, because we learn as much from you as you do from us. Thank you, and I hope to see you soon.
Well, thanks for being part of ODI 2020. And remember, it's all about relationships, understanding the audience, and continually learning.
My best career advice going forward is to always think about your job in terms of, is this job going to help you get to the next job?
Thanks everybody for joining One Day Immersion 2020. When I think about your future, I hope that you remember to never forget the value of stepping out of your comfort zone. Never forget the value of being resilient in the face of challenge. But sometimes, look, sometimes challenge will come to you, and you'll have to do a lot to get through it. But you should seek out challenge. You should seek out situations that put you out of your comfort zone, because it's these moments where you're going to learn the most, and you're going to grow the most ultimately, and you'll be able to employ and use that knowledge that you gain to become more and more successful. So thanks again for joining, and I hope to see you again at our future events.
We hope you enjoyed this year's conference and gained new insight and takeaways to add to your career tool belts. What an amazing roster of speakers and information. You'll see a survey come through, so let us know how we did. And thank you again to our amazing sponsors, Spectrum Networks, the Cable Center, Discovery, Warner Media, Stars, and Dean Donna Rapiccioli. The future is bright because of you. So keep moving forward, build and nurture your networks, and continue to use your superpowers for good, because you have them. Don't forget to wear the mask, stay safe, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Hi, it's Heidi here again at the end of your day. I hope you guys all enjoyed today's conference. I am here in Steamboat Springs, and behind me today is the Steamboat Springs Ski Mountain. And this evening, I'm going to be teaching you my favorite yoga pose. This is great to do at the end of your workday, or if you've been sitting or driving. It's also really good to do before bed. It's very calming and relaxing. It's called Reclined Butterfly, and I'm going to be teaching you the restorative version of it. Ideally, if you have a bolster or a pillow or a blanket that you can roll up, that would be great. If you don't have that, don't worry about it. You could also use an extra yoga mat rolled up. But if you don't have any of those things, then you can just do it without the prop. Also, if you have a blanket to cover yourself up with, that's also a nice touch. So I'm going to be showing this to you now. So I'm using an extra rolled up yoga mat for my prop. And I'm going to come so that my hips are sitting at the edge of the prop, which normally would be a bolster, but whatever you can use. And I'm going to be turning myself away, and I'm going to have my feet pressed together. And my feet are about 12 inches away from my hips. And then the prop is going to be right up against the edge of my hips. And I'm going to have my blanket nearby, covering myself up. And then I'm going to recline back onto the prop. And I'm just going to have, you can have your hands either relaxed by your sides or one hand over the heart and the other hand over the belly. And just closing the eyes and breathing here, breathing long and deep, bringing the breath into the abdomen. We tend to breathe really shallow into the chest, so if you can really concentrate on bringing the breath deeper into the abdomen on the inhale, and then completely relaxing on the exhale. Just breathing here. I like to listen to a meditation or mantra when I'm in this pose, just to enhance the whole experience. So just resting like this is going to help to open up the back, open up the shoulders. It opens the heart. It's a position of surrender, which sometimes is really good when you're in a point of life where you don't know what to do or there's a lot of unknown. It's just a way of kind of surrendering to what's unknown and being okay with it. Breathing long and deep. And you can do this anywhere between 3 and 11 minutes is great. You can do it longer if you'd like and if you have the time. And this is something you can practice at home on a regular basis. Just breathing here. I've got the timer going. Carefully moving out of the position, you can use your hands to press yourself up and then returning to a comfortable seat. Keeping the eyes closed and then bringing the hands together at the heart, just giving thanks. And gently blinking the eyes open. Again, my name is Heidi. I'm here in Steamboat Springs. If you're interested in receiving copies of the instructions for any of the meditations or for the reclined butterfly pose that we just did, feel free to reach out to me. You can reach me at my email address at mightyheidi@me.com. That's M as in Mary, I-G-H, T as in Tom, Y, H-E-I, D as in dog, I, S as in Sam, at M as in Mary, E as in elephant.com. I am not currently on social media. I just recently watched the movie Social Dilemma, and I have decided to take a break from all social media. So you won't find me there right now. However, feel free to email me anytime with any questions about any of the practices that we did, or if you would like copies of the instructions, I'm more than happy to share. I really appreciate you participating with me today. I hope you enjoyed the conference, and I wish you all the best in the weeks and months ahead. Thanks.